format's changed, but it doesn't matter. So can't see that like button. End of the world as we know it. As we know it. All right. Thank you, Father, for this platform again, for the ability. Thank you. Thank you, Shiloh. Thank you for giving something far beyond anything I could ever imagine. So thank you for the blessing of the ministry, the body, and all of those who participate in this platform here and flip this system on its head. So record growth on the channel. Thank you for coming in. So let's talk about it, right? It's Taco Tuesday. Did you have any tacos today? It's Show Us Your Taco Tuesday. Show us your best taco. So what kind of taco did you have, right? Actually, I had a burrito, so a rolled taco today. So there goes my thumbs up. I don't know what's going on with this format. I didn't change anything, but not like any kind of shrunken screen here. What is all this about? Ooh, interesting. Still can't see the people, but no, let's not do that. All right, trying to figure out why this, I can see people are in here, but once it gets up to more than 99 or more, see, it goes away. So, and I can't see the thumbs up. So I guess not. But anyways, it's Taco Tuesday. I only eat tacos on days that end in Y. How about you? Only on days that end in Y. See a little more light on this subject here. Out here in the cabin, out here in the high desert, where the oldest clothing on the planet was found, and this is the largest dark sky sanctuary in the whole wide world. So great place to see the stars out here. Quite the quite the view. Out of the light belt, 2.5 million acres set apart in the high desert in the outback. And the oldest place in North America. They already announced that. So stop your nonsense. Palestine is an apostasy. Israel's an apostasy. They're both going outside their borders and committing atrocities. Don't banner your nonsense in here. They're in opposition to God's law. He said, let vengeance be mine. Let vengeance be mine, saith the Lord. So Palestine is committing atrocities, and so is Israel. So is Russia. So is Ukraine. So is the United States of America. So are many of these countries involved. We're not supposed to, he said, let vengeance be mine. So stop with your flagging and bannering death. So atrocity. Gaza, Palestine, Israel, all that, especially America with its 1,003 military bases. So politics, history. How about that? History's made every day. You're gonna not talk to each other because you're a donkey and you're an elephant. Why don't you stock up on the lamb? How about that? Getting tired of the donkey and the elephant? Democrip. Bloodbakin, try the Lamb of God. So anyways, Victor gets the spoils. such a sad society that you can't even talk about a president without being a historical record and not being political. But I ain't trying to change sheep, right? Anybody to a goat into a sheep, right? So sheep into a goat, that's not my doing. So I don't get to decide that. So I don't choose a donkey or an elephant. Remember, I said I'm on the lamb. Terrible every single day. Yeah. So a daily walk. So, yep. Do none of that political nonsense. Nobody's going to tell me history. Nobody's going to tell me no religion. So, anyways, thanks for coming in, guys. Brothers, sisters, good to have you back. Just having a Taco Tuesday here. Karma. I was just having a conversation with Karma. It's called You Reap What You Sow. So he will come and he will bind the chaff, the weeds, and he will burn them with fire. So that's exactly right. But I don't believe in karma because all things are after the Father, creator of all things. So you reap what you sow. You pour out a just measure. My dad never told me the word karma. He said, son, if you put out bad, bad will come back. If you put out good, good will come back to you. So, yeah, we'll see. Karma, huh? Yeah, just having this discussion with somebody about karma, that exact word that you're using, because he never taught me about that. But all right, you're spamming the chat. Can't spam the chat no more. You have to go bye-bye. So, anyways, karma, the kind of karma I know, if you want to call it that, it waits until you just, doesn't come. Most people think karma is something you do something bad, it's going to come right back to you, like I just said, right? Kind of karma that I know, it waits until you go to sleep, fell asleep on what you did, and then it waits and then pulls the rug out from underneath your feet just when you forgot. Oh, pity me, poor me, poor me. Yep. That's the kind of karma that I know. It does not come with an expiration date. It waits. It waits until you just forgotten about what you did, and then it, pulls the rug out from underneath you. So, so anyways, brothers and sisters, you'll reap what you sow. And there's the difference between surviving and thriving. What do you want, money or time? What would you rather have, money or time? What's more valuable to you? Would you rather have your time or your money? You tell me. So I choose time. Exactly. You can't take none of that money with you. So got to have some money. I'm not saying that you don't have to pay the bills, but eventually you can get to where you don't need all that money anyways. You could be growing your own food and having your own, hey, you could be your own power company. You could become empowered and you could say, hey, I turn the power off and on in this house. I'll decide. I'm the power company. Depends on how much time and money. So, yep, there you go. Adam's trading his time for money. So some people wouldn't trade $1 billion for even a minute of their time. So that's okay, Adam. Everybody's got their own way. So I'm not trying to change it, remember? Thank you for your comment. So maybe it could be just a little bit of money for a lot of money for a little bit of time. You never know, right? So would you put your morals out there over money? Hopefully not. So I don't think that's what you were implying. So some people might do something stupid for a lot of money, right? Only take you a second, maybe the flick of a switch. So, catches you can't buy time. That's right. You can't buy no time. Thank you. Excellent, Johnson. Nice answer. I can't buy any of that time back. Yeah, you can't buy the time. That's beautiful. Yep. So, anyways, good conversation, guys. Appreciate it. Just having a Taco Tuesday here, and had to go take care of that deal. Finally getting a little bit of a let up. Got that generator. Didn't want to sell it, but that is what it is. Huh? life ain't Burger King. You can't always have it your way. Got to get the land paid, right? Got to pay the land. Land's what's more important, a generator or land. Got to have a place to have all the generators to sit if you're going to have it. So land takes priority at this point. They're both assets, so it is what it is. So, but I'm glad to have gotten that. Now I've got a couple of these land payments knocked out. So 40 of the 5. I got 5 more acres to pay on, and then here for the month I'll be good to go. So I'll be able to just tinker around here if I choose, right? Maybe just let the sun take care of the power bill for me, and the wind and the sun. Woo! Thank you, Father, for the wind and the sun. So how are we doing? Just having a Taco Tuesday. Hey, let's taco about it. So let's have us a conversation and just yeah. What a time here, eh? The old stand on the X ritual. They did it again. They stood on the X again. Silly rabbit. They love their rituals. Mr. Stinky X Rocket, right? Mr. Muskrat. So I'm falling asleep on these Superdomes, Star Shield, Warp Speed. You won't catch me tripping. Time keeps on slipping, tripping. Uh-oh. What's going on? You've been Mandela affected. All right, guys. Much love, much love. Just a light conversation, if we will, here. A lot of people got the rug pulled out from under them yesterday, didn't they? Thought it was going to be the end of the world as they knew it. They think apocalypse means Armageddon. Oh, man, I feel bad for that. Yeah, those are two totally different things. Those aren't the same thing at all. So Revelation and apocalypse, those are the same things, but not Armageddon. So all these people wanting destruction, I feel pretty bad for that. I really do. You know, God brings the fire, but that's when he's ready to bring the fire, right? So weather, I hope you're doing something about the weather. Sure, I've given lots of tours of the property. I walked all over and showing you guys the cabins and gone around. I might be able to do that for the end of the day or something. I got to get out there and do something today. No, I already been doing things outside and stuff, but uh-oh. Please don't put a label on me. There's not any other person like me. You're not going to find another. Nope. You can't clone this dude. No, you can't clone me. You can't clone me. Yes, there we go. Oh, wow. Jedi. I kind of like that. I'm not into all that, thoracic spine and the lifting of the Jed. The lifting of the Jed into space. The wars, right? Star Wars. But good. Thank you. Excellent comment. Appreciate. Brilliant. Love it. Yeah. A changing of the guard. The changing of the guard. There'll be a new earth and a new heaven. Oh, there will be a lifting. There'll be a shaking too, right? The heavens and the earth will be shaken, right? But remember, brothers and sisters, cannot be moved from its foundation. No space balls in here. Careful. You better pay attention how those stars trek through the sky there. Kind of important. I live out there in the largest dark sky sanctuary in the world. There's so many stars out here at night you can't even see the constellations. Woo! Hallelujah. Man, the view last night was something else. Came for the tacos. All right, it shows your best Taco Tuesday there, Miss Flows. So what kind of tacos you eating today? Let's keep it G-rated in here, please. Ha ha ha. But anyways, Taco Tuesday. I only eat tacos on days that end in Y. So I'd love to make some tacos later on. I already made a burrito, and I'm gonna make some chuck eye tacos, and they're gonna be fire. So love my Hispanic food. So like close to Cincinnati. Scotland, way over on the other side of the drink. Thanks for coming in, SK. Appreciate you coming in, and thank you, lady, for coming back in and frequenting the madness of this mind of mine. Good stuff. Oh, you see why I live alone, guys. I don't think oh my goodness. Don't oh man. Man, I think I've fallen in love. That's the best thing I've heard all day. Oh man, Quesabria. Oh man, muy bueno. Silence, nice. So you've been going on with this. You've been listening to this psychobabble. Listen to the old man again going off on the taco, having the conversation, the Taco Tuesday. So, anyways, thanks for coming in again. Thanks for moderating. I know this isn't the easiest channel to moderate. Having to deal with anything you have to deal with Tracy is not normally. You know, remember, don't call me Tracy. Call me Apocalypse. Call me Revelation. No, but anyways, it's going to be a wild ride. Hello. Thanks for W10 minutes. Really mailing us out. Yeah. But anyways, thanks, guys. Taco Tuesday, trying to keep it light conversation here, not go too down the rabbit hole here today. So, do appreciate everybody who comes back and frequents this channel. 15,000 something subscribers. That's remarkable. Thank you, Father. Thank you, Son. Yeah, people just overdid it, lady, yesterday. I'm not sure, you know, if you got the vibe, but I just it was such a Y2K kind of deal. You know, they overdid it, and I know I told you what they did. You know, I don't know where you're at again, lady, but you know, I don't know why people aren't taking what I'm saying seriously, but that's okay. I'm not worried about it. The Father's going to provide everything that needs to happen in my life, and I can let go. I've had to do this before in my life, and so He's going to provide whatever it is that I don't need anything. I don't need anything. Oh, Sandy. Oh yeah. Oh, what are you doing down there? Get out of there, lady. No, go wherever your 10 toes tell you where to be. Go wherever your 10 toes tell you to be. You'll know. Listen to your gut. You got women's intuition. Remember, they'll be given the woman will be given the wings of an angel, and she will flee to the wilderness, where she will be given that. Yes, she will be under the wing. Cool, nice. I'm sure you are. I know it's not easy to just make this. We got to be able to be there, though, lady. One day, you know, got to be able to pick up and go and leave. And I've not forgotten that I've asked that question. And you were the first to answer that question when I said, if you had to pick up right now and leave everything that you had behind, could you go? And you said, yes, you could. So I have mad respect for, I was watching. Yeah, you're moderating in silence, and I've been watching you too there, lady. So anyways, good for you. I see that it's very important. You can't get attached to any one thing, brothers and sisters. You got to be able to be, you know, on your feet, mobile, right? So you can't get hung on any one thing. Cool. Bless you. Just do your thing, lady. Do your thing. You'll know. You'll know. Trust your gut. Fly. Be like a bird. A bird does not need to be told to fly south for the winter. I trust you got them instincts, right? Like that magnetic pull, if you will, right? Hallelujah. So God gives some of us instincts, and that magnetic pull is like, remember, you can't keep two like that, right? So, well, see, that's why I'm not worried. I need not to either. Yeah, I want to be a bird so I can fly away. I wish, no, that's why it didn't make me a bird. I wouldn't be here. I definitely would have fly away. And if I'd have been a helicopter pilot, I would have flown it into a building or something by now. Oh, no, you didn't? Yes, I would have. So whatever, send it. So you got to do what you got to do. Thank you for coming in, SK. Appreciate you coming in from Scotland. The Lord is my shepherd. I know I shall not want. He will lead me through still waters, right? Yes. Though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil. Thanks for coming in from Scotland. Appreciate it. Boy, that's a tough place to be right now over in the European nations over there on the other side. The demographics over there are definitely changing in the European nations, all the different, wow, what a changing time. Things are changing so fast, so very fast, right in front of our eyes. What used to take thousands of years can happen in a matter of years, sometimes days. Wow. Holy smokes. It's coming, boys. It's a coming, right? Better times ahead. Time. Get your time. Yeah, unfortunately. Same thing over here. Same thing over here. A bunch of silent majority. Bless you, SK. Silent majority. That's all right. Just keep speaking up. Don't let nobody put any shade on your lamp. Don't hide it behind a bush. Keep doing what you're doing. Trust your gut. Trust your instincts. You only get one go around in this third dimension, so use that time wisely. Thanks for coming in and love to have you back again. South Africa. Wow, cool. Beautiful. What a beautiful place, man. Before the United States went in there and just ruined that place. Man, well, I'll tell you what, Muammar Gaddafi had one of the most beautiful things I think I've ever seen going in my life, guys. Wow. That whole area is just such a beautiful land, and some beautiful people in that land down there. Beautiful people all over, but yeah, man, I have not forgotten what a beautiful thing that that was going at one point in time, and still is, but it will be again. It will be again soon. The boot of the neck of the nations is being lifted, so hopefully we're on the right side of history, and yes, we'll reap what we sow. So all the nations that partook of her ways, those bowls will be poured out. So the wrath will be felt, and it's not my doing. It's a just measure that will be poured out on all the nations. So yes, but what a beautiful country, and a beautiful place. I've never been there, and I would love to go to South Africa. What a beautiful place that is. And even after we've destroyed a lot of it, personally, is from being from this, yeah, what we've done to that place. But anyway, still has mass potential and is still flourishing in many ways and growing. And again, just like any other place, there's good and bad in that place. And but boy, there sure is a lot of amazing things in that country. Yeah, I don't care about the police. Yeah, I know. Yeah, whatever. You go by God's law. I know, SK. It's tough, man. It's tough. It's tough. It's tough because I know you're in Scotland and you don't have exactly, but there are similar, very similar rights in Scotland to the U.S. There's constitution. There's inalienable rights of the land, natural rights, natural land rights of the land, laws of the land. That's always been, and always will be. So thank you for standing up. And yeah, them jackboot thugs with their boot. I know I was one, so I called myself out at one point in time, but definitely changed over there, and don't much agree with how these raiders, these pirates go around, and gangsters go around and extort and harass. And I was a law enforcement officer, so the definition of a gang is interesting. is a heavily armed group of thugs going around all wearing the same color, harassing, extorting the general public. So, yeah, they're all over the world, and they work for the system, and they keep feeding it. And so, bless you if you stand up, because I do. I stand up to those jackboot thugs and the raiders, road raiders and road pirates, and they'll come banging on your door soon with DARPA dogs. So make sure you're saving some of that silver, because if you get some of that, you can take that out of a DARPA dog. So, yep, that's what I'm saying. They're extortionists, raiders. So, Saya says, Yahya says that I saw an article where Trumpism is emptying the churches. Yeah, well, yeah, the churches. Trumpism. Well, we know what we know about Mr. Thump, right? But maybe it's all those Bibles he sold, right? Maybe everybody just went home after he sold all those Bibles to everybody, right? Like, well, heck, well, I got the pledges of allegiance, so I can pledge my allegiance to a country and a flag instead of to God. And yeah, I got my house decorated with Satan, but I want to sell you a Bible. What else is in there? I think there's a Constitution in there, and cool, nice. Many times, yeah, I go against them. I have if you want to see me in action, you can go see on Predestined4light TikTok. I audit the police here in America, because this is supposed to be the freest place in the whole world. And I used to be a police officer. I remember the rights that people once had, like when a woman was not to be searched by a man. And, there was something called the use of force regulation, where I couldn't just go straight to the sidearm, that I had to use different use of force regulation. And yeah, again, I had to call in a female officer to search a female if I had pulled over a female in my line of being a public servant. So yeah, democracy is criminal. It's called mob rule, democracy. Mob, 51% to 49 says we only got to pay these three schmucks off over here, and we get it back in our favor. So it's a flawed system, where it was not, here in America at least, was not a democracy. It was a constitutional republic. And there were checks and balances. There were a judicial, a legislative, and an executive branch of our governments to keep things from, like democracy, from happening and taking over. And democracy is mob rule. Again, 49% of you Americans, 51% just voted that says, you got to die. You got to die. Have a pink beard and wear a tutu, and I don't care, because 49% said get up and get that pink dye on there, buddy, and put your tutu on. You don't have a choice. STFU. That's what the 51 said. You don't have a voice anymore. Here's your tutu. Here's your pink dye. Put it on. So you don't have a choice. That's mob rule. See what I'm saying? It's insanity, Well, I've been streaming for what do you see what I'm saying, guys? It's a flawed system. It doesn't work. It's can be paid off, and that's what we see. Nice. Well, that's a good read. Careful there. I told you, that's an interesting read there, because remember where Eden's at. You need to get out your map, Saya. Get out your map and remember where Eden is. Go back to Israel and look where that's at. Remember, use your maps so you have an idea where they're talking about on the map. So, yeah, but that's a good study. If you understand where that's at, you're going to start understanding Eden is a completely different place. You know what I'm saying? So as you're studying that, try to remember where you're at in history when it's talking about Eden in the garden and where that's referring to. Okay? It'll make the study a lot more. That's why I talk about studying just not cultures and the customs, but the maps. So you know when they're referencing in the word when they're talking about these historical and biblical times in past, that you understand what it is. You're not confused by the thinking the Garden of Eden is some place in the sky or some kind of nonsense like that, sky dad, Jesus, all that silly stuff. But anyways, you're on your way. I know we hung out, and so super glad you came out, man. I had a good time. I hope you had a good time too. So Blood Meridian. No, I'm not. Why does that sound familiar though? Maybe I've seen a blog about it or something. Yeah, that's what I say, SK. We did the same thing. It's incredible. People dying in the streets of America, but where money is sent to Ukraine and to Iran and to Israel, and these people die in the streets of this country. Like these people vote for these knuckleheads at the top, these ivory tower, guys guarded with guns, that want to take away your Second Amendment right. It's incredible. So, but people will fall under that delusion, and it's okay. Pretty hard to obviously the new age. We came into the new age. Remember when that star right there, when Saturn conjuncted Jupiter, conjuncted those two stars, conjuncted that sign in the heavens of in the stars, was that sign brought us into the new age. That was the reset they were telling the world about, that everybody slept on. We're already in the new age. Yeah, that's insane, SK. Can't take away a man's rights to defend himself. That is bad, man. That is tyranny. So no, I know the laws. And here in America, we still have a right. That's why I'm so hard on these Americans over here. They think I'm too hard on them, but that's why we have the right to form militias peacefully. We use the ballots. We use our right to vote, right? We use that's our constitutional right to peacefully redress grievances, right? Redress grievances. We use the ballots, and then we use the bullets, right? But first, here in America, we're supposed to use that process. But if the process has failed, it is our duty as an American citizen to instill a right and just government. So it's the duty of the American public, but they won't do it. They won't do it until they're starving and in the streets killing each other, and the rider and the red horse takes over. Then they'll probably, but it'll be too late. So there'll already be too many people already in this country. Nearly 50 million of them that hate us, probably. Well, not that many, but even if a fraction of them don't like us, we're in for a world of hurt here in America. So he'll pour out a just measure. The enemy is within the homeland. So, but hopefully people don't resort to that. And I'm for peaceful. I'm for getting out of the way of violence, and not for using any of these, because I don't like this system. I don't want to participate in that system, first the ballots and then the bullets. But yeah, that's crazy. I can't stand Canada anymore. Not Canada. I love the people in Canada. They proved how strong that they are during this. Yeah, we're not taking your jab, Mr. Trudeau, related to Castro. Okay. We're going to put our peacefully. I'm a commercial driver and have a CDL. And so I have mad respect for the truckers that stood peacefully, used their voices and their vehicles. And after their governments went at that government up there, went after them, the people. And if you even participated, if you supported that, their governments emptied your bank accounts. It's insane what happened to the Canadian people. So I have mad respect for my Canadian neighbors for their peacefully standing up and showing that people can unite and come together peacefully and make a difference. I wish it would have continued, but it is what it is. And they just stomped everybody. What else do you expect these people to do? But mad respect to the Canadian brothers, because they said, we're not doing the jabadooski. Okay. We're not taking your jab. We're not going to take it, twisted sister. We're not going to take it. and they peacefully stood up, and they were persecuted by their government. And so now their government has implemented what is called social credit scoring. So that's it. It's over in Canada. I don't tiptoe around I call the tea kettle black, and it's over for Canadians. That social credit scoring is the down. It's already. I'm sorry. So it is what it is, and it's coming to America soon. Coming to a theater, coming to a neighborhood near you. So great people in Canada, and prove that they have the right to peacefully stand up, and never one violent action was taken by them. And they did it in the streets, in the cold, remember? And then the Canadian government came and took their fuel away. They had children inside those sleepers, came after their children, went after their bank accounts. You Canadians are strong people, and you're a good role model for the world to watch what it's like to stand up peacefully and let God handle it, so to speak, not seek vengeance after anybody. Don't go after anybody. And so I think the Canadians prove that they are strong people, and they persevere through some hard times. You know, all their force. Obviously something's going on up there. You know, this last year people went without, snow for how long? Everything's changing in Canada. It's a very ever-changing country now. Very, very, the changes that are happening in Canada are breakneck speed, and people do not see it happening. So your brother down here to the south does see it happening, though, okay? Never forget who's to your north. Those Russians are right there. Those Russians are right there. Do you understand? I was stationed in Alaska in the military. You can pass gas and then Russians say, I heard that over here. Seriously, it's right there. People think that Russia is like, somewhere away. Russia's right there. I'm in the Pacific Northwest. So if you're in Canada up there in the Yukon, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Russia's right here. So, and I'm not so much worried about that, but I know what the scripture says, Gog and Magog. So never forget, this is going to go by the word of God. So be not dismayed. The things that it says in that book are going to come to pass, every jot and every tittle, before that great and terrible day of the Lord. We can't get in the way of that, but at least we can stand up and use our voices and not go down as the silent majority. So bless you, Canadians, for being strong-willed people that have terrible. So I don't want any war for anybody. Let's stop. There's very few of them. There's only 8 families, guys. Let's make them eat cake. Hey, they want us to eat the bugs. Let's eat them. Let's eat them. We'll just eat the rich. Hashtag eat the rich. Whatever, man. I'm not into cannibalism. I'm not into cannibalism. I'm not a pagan. I don't do all that. I don't believe in that. But hey, whatever. Let's just eat them. There's not that many of them. We could just get it done and out of the way. Maybe God maybe he'll show us repentance for our paganism and eating of the mass of the human flesh, which I would never encourage doing. But Dad, let's just eat them. There's only 8 families. Let's get them scared of their ivory towers. Remember, they used to flog people like this, and I'm not condoning violence. Maybe tar them and feather them. So they didn't used to deal with these people like this in the past. So, and hey, these are the kind of people that can't keep it in their pants, so they keep it in the family. Kind of people. That's not very, remember Ishtar, Ashtaroth, the sex moon goddess, she married her son. Maybe that's where it comes from. It's filthy. So, let's not, thanks for coming in, SK. Let's make them, they want us to eat the bugs. Let's just eat them. Hashtag eat the rich. I don't know. We'll feed them to somebody. We don't need to eat them, but we can find somewhere to do something with them. How about we'll just feed them to themselves? Oh, let's not do that with sustain. Never mind. I'm not into that, guys. Anyway, stop participating in this system. Check out of the system. Expose them, but don't. I'm not condoning violence, okay? And I'm not condoning eating of the human flesh. That sounded awful pagan of me, and almost like it was trying to have communion with you and get you to eat some crackers and grape juice and come into my pagan Roman Catholic church. Just kidding. I don't. I don't go to no church. That's he don't dwell. Remember, he said that the most high, right? The most high. He doesn't dwell in houses made by what, or temple by what hands. So he's here with us, sisters. Where there are 2 or 3 gathered in my name, we're having church right now. So this is why Putin doesn't like this, guys. So that's why I don't support Russia. Okay, remember the law he passed, where you're not allowed to do this. You can't do this in your own home. We're not supposed to do this. You have to do this in the confines of temples, who Christ called out as the synagogues of Satan, and it's the same thing going on today. So anyways, much love. Let's not get too far down the rabbit hole here today. We're trying to keep it Taco Tuesday light tacos. Is there such thing as diet taco? Hey, diet tacos? Well, I'll take a dozen of those. You got some diet tacos? No, why? That God says it's an abomination to a man to lie with another man. So no, I don't. No, that's not what God says. I don't keep company with vipers. I don't cast my pearls before swine. So I would show them that. I would tell them where the word of God, it's abomination for a woman to lie with another woman, is what the word of God says in his book. And no, I didn't. No. I made a burrito today, though. And he says it's an abomination for a man to put on woman's clothing, right? So, and it's abomination for a man to put on, a woman's clothing, a woman to put on man's clothing. So that's the word of God. So no, I don't. I let God deal with that. And I judge them with righteous judgment, not by their outer appearance, obviously by their fruit, but I tell them what the word of God says. I say, put down the purse, And I say, hey, I was a police officer, and we used to have to identify people, and so whatever generation you're from, or whatever, if you put on lipstick on a pig, I'm not going to kiss that. That's still a pig. You know what I'm saying? That's still a pig. So, yeah, I'm not going to kiss a pig. So, but anyways, I don't care what your, R2D2 32X3CPY R10539867530. I don't know what number or letter you vendor you are identification as, but they're going to dig you up 100 years, and they're going to be able to figure out exactly who you are by the portion of your body, and say, hey, this is a dude, right? So you can put the purse, you can carry it, and you can put the lipstick on the pig, but it doesn't matter in the future. You can't, we're portioned differently. So that's what's hard to watch in the world that I live in. I'm trying to speak around this a little bit, but yeah, speaking of first ladies, but yeah, not just Mr. Reggie, but anyways, moving on. It's a crazy world we live in where the pretendant can pretend it's a first lady. I got Jenny's phone number. Jenny. Or I don't know who Jenny is. Is that like Forrest? I'm sorry, Vicky. Thanks for coming in. Good to see you, sister. I appreciate you always being a part of this ministry and part of the chat here. Appreciate you coming in. We're trying to have a Taco Tuesday talk. Let's talk about it. So it's show us your Taco Tuesday. Oh, 8675309. Yes, I got it. I got your number on the wall. All right, never mind. What is it? Who is that? Don't know who that is. Sorry. don't have any phonics problems, so don't recognize your filthiness, you disgusting. Something smells like cat box in here. I think I smell it. Oh, filthy. We used to have to wonder a woman. Now we have to wonder if it's a woman. Exactly. Wow. Lady, that is brilliant. I'm going to have to let that register. That's epic. Thank you for no, God will not let the iron cleave with the clay. It will not cleave. It will not cleave. Nope. Nope. It's not written that way. So, nope. Remember? Cult of personality. No, God will take over eventually. So it won't matter what is socially acceptable or what society has come to tolerate. The age of tolerance. So, the politician woman, she's really in the news a lot, but I don't know if she's really a champ. Yeah, it's kind of, well, start doing portions. You can identify. Thank you for coming in, Lynn. Appreciate Savvy for being so savvy today. That's like, can get, adapt and overcome. Very savvy. So, I know what you meant. That's what I'm saying. There's no transcending any of this. Soon God's not going to allow any of this. There will be a perversion, and of all this, one man, one woman, one race, the human race, and all this other bending is all nonsense. It's all just Satanism, adversary to God, in opposition, an apostasy. So they don't believe in none of it. I don't care what society. Cult of personality. You weren't supposed to tell everybody that you were selling your house and it had a walk-in closet. You were supposed to keep that listing to yourself. Remember? You showed that listing in public. It'd be the mesh. It'd be a monster mesh. They do the mesh. Well, hopefully it wouldn't, go that far. But anyways, that's the other, the way it used to be. And some things are acceptable and tolerated now that in the age of, I'm special. I'm a snowflake. Look at me. So, that's just a breaking down of divide and conquer. It's a tactic of war that's been used against the masses by the higher principalities, powers, the rulers of the darkness of this world. Spiritual wickedness in high places is used against the masses for thousands. It's a tactic of war. And if you can divide people up, they're a whole lot easier to, you get them warring with yourself. It saves a whole lot of ammunition. Sure does. Look at them fighting with each other. We ain't got to do it anymore. Look at these. They're all just like, it's like taking a red thing of ants and a black thing of ants that all live together just harmonically. But when you shake the jar, then they war. So, that's what they do. They got you all divided and shooken up and get you all, and all you want to do is fight with your brother. So, an apostasy to God. It's all Satanism, and I rebuke all that nonsense. That's what I'm saying. You're not going to merge the iron with the clay. You are not going to merge the iron with the clay. You're not going to merge the iron with the clay. He said it will not cleave. I already answered that question. It's not going to happen. So it won't happen. There will be a neural link. There will be a face, the interface. There will be an interface. I've already talked about that on this channel, but you're not going to fully transcend into this. No, it's life extension and all this filthiness. No, it ain't going that far. You're going to bring the fire before any of that happens, before it ever can make. Oh, tech's going to go fast, and they got all Mr. Thump, 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 thump with his hopium and his people drinking the Kool-Aid. They got all their plans for their Mr. Muskrat with this link. Remember the face, the interlink, the interface, the start. Yeah, it'll start as a dot. Remember, right up there. Let's have this discussion. Are you ready for the net to be cut, for that web to be cut off? Oh, it's not going anywhere. They have to continue to enter with you, but they won't net. They're going to cut that. Yeah, I love tacos too. Oh man, tacos. But they will cut that web. Your search bar is gone. Are you ready for that day when the search bar is no más tacos? No, always never take away my tacos, please. You understand what I'm saying? When they cut the net, when they cut the web, they're never going to cut the enter, but they're going to put it interface. Oh, all of a sudden there'll be something appears in their eye, in their tail eye, to their vision. You've been linked. Star, shield, as is above, so is below. I see through what they're doing. I have a pretty good understanding, I think, how this is going to transcend, because you can't just do that overnight. It has to be a predictive programming. You have to do a soft logarithmic decay. No, I didn't say no internet. I never said no internet. I didn't say they're going to cut that off completely. I said your search bar is gone. Your search bar is gone. Your search bar is gone. No ability to search anymore. No DuckDuckGo, no Yahoo, no Google. Ask the Google guy. That's it. Oh, there'll still be an internet, but that's going to be their net. They'll never take down their net. But how are they going to hook you into their system? They have to keep this. Well, it doesn't have to be a web or a net. The interface, get ready for that. You will not participate in their system without the interface, because you will be restrained to Windows. They've gotten you used to Windows. Swipe up, swipe down. No, you still got to get your universal basic income, remember? That can't go away. Oh, no. You'll still be able to click on, but you ain't searching for anything ever again. I hope you have that information you need on hard copy or hard drive. Because when the interface, it will start with a dot, maybe 3 or 4 dots in your face. In your face. In your face. You're lying. Okay, so let me just run with this, guys. We're just talking about it. Don't lose your mind here. Imagine that's how it could happen. The net is cut. The web is cut. But there's still a program to interlink you. Interlink. Starlink. Your face in your face interface. Could they put the internet in your face, in your visual, until alive to your vision? I sure think they can. I sure think they can. I think it'll start as just a dot or 2 or 3 or 4 dots. Something that's tolerable. Oh, they're the gifted ones. They have the mark. Tug of war. Like pulling the carrot. Hey, the internet come back on for a minute. Oh, it'll take it away. I already said this before, guys, like birthing pains. It's going to go the other way, though. The subside of the bit. Yep, it'll come back. Do you understand what I'm saying? So interface. How long before that whole thing turns on your face? How long before you could just look past that? I already said 15 years ago they would do this. I had a little bit different. I said they pull up, you'd click on your ear, they'd pull up your browser, you'd wink your right, that would take you to the next. I've got a little bit different. That was 15 years ago. I've got a lot more studies in how Mr. Link with all his cock rockets to the moon, right? Phallic rockets, right? The wet satellites, balloons. So, doing good. We're just having a open discussion here. Just a little star link in your face, star face. Starface. So, anyways, this could be plausible. We're just game theorying. People are going to say whole terrible things about me, but Jimmy crack corn and I don't care. Just tell yourself that when somebody's pissing you off next time, look at them and say, Jimmy crack corn. So there you go. So you got what I'm saying then, Chris, right? There you go, Russ, right? Jimmy crack corn. So Starface, right? In the face, interface, get it? So if it started as just a couple dots, brothers and sisters, could you get used to that in your vision? Could you get used to that in your vision? You get your nose pierced. You're not going to see, if you get your ears pierced, you got a nose on your face. You don't see that every day. You know, so you have a piercing. Do you feel that? You know, do you wear glasses? You forget, you know, there's certain things. You have contacts in from you. How long would it take for you to get used to 2 or 3 dots or 4 dots in your vision? Interface. No more Oculus, not needed. Interlink. Maybe something with the jab, not a mark, but an interface, an antenna. We're already energy, already an antenna. We already have a toroidal field. We're already resonance. I'm not this flesh. You think I'm this flesh? You've sadly mistaken. I was the energy before I ever was come into this meat suit, and I will be much more powerful and more energy when I leave this place from what I've absorbed and taken from this energy onto my eternal journey through this star trek through the heavens, if you will. Well, heavens are the ruling class and the earth is the rule, but in the firmament, if you will. Now we always come back here. I don't go to space. My God doesn't take anybody to space. That's the sky daddy, other Jesus God, the one that the atheists and stuff, people who've done a little more study than the Christians, mock Christians and call them your sky daddy God, you know, and laugh at Christians for their ignorance. But you're not going. I was in November, but interesting. There's not another one like me, Vicky. Don't say that. Don't please. No, say whatever, Vicky. I didn't think there was another one like me. I didn't think anybody else could. I just try to be real, guys. I don't try to be somebody I'm not. I try to I'm trying to be as organic as I can, and people are just gonna have to feed me for what I am, just like God is gonna have to accept. You know, he wills these things, and so sometimes I struggle. I'm like, well, hey, you know, you're making me do this, so you got to live with what you made me do. Yeah, it's hard to find that old Tracy in me. I'm starting to turn more into Revelation and Apocalypse. I'm ready to go to my new body. I'm going to rule this earth. I'm going to inherit this kingdom. It will be mine. I will rule with agape. The children, not one child will ever go hungry again in the new world. They will be the definitive law. The children, the innocents, will never be lost. Not for at least a time or a season. But anyways, moving on. I've seen the new world, and so I'm crazier. And people call me like bat guano crazy, but my name is Tracy, and that rhymes with crazy and spacey. And so I've always been called spacey and crazy my whole life. So calling crazy kind of reminds me of my dad, who got taken with fire for being a Nimrod, and celebrating that tradition killed him. So calling me crazy kind of reminds me of my dad. It's like a compliment, and I take crazy as actually I don't want to be like anybody in this world. So Vicky, I hope there's not another one like me. I need to see that person's belly button. That might be me, and they try to clone me. Does he have a belly button? Ask him. I'm just kidding. Anyways, much love. Hold on, I lost some of my message. So, yeah, that's me. I'm Spacey Crazy. My dad always called me Spacey Tracy. I always have been, always will be. He used to tell me my brothers were from, sometimes they get a little out there and they have the head in the clouds, but you're from some other world, Tracy. Hello, Nanu. That's what my dad used to tell me because he was a little older. Obviously, he was older than me. So, but he said, Nanu, Nanu, hello, Mork from Mork, come in. Mork, hello, anybody out there? Come back to Earth. Tracy, we're all down here. Come back to Earth. Hello, Spacey Tracy. Hello, we're all here. Hey. So I was really hard to get my attention when I was young because I was in another world. I was there. I heard him, every single word. I just didn't want to answer him. I've been a little stubborn since I was young. So it probably runs in the family. The apple don't fall far from the tree. Maybe that's why his son has a little bit of that in him as well, right? So, but he's a good young man as well. So, but I think it's the word of in me that makes me not want to participate in the things of this world. And I've done that since I was very young. And I just always was spacing off and had my head far above the clouds in some other time and dimension and space, if you will. So, not that I used to get that off. Yeah, so I had space stuff. My dad put space stuff on the walls. You know, I had spaceships and all that silly nonsense. You know, my dad decorated my room with that because that's just who I was. And that's what they called me, crazy, spacey Tracy. So I take that as a compliment, you know. Either that, they called me Dick Tracy, and my name was a girl's name, or Dick Tracy was the only Tracy that was kind of known back then. Otherwise, it was a girl's name, and so they said that I had a girl's name. And so my last name is Werner, and nobody sees the R, so it's Dick Tracy Wiener. Yeah, life has always kicked my you-know-what, but that's okay. I like how I grew up now. I like that the world beat the snot out of me growing up, and it made me appreciate everybody. I love everybody the same. Yeah, there's other ones out here, man. I'm telling you, I know what they are. I told you, Si, there's something going on out in this place, man. Something special's going on out here, and they're trying to hide it. And that's why they don't want me out here, because I've been exposing these people since I got out here and said, hey, I know what you're hiding out here. But anyways, let's not talk too much about that. You'd have to come out here and be next to me like you did to get the full. So thanks for coming in and hang out. So I appreciate it. It was fun having you out here, churching with you, and all the interesting conversations that we were able to have. And look forward to having you and Annette back out here again, maybe here in the future. So yeah, there we go. Mental health recovery, blessings. Me too, but they're there if you need them. See, love your attitude, sister. You're a blessing to this channel. Thank you. You know, prepare for the worst and hope for the best. Good job. Much blessings. Thanks for being such a shining light for others, you know, leading by example. So, whoa, there goes the light. Look at that. Whatever. We didn't even hardly. So, I hope you enjoyed. I love to cook. You see that side. I love to cook, man. I told you no woman would stand a less in my life in the kitchen. Get out of that kitchen, lady. That's my kitchen. So, no, I enjoyed it. It was fun. I had a great time. And again, we'll do it again, I'm sure. You're a brother in Christ. So if we don't meet here, we'll meet again. So I'd be back. But yeah, good times, good times. It really made me understand, Si, that I got to be careful again and have somebody again 100% ready. Not that we didn't have a good time and stuff, but we talked about it. Remember, even before you left, totally talked about it with Elijah. I need somebody who can just have a vehicle, be ready to go, totally independent. I don't need to tell them nothing. And then it'd work, you know, and once I have that up and going again, then I'll be able to invite others, probably like yourself, out here where I wouldn't be so concerned about, you know what I'm saying? You know, about you not being able to sustain yourself, because I'd always be worried about you. You know what I'm saying? Always be worried about just the little things you saw, and we don't even need to talk about it. You know, it's just a different lifestyle. And like I said, if I had some more people out here, man, this is going to grow. Watch, it's going to grow. It's going to be beautiful. The Father will provide, hopefully, that all these things that I believe that He has envisioned for this place will come to fruition. So I'll have my bride, and I'll have a place for to sit and be quiet, and we'll have time and we'll be able to enjoy our time with other people like yourself, church, and hang out and eat organic food and not worry about bills. We want our time back, not money. We don't want money. Yes, we'll make some. Yes, we'll need some, but that's not our life. Will not be guided by money. There's other ways to get around that. If you're wise, you know what I'm talking about, and you do. You came out with a solar generator and ways to generate power and not have that. You already put some money into becoming your own power company. So, yes. So I've kind of honestly given up the whole community thing, just so you know, Sai, after you left. And I'm not heartbroken about that in any way, shape, or form. It's not that it couldn't happen, but I'm just not going to force it. It will show itself like my bride. One day will just show up. Watch. It'll just present itself. It'd be like two magnets, not the opposing forces that have kept us apart for this time, because God is preparing my bride, and he's preparing that me as the groom, right? For my bride. Or he won't. I'll die happy and alone, and be okay with it, and still probably be able to pull off what it is that I plan on pulling off no matter what. So it doesn't require a bride, but now it doesn't really require a community for me. I'm over it, because I gave a lot of good effort, and maybe if I had somebody by my side or something again, I could work towards that again. But right now, I'm not going to be concerned about that. I want to keep spreading this message and getting people ready to thrive. We'll talk about community. We'll continue to talk about preparedness, and we'll try to encourage others to do that, because that is the future. So, but I can't worry about it just because I have instincts. And that's a lot of the reasons too why I know with who I am and who I was and in my past, and having instincts that I know I need a community to be able to thrive and not just survive long term. And I don't want to lay down and just survive. I want to thrive. I want to thrive in my life. I want to have abundance so that I can share with others. And you came out here and saw what I have. So I'm ready to share already. But that doesn't mean I won't stop doing what I'm doing, so that one day that I can, hopefully that God will provide for those people that need that lifting up. I'll just be that vessel that he used to provide. As you know, as again, I'm not saying that's what happened in that time, but remember when he broke bread, all the bread that was, how much were left over. Something divine happened there, didn't it? Something divine happened there. So I'm not saying that what I am doing is divine, but I am led by the Father. So I appreciate you coming out, because it really settled me to let me know that I need to have 100% somebody to come out here that can 100% take care of themselves. And that will be somebody that I can just put out here and not even be concerned about. If we contact each other, great. Could we be close enough, but it won't make a difference on what they do daily, and they will just bounce from this opportunity. And I think there will be multiple people that will be able to hopefully do that in the future. And again, just like the preparation of my bride or whatever, he's preparing whoever needs to come to this land, because eventually I want to give it to the church. So there's still, I don't know, still got the vibe. My son has been talking about coming back out here to this valley and moving on to the 20 acres and taking over that property and putting it in his name, that investment property I had. So sounds like my load is going to get lightened a little bit, and maybe one day I'll be able to go take a vacation, go travel a little bit. I don't know, or I'll just stay around here. I think it'll be a wonderful place. It's going to be just more like a place of study, Chris, just a tabernacle. My son wanted an outdoor dirt floors. I'm going to build an outdoor hard tent, if you will. You know what I'm saying? A hard tent with a solid roof on it, kind of like a pole barn, if you ever seen a pole barn, but I'm going to try to make it more look of a tent, and I'll have screen and canvas sides. And he said, Dad, can we please make sure we don't put any flooring? Can we have dirt floors in the tabernacle outside the library? So I said, heck yeah, that's a great idea, son. We'll just sit out there in the dirt and somebody can sit up in the pulpit and teach whoever it is or give a testimony and these should be people right from the ministry, people who potentially live right here at the property. So I'm excited for that day. And I'm hoping that it will all come together, that things will come together very fast out here. And if they don't, oh well, I'm going to die trying. So yeah, exciting. Good times. We got to take the good with the bad and be able to filter these things. And so I'm hoping that that there will be bad and hard times ahead, but I'll filter those and be able to get through to the good times that are ahead as well. So, but I want to let you know that I've already achieved everything I have ever asked in my life of God. Personally, if I had a bucket list, I've achieved it. So I'm not complacent. I'm not satisfied because I'm never satisfied. I have high expectations for myself. If I could have two things, in this life that I would, but it's not a bucket list. It's not a deciding factor, would be for my son someday to have a grandchild, but I don't think he's going to have kids. I don't think he wants to. I just don't think it's in his cards right now. And I don't see that in the future for him. He's still young and trying to get his self together, but what a neat thing that would be to be a grandparent. I've never got to experience, my dad didn't get to experience being a grandparent. So if I don't, my dad didn't ever get to be a grandparent. So I wouldn't be shortchanged. Yes, thanks for putting that up there. Go see Brother Jim. Well, a lot of this stuff that I teach, and again, where I'm trying to put this together for, is so that I can just kind of mirror what Brother Jim has, the same ambition, if you will, to get himself out of that classroom that he pays a phenomenal amount of money, which I believe is worth every penny that's brought into the ministry. But he doesn't have a church. It's not a church at Grace and Truth. It's a building. It's like, I've never been there, but I imagine it's, like in an office type setting, or, a building that has multiple rooms that you can rent out for either like a function or a meeting or something like that. And it's set up as a classroom. So he'd really like to get his own building out there to stop throwing all this money into somebody else's pocket. And I think Brother Jim is extremely wise for having this ambition to do this, because it would lighten the cost. And I'm sure Brother would just tithe it to other people who would need help. Or maybe he'd be able to fund more money, like I said, towards this, couple duplexes or fourplexes. Like, I've had dreams of going out to Tennessee and just being there in the classroom. That's why I thought it'd be so cool to get this together out here so I could leave. If I could have brothers and sisters out here, I could go to Hendersonville. I could put my arms around Brother Jim. And I could be at the barbecue. I've missed every barbecue so far I've been able to go, because everything here, just too much going on here. And I'd love to go be with my brothers and sisters and my mother, and and here, like I said, just to be in Brother Jim's presence would be a bit overwhelming. He's taught me and refined the ministry that I've already just had such mad passion about God willing all things, and we have just so little to do with it through the teaching, through predestination, the kind of the backbone of his ministry, and truly the backbone of the gospel is the elect, the ones that he chose, his bride. So someday that Brother Jim would want to have some fourplexes out there, plexes, drive, whatever, an apartment building where people can come, like myself, I've wanted to move out to Hendersonville and be a part of the ministry. This is a dream. This is an ambition of Brother Jim. At 87 years old, he still has major ambitions for things like this, because he's wise, but I'm hoping to do the same thing here. And I have a lot of ability already to do most of those things, and not better than Brother Jim, but I have a much better opportunity out here because I have buildings already I have the land already. I have the ability to build out buildings. And even if I did it just by myself, I'm going to try to keep doing these things and get something eventually going out here so that I could eventually take a break and go see Brother Jim and the family at Grace and Truth. They're in Hendersonville, Tennessee. And yeah, cool. Hey, and sister, sister, that Australia, I'm going to go to Mexico if I leave the country just because I want to go down to Mexico. But Australia would be the first place I go out of the country. You have my word. I've said it already. I'll make it my first place is going. I live in the outback. I don't know what it is about my brothers and sisters in Australia, but we just seem to have this. I don't know what it is, but always a huge following over on the TikTok channel, and a large number of people who have come to this ministry and to this. And I know there's other brothers and sisters in Christ now. Thanks for coming in, Juan. Good to see you, sir. Come over to Grace and Truth. So even if it was from TikTok or it's this mirror channel and they came over to Brother Jim, mission accomplished. Mission accomplished. Even if it's just one or two of you that have made it over to see Brother Jim, hallelujah. But I think there will be many others that from Australia that make their way here to Grace and Truth and love this ministry and love this gospel and love what Brother Jim has. Yes, that's what I'm saying. It'd be the first place I go. I'm telling you, if I came with just a good, not with a bunch of money in my pocket, but a little bit of money to pad myself so I wouldn't be a burden to anybody, I could probably stay there for a month or two and just because there are still people that contact me through that are other followers. You see there's a couple other people on this platform too that come back here and are Aussies and come back here and love this stop here, on the net, if you will. And so I do appreciate you being a part of that mental health recovery because you've been there since, and you've been filling in those gaps for me. You've seen me through some tough times. You've been there through these last 6 months, and you've seen me go through some pretty tough times here. So in these last 6 months, it's been a struggle, but I'm pulling out of this fog, and I'm hoping that this will be my junior year. Well, I was there when Bob Bachman took the belt from the Iron Sheik. Well, I'm that old. Yes. Like you pencil neck geek, classy Freddie Blassie, Bobby Heenan, right? Remember him? And classy Freddie Blassie. You're sickening, Jezebel. Your name says it all. Your name says it all, just so you know. You do the works of your father, the Jezebel. Your Jezebel spirit with your name. Be gone with you. Get behind me, Satan. You'll be ashes under my feet. So, but anyways, yes, brothers, sisters, what a blessing it is to have these people from all over the world, just like Brother Jim says, that Grace and Truth Ministries, that the internet was invented for Grace and Truth Ministries. Pastor and Brother Jim Brown. I don't do the quote marks too often, but that was his, that's his quote. So same thing here. This is a mirror channel, and we have people from all over the world come here and be a part of this. So Brother Jim is right, and that's why I mirror his teaching and try to drive as much. It's not me doing it, it's God doing it, but drive as much of my time that I could be doing a million other things that I do not. Guys, I'm the kind of guy that if I'm not doing what I need to do, man, because I don't have regular income, I have to work all the time normally. The bills get paid. I work all the time until the bills are paid, and then I have time to study. And I go back to work doing the other things that I need to do. And that's how I accomplish what I do. So sometimes I can make all the months, because I work the internet. Yep. That's what I'm saying, Ross. Exactly. Hallelujah. So it doesn't even need to be physical. I'm trying to build the spiritual church here, not myself build it. God is working in me, using me as his vessel. So what an extension. Boom, 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 down the line. And think of how many people now have graced their eyes on Brother Jim because of God pulled me to this ministry, and that Brother Jim, who led by God, told me to fellowship, and that I was lacking that. And that's what I needed more than anything in my life. It's just, I could use this internet. I didn't have to come out to Hendersonville. I didn't have to go anywhere. I could stay right where I was at, but I needed to use this internet to fellowship with my brothers and sisters. So thank you, Brother Jim. He was right. And look at this. Look what he did. Look what Brother Jim did. Look at what God did in Brother Jim to tell me. Look at what Brother Ross and Brother Dispersing Weight and Sister Levette and Lady and all these other, this Vicky, the whole body here has been able to cool, right on. Yeah, he draws us to him, Rusty, but that's good. Good. Let him work in you. Okay. Let him, if you feel drawn, if you feel drawn to him, let him cut off whatever it is. You got a still voice inside your head. Stop doing whatever it is that you're doing that he keeps telling you to stop doing. And if there's something you're not doing and he's telling you, isn't he, to start doing that? Start doing it. It's working. It's how he works in us. It's not done in some house made by hand. I ain't going to do nothing. Even Brother Jim, all these people in this chat ain't going to do nothing but here to edify you. and iron sharpens iron. He's the one doing it. So give him, if you could say that he drew me to him a couple months ago. No, why would I feel that God is the devil himself? No, that would not be. Although he's been very cruel to me and many of his bride, that's part of the suffering that we go through. So, no, you can't say that somebody that was cast from the heavens that tried to rise above and be prideful and shine and elevate, lift himself above, rise above. No, that's not God. That's not, can't do that with darkness. So only one thing without darkness, and that's the Most High God. So no, sorry, that was a comment I cannot agree with. I didn't watch it, Ramsey. I thought it was a bunch of nonsense, and I'm glad that it's over with. Because they put way too much effort in it, but I know what they did. They got all their equipment on the line. They didn't close all those schools and do all that for nothing. That's not the way the devil works. So I know that there's something, an underlining event that went on. I'm glad that people are looking up instead of down at shadows on the ground. So they made too much of it. It felt like a Y2K kind of a deal. It was a big nothing sandwich, like I said it was going to be. Nobody got raptured in Indiana. Think about all those people that went to rapture Indiana because they thought this was it. This is the one. This is the one. And they had to go home. How foolish they must feel right now. This is another cry wolf scenario, if you ask me, because they got people to look over here or not look over here. And whether you realize what happened or not yesterday, 2.0, stand on the X. 2.0, they did it again. They made people stand on the X again, whether they realize what they did or not. They stood on the X again. And it sucks because that gave a lot of power and authority to this beast, and it harvested a lot of fear. And I don't know what it's going to do with that energy, but it harvested a lot of fear, yeah, just overdone, way overinflated, way overdone. But I know, again, I told you what they did. They got ready for the 10/24/24. And no, I have not been able to find anybody who has any kind of live footage of the supposed comet that was coming in. And remember, I exposed that as the lie. I said, look at this. This is a lie. The Draco comet, the daemonion, the distributor of lies and fortunes. So I told you that's what Yep. Yeah. So they shouldn't have been picking a day yesterday either. So how foolish they must have felt to, say, oh, this is the day. But, uh-oh, I don't know if that's a good thing or not. But anyways, let me show you a picture with me shaved. I probably don't look nothing like him. No, I'm not Glenn. That's not me. My name is Apocalypse. My name is Revelation. No, my name's Crazy Tracy. But anyways, look at all the school closures. Again, I told you, brothers and sisters, I know exactly what I believe. What they did is they're getting ready for this tidal shift that in my studies now, I've got decades of studies into these events. This celestial event, this celestial marker was left during the time of Christ. So there's eclipses all the time. There's eclipses all the time. No, apocalypse means to lift the veil, to remove the cover, Christy. That's a good thing. So that's not what you're thinking, and that's okay, because most people don't know the definition of apocalypse. It means the same thing as to lift the veil, or to revelation, to reveal, to remove the cover. Not Armageddon. I'm not Armageddon. I am showing you the way to the truth. And that's not me doing it. That's him doing it. And so that is the hados, the narrowing, the cutting off of all the unclean truths to lead to the standing upright and erect all along. This truth doesn't need to be nailed like a Christmas tree. It's been covered with lies, and people like myself have been lifting the veil, removing the lies that have been covering this truth for decades, if not for thousands of years. And now I'm trying to reveal to you this celestial alignment that happened during the time of Christ. Remember, Nebuchadnezzar had destroyed the temple after Christ predicted 3 years prior that no stone in his word would be unturned. He was talking about the destruction of the temple, which his word came to fruition. In 70 AD, the temple was destroyed. Nebuchadnezzar destroyed every building in Israel and turned every building into gravel, and then plowed salt into the land. And here we are, 2,600 plus years later in this same celestial alignment. So I got people to pay attention to eclipses. Those happen all the time. All the time. Always X's all over the place. Okay? But bye-bye. My readings and believing inspired by God. But either way, brothers and sisters, again, eclipses happen on a regular basis. I've explained to you how an eclipse works. Eclipse, equal day, equal night. They have to be equal. There's all this. This happens on a cycle. Some of this stuff that I told you, it's out of its cycle. So I brought you the attention of the sun moving this way in shadows. Then I didn't say, oh my God, this is the end of the world, right? I said, this is a joke. This is a fallacy. They're signaling. They're virtue signaling. They're gaslighting you. This is a big nothing burger. But they're getting ready. See what I see? They're saying one thing, but they do something else. That's called Giannis, the January god, the one that Trump represents. The mirror, 66, 88. Say one thing, do something else. Right? Giannis, the two-faced Joker in the deck of cards, the one that is wild. Joker's wild. Trumps the other cards, correct? 2 Trumps in the deck, 2 Jokers, wild. Trump Tower, 66. So, nothing happened. It was a big nothing burger. And I think that was an event that was inspiring for a lot of people. I think it was awesome that people were looking up and paying attention to celestial markers, but it just didn't turn out what people wanted. And it brought a lot of fear. And a lot of people felt like this was the end of the world and this was going to bring in all these things. And I told you, I believe, again, it was a foreshadowing of what is to come. that nothing was going to happen that day. Remember, we said it over and over and over and over and over and over again. So, yeah, okay, cool. I struggle with serious mental illness, and my struggle can contemplating God for weeks because of the eclipse. Cool. Coming down from a manic episode the last few days. See how they do this to people? Maybe this person right here, Sarah, thank you for your testimony. Okay, thank you for your honesty and your testimony. They bit a lot of people up with this, just like they did during the vid, guys. Remember the whole crown virus, the whole thing? Remember all that? They had everybody in a state of fear, and they pulled a lot of people into this with the news again. Everything was eclipse. Everything eclipse, 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 eclipse. Equal day, equal night, equal equinox, equinox. 923 said these were all rituals that they were pulling, and they drew a lot of people into this, and they made a lot of people fear like something big was going to happen. And so it sucks for people like Sarah. I apologize, Sarah. I didn't mean to appreciate your testimony. Well, whatever, it is what it is, Sarah. They do this to us, and they make people feel like they have to be kind of part of the community. You don't want to step away from the community, then you're an outcast. So you got to participate a little bit. When everything you flip on the TV, it's fear, 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 fear. Of course, you're going to have a little bit of a, hey, now wait a minute, I see others alarm, and then you get emails, and it's on everywhere you go. It's kind of feeling very reminiscent of COVID. That's why I told people, you guys, this is feeling just like COVID. It's feeling just like Y2K. And I was trying to do that for people like you, Sarah, so they would calm down. You know what I'm saying? With the nonsense, and to stop promoting all this fear. National emergency, state of emergency, that makes people think that there is something, that is nefarious that is going to happen. And instead, a lot of people didn't enjoy that day. They, eclipse was a sign from satanic elites on 16:7. And let the demon lord of the world, probably born as a twin to another baby that is reincarnation of the archangel. Oh, that's pretty high fructose. That's a crazy name. I like it and hate it all at the same time, but it really instilled a lot of fear, and they were able to capture all that fear, brothers and sisters, from people. And don't think, because like Sarah, with her testimony, thank you for your testimony, is still coming down, you know what I'm saying, from this event. And so it did. Thank you for your testimony again, Sarah, because I knew there were people just like you that, not that you're easy to manipulate. I'm not saying that, sir, but you see what's going on, and you're trying to be alert. You're not putting your head in the sand and going, all right, I'm not looking at nothing. We're all going to die. This is it. I give up. You at least are trying to keep your faculties, to keep your mental faculties by looking around and seeing what's going on. You know what I'm saying? So bless you for not falling asleep at the wheel. You're doing what he says by being wise and looking up and paying attention, and not just putting your head in the sand in a dark place. So thank you for your testimony, because it does reiterate what I was saying, that I do believe this is what they were really trying to accomplish here. A cry wolf scenario, so that they would get enough people to buy into this, that it didn't happen, that the next time there's another big event, people will not move out of the way. Problem, reaction, solution. The solution is they want you to shelter in place. They made it very clear, stand on the X 2.0. Fear, fear, fear. This is it. We're all going to die. Rapture, Indiana, Nineveh, destruction, fear, fear, fear. And I told you, I warned you of a foreshadowing of what is to come, and not to worry about this day, that this was not the day, that the destruction that was coming was not here yet. It's not, I said, it's in his word. There will be famine and pestilence. There'll be wars and rumors of wars. There'll be earthquakes in diverse places. Remember, it tells us this is the beginning of sorrows. These are the birthing pains. This is not the end. This is not the end. I was trying to bring people to the word of God, not me doing it, him doing it, saying, look, this is what his word says. You know what I'm saying? And then he tells us that this is the beginning of sorrows, the labor pains. But Well, I use cannabis, but I just use oil, and I don't really. So it's God's medicine. So, but anyways, um, I'm a medicinal cannabis grower. I grow trichomes. Okay. So, anyways, but either way, this is a very strategic event where I believe they landed a lot of equipment on a certain marker point, and they'll be ready to use that at a later time and date. That's how these people work. So sorry it wasn't for that date, and a lot of people got disappointed, and a lot of people got drawn into it. And unfortunately, they're going to be able to harvest that energy for quite some time, in my opinion. That fear level was at an all-time high. It was like COVID level high. It is even felt Y2K-ish, very Y2K. That's what I was saying during the live stream that it was going on. I'm like, guys, there's way too much information being put on this. Too much. It's overdone. It's overdone. They're overdoing this. I can tell when they overdo it. So not one live stream can I find of this devil comet, all this talking about this devil comet, you know. So some of these things, again, remember I talked about the Heliofont logo. I didn't get that right, but I showed you what they were signaling, right? I showed you what it is that they were trying to show. So they still virtue signal. They still gaslighted the you know what out of everybody that they could. And whether people understood what happened on April 8th or not, they stood on the X again. So they participated in an occult ritual. And if you know what X is, then you know what that marks. So either way, we're going to make it through this. And just as I told you, and I am now talking again and said right after X is the Cobra, X is the box, X is Saturn, X is the crossing, right? The Ouroboros, the twist in eternal time, that crossing, that is special time that we're at right now. Right now, we're in that time right now already. The passing of an age from one age to another age, we've already left that. Unfortunately, the world is sleeping on this, and they don't understand what a beautiful time it is to be in this tree of knowledge, to come to this understanding through these celestial markers, biblical and agricultural markers that have been left for those who are wise, that he has given an ear to hear and has removed the scales from their eyes, because most people do not see what's happening, and most people see something else, and they don't hear. It falls on deaf ears. They hear something different. I see that a lot, because I was pushing on the last 3 or 5 long streams that this was not it. This was the end of the world, right? No, this was not the end of the world. This was far from it. And then I had people come in on the stream yesterday and go, you were the guy that's saying the world was coming to an end. No, I was saying the opposite. You were the guy that's saying we were going to get flooded on April 8th. No, that's not what I said. See, people have selective hearing. They come in, they hear something, and I can't make them. I don't know what your mouth likes. That's none of my business. What you put in your body is your own business. It's not what goes in a man or a woman that defiles him. It's what comes out of it. So I'm more concerned about you spewing a bunch of vomit tsunamis of lies and unclean truths and, than anything else. But I'm not going to, try to get in the way of that either. I'm going to get out of the way of that. Right. So, but this is not what people, X is 24. X is the Omega, the Alpha, the Ox, the O, the X, the leader, the Aleph. He said, I am the Aleph. I am the Alethi. I am the Alpha. I am the truth. I am the Hados. I am the way. I am the Rizzo. I am the light. So this X has its very many meanings, but this X that they marked is an X for judgment. If you have an X on your back, you are to be executed. Judgments will be executed on you, correct? Sometimes X Yeah, isn't that funny that Twitter to X, right? So very, very multifaceted, Sarah, and it's the devil is very wise. Remember, he tells us you must be wise as a serpent, correct? He is the most subtle of all the beasts in the field, the serpent. So we must be wise as a serpent, like wise men and wise women, and gentle. Let vengeance be mine, saith the Lord, and meek will inherit the earth. Those that were meek, not weak. There's a big difference between being meek and weak, isn't there? So, wise, meek, gentle, caring, loving, patient, condemned, crucified spiritually, circumcised spiritually. Cut it off, ladies. Circumcise your flesh. Cut it off. How can that happen? I don't have male genitals. Spiritual circumcision, ladies. Cut off the flesh. That outer woman that just doesn't want to stop sinning. You're just no different than man or woman. We're the same. We come from source. Our body wants to just sin. Circumcise it. Cut it off. Okay? Spiritual circumcision, right? I agree. I think I agree with where it comes from. It's odd that no matter what idea or opinion I hear, I take to heart, but I never fully settle on anything. Yeah, Sarah, that's good. You need more of the word, if you ask me. No, I got you. You question things, Sarah. There's nothing wrong with that. It's called discernment. It's good. Some people don't question anything. And as you said, you fall for anything, and the same thing, you question everything. So you're all right. At least, like I said, it doesn't sound like you have your head in the sand to me. Sounds like you're using what is called spiritual discernment, and we're supposed to discern all things, right? So you sounds like you're doing what you're supposed to be doing there, sister. Keep doing it, you know. Don't question, don't overanalyze things. I've always been like that my whole life. Tracy, you don't need the answer for everything. You do not need to figure everything out. You don't need the answer for everything, Tracy. Not everything has a mathematical equation. You don't need to try to save the world, Tracy. You need to worry more about yourself instead of worrying about everybody else. You have more problems on your own plate than you do trying to worry. You bring your own problems upon yourself, Tracy. You realize what you're doing, worrying about everybody else? Sound familiar, Sarah? Sound familiar? Some of us are just two peas in a pod, or like we're all in the Hados, brothers and sister and mother. It's just God who acts in us like this. So trust me, you're not the only one. You're not alone, sister. There's many of you, not many, but oligas, you're not alone. You're not alone. There's many others that do question everything, and you're never satisfied with the work you do, and you could have done it better, and you're always just never satisfied, are you? So same. We're the black sheep. That's why we're like this. Be in the world, but be not of it. It's a constant tug of war. That sounds. That's not the same. That's right. You're fine. You got it. That's called spiritual discernment. That's why there's no church. That's why I don't have one church to send you to. Not one church could I send you to. I only know my brothers and sisters in Christ that they sharpen each other with iron, with that word of God. They won't condemn you, but they'll judge you righteously here in this chat. And then we have this mirror teaching of Brother Jim's ministry of predestination, and we mirror it here. And it's just a good place to come out and to hang out with other brothers and sisters that don't want to be coddled by watery, milky doctrine. You know what I'm saying? And we know we don't need a house. We don't need a house. Yes, sir. I do appreciate that again, DSW. Just probably $20 away from being able to pay the other land payment now. So I'm telling you what, I got to do some work here, but man, I'm going to spend a lot of my work here doing the work for God. Honestly, you've seen that's what I do. I've kind of given up on this whole, I mean, when the weather breaks here, that's it. I'm done. I'm going back to block work, concrete. But I got to wait for weather to do the concrete. Got to get the concrete done. There's two concordances. There's either the Strong's Concordance, Saya, or the Young's Concordance. Yeah, and if I get rich too, I'll help you out too, because I don't even know what's going to happen. I have some investments too, DSW. You know what I'm saying? We talked about it. I got one. I got one mining company, but I got a lot of land I can offer people. You know what I'm trying to do here? I'm trying to offer this land to the church, and I'm trying to offer this to build a ministry, to build a library, to build a tabernacle, and to maybe someday build 5, 6, 8, 10 buildings, and to just see it all functioning. Yeah, me too. Me too. That's why I'm trying to give everything I have to it. You know what I'm saying? That's why I'm trying to give everything I have to this ministry. All of it. Remember, everything I have here, I'm giving it all to the church. Remember, I didn't want any of this. All the buildings, all of it goes, all of it, I'll find another place to stay, or I'll have some kind of thing where, okay, I can stay here on this one cabin or something on the property. I'll make a little clause or something. Well, Hunter, I talk about this a lot of people, and I brought this up. What do I think about the Euphrates River drying up? Will you talk to me about why and how it dried up the first time? If we could back you with a few $100K, it could easily happen. Yeah, I know that I'll be able to do this. So I don't need that kind of money though, DSW. I don't out here. I don't need, it doesn't need. What's so beautiful about this, what's out here is it's affordable, and I have so much already here because I put so much time and effort into it. And if I'm willing to just give what it is that I have, all my effort and time, it's going to add to this ministry. But yeah, I could do everything what you just said. I bet you if I could come up with something like that, I could provide between 3 and 6 separate people, other than people working within the cabins that are already here, living quarters, fully functional living quarters. With that type money, they could be fully functional living quarters. And then it's the other thing I was thinking about that was so cool. DSWs, imagine if I had these cabins out here for the ministry. They can generate money for the ministry. These cabins will be part of that ministry. You know what I'm saying? I mean, if I wanted to, I could say, okay, well, maybe I can take a certain percentage, or at first I could take for the first year so I can get on my feet, like I said, the money come from, or I could just give it all to the ministry, because I don't even need any of it. Remember, there's options, but one point in time, I could either all from the beginning or just give it all where this cabins could be rented out. And then there's income coming in for the ministry off these moonshine cabins that I built out here. They could double as a temporary residence, or they could actually be rented out as a residence. So for that kind of money, I could probably have 3 to 6 people, buildings to live out here with no cost of living, none. Their cost again would be to provide checking the duct, pins to make sure the ducts, water's clean enough, and that the chicken, bedding is free of poop, and, and the solar panels are wiped off, nice and clean. That's your duty for the day. All right. And you get to live here for that. That's what you have to pay to live here. Yeah. I don't think it will cost, if anything, it shouldn't cost anybody anything to live here eventually at all. So that is, have a dream. That's my Martin Luther King moment, for what I think that God is using me for. So I hope that Brother Jim can do it. And what Brother Jim couldn't even build one building. He couldn't even buy anything remotely close. I can do the whole thing out here. That's an amazing thing. So, and I think it's going to happen. I really do. I think God will provide either way to do this. Would it be cut off from the rest of society? Well, not necessarily, Sarah. I'm sure we would still have an open church. here. You know what I'm saying? There would still be an open place to study. I don't call it a church, but I call it a study. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? It would be if somebody wants to come hang out in the ministry and be a witness or something and get up in the pulpit and talk. See, I'm not going to try to make it like a, I mean, obviously I would love to come be a part of it, teach on a couple days a week. You could have all, but no, there's no, you could go wherever you want. Actually, that's the whole thing, is to have time, to give people time. To heck with money. You don't need money. You need your time back, guys. That's the most valuable thing you can ever get back in your entire life. Just to enjoy time. Get your time back. Heck with money. You need money, but you need time. You know what I'm saying? You need time. You know, so people should be able to come out here and just study and hang out, and maybe they become a part of it. I don't know. That's something it will all provide itself. I will obviously be a big part of that, but I'm not pressing anything like that anymore. God is going to make sure that whatever needs to happen here will happen. And kind of like divine, you know, God will take care, or nothing will happen out here. And I'll just continue to do what I'm doing. And one day I'll bury these books and I'll die happy, knowing that those books are deep, 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 deep in the earth, and his word has been preserved. So I don't, but man, there was a ton of deer right up the road up here from the other day. Beautiful. Yeah, there's some stuff on my channel. The Good Life. You can see the cabins that I've built out here. Yeah, that was excellent. I had a great time last night. What an enjoyable, what an excellent live. I always enjoy coming in here, guys. I really have a good time, and enjoy hanging out with you guys and brothers and sisters and talking about things that sometimes the hard things we talk about, the hard things. I'm in Silver Lake, Oregon. I'm at the base of the, oh, cool, another Pacific Northwest. Outstanding. Yeah, we want to give away all the garden vegetables that we can't grow out here, raise rabbits so we can give away organic, you know, food, I don't eat pork, but if you eat pork, that's fine. We're not under that covenant. Raise good, clean pork, raised on good, clean meat. Chickens, have extra eggs to give the community. There should be abundance at this property. There's 40 acres out here. I've already purchased 20. I've been paying on this one. I've already got $25,000 payments in on this property here, and I will get it paid off. And I want to give it all to the ministry and turn all this over. I don't even need to get any of that other land over there, brothers and sisters, that I'm telling you about. That would just be a bonus. Cool. I was just over there on the other side of the mountain, just north of Lane County there, up in Lynn County. My son was up there hanging out with his girlfriend, and so I was up there, went over there for a couple days. So how we doing there, Jimmy? Jimi Hendrix, man, what a cool, man, that man had some amazing music. Yeah, sounds like you're, I don't know if you're north or south, but love the I-5 corridor. Love it over there, but just not during this water event. Too many people over there for me. I've always loved the high desert. I mean, I've been all over the state of Oregon. I've been to every state in the United States. I've lived in Alaska and, you know, lower 48. I've lived over on the island, main island, you know, mainland, you know. I've seen this country, and but man, I really enjoy Oregon because we've got all these different climates in one place. But I'm in a very unique place. Nice, nice. Yeah, there are some other towns over there on the other side of the 5. It's just too close to the I-5 corridor, and you're way too close to the ocean for me. Tammy, thanks for coming in. But anyway, go where your 10 toes are at. I'm not trying to cause anybody to have any alarm, but I'm just not too close to the city, and got a place in Soldotna. Nice, nice. Yeah, I've lived in multiple. I've went to all the military bases and trained in all the military bases, done all my Arctic training out there on the Bolio Range at Fort Greely out there, and Arctic and survival and mountaineering, all that. Station up there at Wainwright and went down Richardson and been up to Dead Horse. Got my permanent fund there. So, hey, thank you so much. Much love. Thank you for the donation to the channel, guys. I sure appreciate that. I haven't been able to recover any of these donations yet because I haven't got the AdSense up, guys. But man, that is going to help me come next month. So you guys are going to make next month so much easier for me, guys. This is going to provide the time. You guys are literally helping me to put time back. As I said, time is really valuable. So when the weather breaks out here and we're not getting cold enough where I feel like we get 50 degrees overnight, I'm going to do the concrete, and you guys are going to help me so that I have no worry about that month, because I can't make it this month. As a matter of fact, I just sold that generator. I didn't want to sell it, but life's not Burger King, guys, you know, and I'm getting way too close to the 14th. We're literally like just days away from that day, and I don't want to be thinking about money. And so I appreciate you guys helping me out, and all blessings to you. I know this is a hard time for all of us. We've all really been squeezed with the cost of inflation. You know, everything has gone through the roof, man, everywhere, all these countries. It's very few places in the world right now is anything not very expensive. It's getting hard to live for all of us. So anybody who makes a donation to this channel is such a blessing to me, because I don't have a source of income, because I've chose to separate and spend all my time to get all this land together. And then I'm a horse trader. And after that water overlay video, guys, man, did the electronics attack come. But as of just a couple of days ago, it is let up. And I'm actually starting to get some hits on some stuff. You know what I'm saying? I'm actually starting to get some hits on some stuff on the internet. So I'm sure I'll be able to get back to work. I'm going to try to stream every day I can, Sarah. Really, I'll try to stream regularly. You know, it's not any weight off my shoulder to come in here and spend some time. Even if I got to stick you in the background and you watch me build out here, as I've done. If you go look back at my channel, I wasn't always doing live. I was working during the winter months through working on that rusty dragon cabin out there so I can get a stream of income so I don't have to talk about income anymore. We all got bills, guys. So blessings for anybody who's made a donation. There's a PayPal information, not a link. I apologize, but my son did put the best way to actually put money in my pocket the quickest at this point is through my CashApp link, but it doesn't matter because that YouTube money through the AdSense program all work, guys. I just went and visited my son for a couple of days, and he couldn't figure it out on his end, which obviously we got something going on there. But yeah, I already got some going there, Evan. But anyways, definitely a blessing, because I'll be able to, when the weather breaks out here, I'll be able to do nothing but work on that concrete to get that storm shelter, to get the archive done. And it's very important to me. That is the most predominant thing in my life right now that I know I need to complete this spring before the fall. It's got to be done. It has got to be done. I cannot slouch not one day. I'll be putting in 10, 12, 14. I don't care. I'm going to work my fingers to the bone as soon as this weather breaks. So blessings, you guys. You really help me a lot when you do that, because I'm sure it comes out on the 21st of this month. So I won't be able to make it this month either way, because my payments are all due by the 14th for the land payments. I have an insurance payment and a phone bill, just like all you guys, but I don't have an electric bill. I already took my electric bill and got rid of that. Okay. I have a turbine. I have wind power. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do out here, sir. Just kind of let God guide me and do this. So I trust that God is doing this for a reason. And there's a reason why I've been able to get access to this money. And like I said, that generator today, I didn't want to sell it today, guys, but that guy really needed that generator today. That guy really needed that generator today. I have a job every day, Evan. I work every single day. So I probably do more than you do in a month, in some days, one day. So my real job is taking care of a 40-acre homestead, a full farm. I had a full livestock, sheep, chickens, rabbits, goats, pigs. You know, I've had cows. I've done a full homestead out here. So that's a full-time job that not even one person should even have to do by themselves. So how about that for a real job? And I built 3 cabins in the meantime, in the process of building 5. And I've dug a 50-foot storm shelter that would cost you between $125,000 and $150,000, maybe $200,000 to build, constructed by myself, dug by hand without a tractor. How about that for a real job? I spend 10, 12, 13 hours a day live streaming, giving my time to others. How about that for a real job? My time talking about preparedness and everything I can to give to others. How about that for a real job? I buy, I fix, I trade, I sell. I buy things and I've improved. I never probably ever bought anything and it wasn't nicer than when I got it and sold and turned a profit. That's how I make my living and have for over 20 plus years, having worked as a bartender, still keep a valid CDL in my pocket, commercial driver's license, valid with the medical examiner's card. Yes, a commercial driver, which I've had many more of those. Ran the bar for the local guy as the manager, hired, fired, started his bar from the ground up to get it off the ground. Did all his work. That's the W-2 job on paper. As I was still doing a home, doing everything I do out here. So I'm a man of many, many hats. I do 3 jobs to your 1 job every single day. I don't have an income, so I have to work every day. And then every day that I don't work, it costs me, I have to go back and work twice as hard. So I try to get all the work done that I need to do as far as my bills wise taken care of. And then I can build towards this asset of try to build a dream. I've been trying for 10 years to get people to come out to this property that I have and build a homestead. That's a full-time job in itself, honestly, trying to get a bunch of lazy Americans that don't want to do anything to do something. There are some who that do it, but not very many. And so I don't mean to go there, but I get up every day, not by a clock, because I have an internal clock that makes me get up. I'm my boss and I predict my hours. So I'm taking a little bit more time today. So I'm working full time tomorrow. I have to put a full day's work in tomorrow because I was supposed to go back to part-time. And that's how I make a job for myself is I work 8 hours a day. I get up and I do 8 hours worth of work at this property. It don't matter what I do, as long as I'm working on something or another. I have 50 things going out here, to be honest with you. I have way more than any one man should ever even try to accomplish. But a full-time job, a real job, I do that every single day. And I think I've given more of my time to this platform because I'm trying to put my job is being a soldier and working for my Father in heaven. And my job is to help people to find through me as his vessel to where the word is at through. Obviously, if you follow me, you know what it is that I do. So cool. But yeah, I sent no money to Ukraine. In 2023, I sent no money to Ukraine. In 2022, I sent no money to Ukraine. Nope. Didn't send any money to Gaza. Didn't send any money to Israel. So you can have your real job because you really got blood on your hands. If you have a real job, you are a killer. Whether you realize what you've done or not, you paid for it. That doesn't make you not innocent. It hurts. The truth stings, I know, but you pay taxes. You funded this MAGA death and mega death that we've seen. So to hell with a regular job. Check out of this system. Stop feeding this beast system and stop with your real job nonsense. Go back to working for yourself and find other ways to stream income other than paying a beast system. Oh, a crying baby. How cool is that, man? I miss kids. I'd love to have a little one, but Take care of your little one. How cool are they? Such a blessing to have a little one around. I don't think I'm ever going to get to experience a little one again. That's okay. You're getting old, Tracy. You're too old to be taking care of kids. Now, Biden isn't sending any money to Ukraine. The central banks are. So Biden isn't doing anything. Biden's a puppet. Trump's doing it. Trump controls Biden. Don't you remember they're island boys? They're two peas to the same pod. Trump's covering for Biden. Remember? He never once, will you ever be able to send me one single video of him calling him creepy Joe Biden? Because he's creepy Donald Trump, covering for not sleepy. He's not sleepy. He knocked it out of the park with his State of the Union address. And whatever that one with the bridge talk, that wasn't that bad. The guy's still a pedophile and filthy, disgusting. And it's funny that it's almost election, but these thumpsters were so QAnon and drank the Kool-Aid, drain the swamp. You are the swamp. He added to the swamp and added to the national debt even faster than Mr. Obama did it. So he is the enemy. He never put Hillary in jail. As a matter of fact, she sat 3 bodies away from him. How many hundreds of thousands of dollars did he make on Hillary for prison alone that went into his bank account? The guy's a criminal. If I had my ways, I'd lock him up, the creep. And he's a pedo too. I don't care what you say. He's an island boy. He's an EpiPen island boy. Yeah, the kid eaters. Throw the Yule log on the fire. I know they're gay, Mr. Warp Speed. So I'm not falling for a man that says that he's going to lock her up and then she sits 3 bodies away from him as an inaugural dinner. And he praises the Clintons the next day. And now he's selling you Bibles when he decorates his house with Satan. Who would believe that he hasn't done the hokey pokey with Mr. Biden? Nothing wrong with perfectly intact, mentally perfectly functioning Joe Biden. Well, not so much. I don't know what's so twisted in his mind to think you could put your hands and your nose on people, but the faculties, nothing there. So the biggest enemy I have in this whole wide world now is thump, thump, thump. Oh, wait a minute, Evan, what happened there? How is this anger? Now, you've been hanging out in here for a minute, and it went from biliary to anger. You would know, are you a thumper? Are you supporting this guy, Magadeath, the guy who decorates his house with Satan? Apollyon, the bringer of the disease and the cure of the disease and warp speed? Are you one of those? You laughed at biliary, but then you seemed to get offended. Are you a thumper? Are you one of these people who've been rocked and lulled to sleep in the twinkling of an eye? At the last thump, that was it. Never once did you ever say creepy Joe Biden ever again, did you, Evan? Joe Biden is Donald Trump, if you hadn't figured it out. 2 wings to the same dragon, 2 cheeks to the same hole. Anger? What in the hell are you talking about, Evan? Are you out of your mind? Did you lose your mind? Oh, okay. Well, what do you mean? Where did anger come from? Oh, now this is ego because I'm pointing out Mr. Thump. So you're going to say it's an ego because I'm pointing out what Mr. Thump. I just spoke to you, historical record, LGND. Are you a thumper too? Are you a thumper too? Did you get lulled to sleep too? The problem if you support Trump, do you realize you're the biggest enemy I've ever seen in my entire life? You people who support Donald Trump, you never once said creepy Joe Biden. All you went after was the mental capacity of Joe. Hey, Evan, pound sand, get out of here. You got thin skin. I thought you Canadians were something. Apparently you were thin skin. Okay. I'm speaking facts. This is historical record. If you don't like it, send me a link that it says creepy Joe Biden. It's not. You cannot find any video of him saying that he's creepy because he never said that. He covered and has been covering for Joe Biden since the campaign, since he campaigned with him. They're 2 peas to the same pod. If you ain't figured that out right now, you are my enemy. You are my adversary. You are my Satan. So I will not sit there and let people be lulled to sleep by Mr. Thump, because he's coming back. And you thought this world is bad over Mr. Biden? You wait till Mr. Thump gets back in. Mr. I'm going to take your Second Amendment right away. Mr. Red Flag. Remember, Agent Orange is the one who supports the Second Amendment laws to take that from you. Prosecute you first. I've already shown it on this channel. Don't be a joker, a two-faced joker. The most sleepy people on the planet right now are Donald Trump supporters. They've got to be the most ignorant people I've ever met in my entire life. To be lulled to sleep like that and never talk about the guy can't keep his hands and face to himself. Instead, it's sleepy this and sleepy that and FJB, and you have drinking the Kool-Aid, and you have slammed that hopium, and you have just been lulled to sleep like that. And there's many of them. They were selling out. He was selling out football stadiums, arenas, leaving people in the cold. Lock him up. Lock up Donald Trump. Lock him up. Lock him up. Lock up Donald Trump. He's a criminal. How much money has he laundered for his scams of Hillary for prison? Bobbleheads, right? Bobbleheads. Oh, I bought too many gold bars. Tennis shoes. Now he's selling you Bibles, and the guy's got his house decorated with Satan. Can you be any more blasphemous than Donald Trump? That dude's got to have balls like the size of like stoning balls at the time, stones of Christ, to go to the wall that he said he was going to build, that he never built. Instead, we're going to get the greatest wall. Instead, he got the greatest jab. He said he was going to lock up Hillary Clinton. Instead, he supported her and praised her the next day, had her at his inaugural dinner. Said he was going to audit the Fed. Instead, he blew Powell. Well, the bubble that he said that was going to pop for 3.5 years, lowered interest rates back down to zero. For 14 years, we had interest like back during Obama. Spent more money than Obama. Ruined this nation way more than Obama did, faster, by spending more money. Well, Obama spent 10 and 8, but he spent 8.8 and 4, so he spent more money. He's a tyrant and a criminal. And he needs exposed. You cannot sell yourself as a Christian and then decorate your house with Satan. That's the most creepy thing I think I've ever seen in my entire life. At least Joe Biden calls himself a Catholic, which is still a pagan. But, you know, Nimrod had a 58-story tower. Nimrod, Satan's tower was 58-story Babylonian Babylonian 58 stories, 58 stories. Are you serious? Donald Trump lives on a 58-story Babylonian, Trump Tower, right? And he lives in the 66th penthouse floor of a 58-story building. You think that just happened by chance? How many feet is it? No, this is not by chance. The dude follows and is signaling the coming of 88. 88, dial 8088. 88 campaign offices, 88. That's his gematria number, 828. He's signaling the Two-Face, the Mirror, the Joker, Jackal, Joker, 2 jokers in a deck of cards. It's wild. Joker's wild. Get it? It thumps all the other cards, right? The guy's a joker. I'm not going to vote for this unless you take these, AB, R2D2, LGB3, X2D2, RCP3PO research over here in the desert where they throw people off the buildings for doing this. Then unless you take the pork out of it, turns down the next day and he votes on the bill without even... He says one thing and I'm going to give you build the greatest wall ever. Instead, you got the greatest jab. I never signed anything with a T in it. Yes, his name is Trump. Or is it Drumpf? So I'm tired of the guy getting a free pass. He should not get a free pass. He should be in prison, but yet he will be elected the 47th president of the United States of America. Nothing you can do about it. So all you thumpsters, I dare you to not vote for him, and you'll still get your thump. You'll still get to slam your hopium again and drink your Kool-Aid. You'll go back into your stupor again. You're already sleeping, and the light is not on in you. You're as asleep as it gets. You are worse than Joe Biden supporters, you thumpers. You are way worse than a Joe Biden supporter, because you're supporting a man that covers for Biden. Never once did Donald Trump, nobody can send me one link of Donald Trump saying that Joe Biden is creepy and calling him out for being a pedo, because they're in the same hokey pokey, turn yourself around, EpiPen Island. Yeah, they both been to the island. They both done the hokey pokey and turn themselves around. And that's what it's all about. Whether you like it or not, doesn't matter. It's the history of this nation. It's been going on since, time immemorial. I encourage you to go back and look at these ladies first and start doing some sizing them up. And you'll start to realize, and this has been going a lot longer than Mr. Barry, Mr., born in Kenya, right? Yeah, Mr. I love my soda pop Coca-Cola. But anyways, brothers and sisters, I can't change what the world thinks of this guy, and he will be elected as the 47th president of the United States of America. And he's going to come take your Second Amendment rights, and he's going to put you in a Hotel California. And you mark these words. You can check in, but you can never leave. 15-minute cities. Yes, that's right. So was Carter's. So was Junior's. So was, Barbara, Nancy. Yep. Remember I said this has been going on since before Carter. Look them up, size them up. Remember, just do what I said. Don't be biased. Don't listen to what the world says. Remember, they dig you up to the ground. Vicky, I don't care if you put on a flannel shirt and you cut your hair and you try to, or go around and you act a little like that. You know what I'm saying? And you wear the Levi's and you put on some, you know what I'm saying, Vicky? They're going to dig you up and say, hey, that's a chick. That's a woman right there. You know what I mean? Vicky, you can hide it. You can put you can carry around. You can put a bit in your mouth. You can walk around. You can have a little ring in your pocket, and you can act like one. But when they dig you up, Vicky, you're going to say, that's a woman right there. How are they going to do that, Vicky? It ain't going to be the skull, in your pocket. It ain't going to be the clothes that you wear, It's going to be that your head and your shoulders and your hips and your hands and your portion completely different than a man, right? So, some of them you guys got, like I said, it's not hard to tell once you start sizing them up. If you don't do the whole, this is what my eyes see, and you start going, okay, wait a minute here, hold on. Okay, Tracy said 8 head heights. Wait a minute. Now that can't be a man because that's 7, right? Okay. Oh, it goes the other way too, guys. Don't think it doesn't go the other way. There are some of these, right? It does, come on. It goes, look at Victoria's Secrets. Whoa. Victoria's Secrets, thank you. Exactly what I'm saying. You're like, hey, I'm telling you. That's exactly it. That's all I'm saying. And even Vicky, even if you didn't actually, your hips never opened up, right? You didn't have that ability to have what your hips are still going to be wider. Even if you never birthed a child, the way your hips are, you are going to still have that wider hip than your, your shoulders, right? It's going to, that I don't care if you even rear children, it's going to have a narrower frame. That shape of a woman, right? So, I know you say so. It's not even, so you're like, but Tracy, there's no doubt. And I had 4 of these ones. So they're just going to, yep, there's no doubt in that. What do we see there? So I got you. Bless you. Bless you, Vicky. I like I said, I think it's a blessing how the Father made, I have to question though, why do you really care about what other people do with their body? Well, because we're not supposed to take and sew Jill's button or Jill's pocket on Jack's. That's not the way there's one race, there's the human race, and that's what I believe in, that God created This my God-given right to believe in one race, the human race, man and woman. Anything else is an apostasy and a defiling of God's creation. If he did it, because there is some, within. I understand. I've been around this. This ain't my first rodeo. But if you start trying to change, I don't. Whatever. I'll let God judge you. I'm not just telling you what the Word of God says. So if he says it's an abomination for a man to put on woman's clothing, I think it's an abomination for a man to sew a woman's body part on. I think that'd be way worse than putting on clothing, right? And if you want to take and cut this, Peter and put it on, on Sarah, that's an abomination, and you cannot be more abomination to say, oh, God, well, yeah, you did this, and I'm just going to whack it and change it. That is absolutely the most abomination thing that I think you can do. You're going to say that, oh, well, God, I don't care what you made me. I'm going to do self. So, what I think about trans, well, Satan, the horn god with breast. That's a man. Gee, why do they push this gender bender on you, don't they? Because Satan was a tranny. Look it up. Transgender God. Transgender God. Correct? Yeah. Gee, why do they want you to go 2 so they can get you to go 3? Yeah, be just like, huh? So never forget, you promise of the rainbow, God's promise that he'll never flood this earth. That's pretty bold to put that flag in. That's pretty bold. Yeah, I know. Satan's pretty chill. He says the first motto of the church, of the Satan church, is "Do as thou will." We got you there, Kyrie. We totally understand your Satanist ways. We got you. We got you. Do as thou will. That's the motto of the Satanist church. So there you go. Not going to try to turn a goat into a sheep. So isn't that just filthy? That's right. Satan is a trans god. Does that make a little bit more sense about these ladies and gentlemen? Hopefully no children in here. This is marked no children. Oh, nope. Adult only stream. Does that make sense about these first ladies now? What you're seeing? Maybe Joan Rivers knew something, huh? Maybe Miss Rivers. Don't just sit upon the shoreline, right? Remember what Garth Brooks said. Say you're satisfied. Choose to chance the rapids. And dare to dance, right? So, I don't know. So that's what it says. So if you want to, if you want to try that, I do not think you're going to fend very well when God says, I made you a man and now you're a what? That sounds like self to me. Self. So anyways, well, I'm just telling you why it's that way. Most people mix that. They miss the fact that Satan is a transgender god. No wonder they're trying to push you off that, hello, first ladies much. So I hope that makes sense to you guys, what you're seeing. So when you look at Mr. Thump, remember him too. Because remember Ivan, same thing. So Ivan will be back. And the daughter male, Ina and Ka. Well, is it Linda or Lena? Ooh, you're opening up another gate there, dude. Same thing. Same phallics. So, anyways, isn't that a crazy world we live in? Where the pretendant can be pretending to be straight as an arrow, warp speed, toxon, bow, and arrow. I know, isn't it crazy? Yeah, well, it's not for us to, we can't change it, guys, but we can definitely not go sit around, not say that it's not happening. You know what I'm saying? That's a pretty hard thing to stand by and, see the Ellen show, in the white pant, floppy. Hey, Taco Tuesday, hard beans next, nice, like it. So, anyways, I don't want it to be this way, guys. I really don't want it to be this way. You think how hard it is to look at this stuff and go, what do you mean that Trump is too? Oh, that's pretty heavy. So, but anyways, brothers and sisters, are you serious? We're just going to stand by and let this happen again, aren't we? 47 is going to come back. You're going to let a man do look like a lady. Yeah, maybe yeah, maybe that song was a little ahead of its time. So so anyways, wow, what an amazing time where the first well, some of us aren't, Orwellian, you know that. We're speaking up, and we're going to go down as history as the ones that did. There won't be many. Many are called, but few are chosen, so not very many. The new changes are coming. You know that. New changes are coming. There'll be a changing of the guard, brothers and sisters. He will pull and remove the evil from this earth. Principalities, powers, spiritual wickedness, the rulers of the darkness of this world, they cannot hang. There's not that many of them. Like I said, there's only 8 families, and they want you to eat the bugs. So if worse comes to worse, we might have to ask for some forgiveness. We're just going to eat those 8 families. We won't eat them. We'll figure out something to do with them, though. We're definitely going to barbecue them. You sound like a pagan, Tracy. I'm sorry. I had a little Catholicism rub off on me. I'm still trying to get it out of my system. The Mass, the eating of human flesh. The Mass, the sacrament of the Mass. The Christus Mass, the eating of the flesh. Christo Mass, the eating of the flesh of Christ. No, he never said to eat his body. Christ wasn't a pagan. He didn't say that, he wasn't into cannibalism either. They broke bread and ate the sacrificial lamb, not crackers and grape juice, brothers and sisters. Silly pagans with your communion, communicating with ancestors and having sacrifices and eating flesh. That sounds like paganism, cannibalism, and sacrifice. And yeah, that's the Feast of Yule. You guys are lying to everybody. That is the Feast of the Saturn. That is the Saturnalia. Ooh, Ross, that's a good, interesting. Oh, I can let this dog in. He wants to come in here. I'm making tacos for dinner. Easy, poppies. Dad's gonna make tacos for dinner. Tacos for dinner. Tacos for dinner. No, these are for Dad. You guys already had your breakfast. You guys already had your breakfast. You guys will get dinner later. Dad's gonna eat some dinner rolls. I'll eat some dinner rolls here. Yeah, it'd be a family barbecue. It'd be a family affair. Bugs my silly pagans. Yeah, I got you there. Or maybe Elmore Fudd, huh? Oh, real silly bag. That'd be funny, wouldn't it? I'm not doing the voices very well. No, but anyways, I already had my burrito. I'm gonna make tacos for dinner. I'm eating some dinner rolls, so I like burritos every day. And tostadas and tacos. And I make really good enchiladas. I do both. Silly rabbit, tricks are for kids. Remember that? So I went into town. I sold meat for almost a dozen years of my life, all free range, traceable Angus, all gold medallion pork, and all wild caught seafood. So I have a pretty good eye for a good cut of meat. And I'll tell you what, my favorite cut is oh man, fired bread tacos coming up, man. I love you guys, man. I wish we had all of us out here on this property, and yeah, I was making my own beans, making some refried beans. But if we all were out here sitting around the campfire and we all got to make each other's tacos, and we had a taco buffet. Every Tuesday we had a taco buffet. We're like, all right, show me your taco, Kirby. No, hey, now I'm talking about carne asada and fried bread. There's some of these tacos there. So, anyways, wouldn't that be sweet to have a bunch of us out here? You get all your tacos ready, and then we have a big taco bar at the end of the night before the sun goes down at like dinner time. And then we eat a bunch of tacos and hang out and talk about the word. That would be insane in the membrane. So we don't support Palestine or Israel in here. Anus. And Muhammad was a pedophile. So let's point that out that you are. I'm just saying, let's not forget. So did you hear about the eclipse? I did an eclipse special for months on this channel, way before anybody else was talking about the eclipse. See that? There's the red dragon eclipse of 2017. Right there. Boom. Red dragon eclipse 2017. I erased the board. It's all gone. So you missed. I did a better decode, I believe, on the eclipse than any other channel on the internet. Thank you, Father. Thank you, Father. Wasn't me doing it. So I put a lot of hours into the eclipse. So I know, hey, let's always talk about tacos. Think about it, guys. You could go anywhere in the world, well, almost anywhere in the world. Check this out. You could say, let's talk about it. You could say, hey, can I have your attention, please? Right? You could come on the radio. You're in the middle of, are you not good in front of crowds? Could you get on a microphone in front of the stupid bowl or something, 50, 100,000, 200 or 300,000 people say, attention all units. No. Can I have your attention, please? Right? I need silence, and everybody goes silence, right? You could say one word. You could say one word, guys, and I'm telling you, the whole crowd, they start doing the wave. You come on there and get everybody quiet, and then you go on and you go. Tacos. Not too many people don't like tacos, guys. Tacos kind of a thing. You can interrupt the whole chat room. Hey, look, guys, if you're in a chat room one time, seriously, I've done this for decades now. I remember when the internet first came out, I was doing this. I remember when it was the what was that one you could have in your house? Remember that one you could do it with a keyboard? It wasn't even the internet yet. What was that one? You guys remember that one? Something web, or do you guys remember that one I was talking about? But even way back then when those chat rooms first came out. So, web TV. This old man's sharp. This old man is sharp. So, even back then on web TV, you can go on there in those chat rooms. And I encourage you, if you get in a chat room that's really getting kind of out of control, just say the word taco and you can change the whole chat room. I've done it many a times. 10, 20, 30, 100, 200, 300, 1,000 people. I've come into a chat room and said tacos. And it will change the whole conversation in the chat room sometimes. I'm telling you, sometimes, guys, tacos are very distracting. I don't know what it is about a taco that distracts. I don't think it's just a man thing either, because I know that, and I'm not going there, but ladies love tacos. I know that. My ex-girlfriend, all she talks about is like, oh my God, his carne asada tacos are so good, 35 cents a minute. Nice. Yeah, nice. So if you ever want to throw a chat room off, brothers, sisters, just put tacos. Not for a long time. I don't eat Taco Bell. That's pretty gross. But I'm serious. You can get people to start changing their conversation. You just go in a room and just start talking about tacos, man. And people, it just distracts the room. Might not distract everybody. This world's a lot different than it was 10, 15, 20 years ago. But yeah, no fish tacos here. But anyways, what see? Pablo loves tacos. So tacos is the conversation of the day. It's Taco Tuesday. And Burwellian said he wanted to talk more about tacos. So we're changing the conversation back to taco. Let's taco about it. So I went to town. I visited my son, and I got a big pack of chuck eye steaks. And I like a chuck eye. Yeah, that will rock the boat too. That's a good way to upset people. Don't say that. But I got a big pack of chuck eye, and I like the chuck eye better than the yeah, Daryl, we know where you're going to. Careful, let's keep the taco question. Let's keep the Taco Tuesday cleaner. But I picked up a big pack of those. It was like a big family pack or something, about $25 or something, but it was a lot of steak. And I've already eaten a big, huge steak yesterday when I got home. And I've made a big, huge burrito. I made guacamole and rice and salsa. And I made that's what I had for breakfast. It was a big burrito lunch, but like a carne asada. But I'm going to use that for the next few days. And I'm going to make tacos and burritos. I'm going to make tostada. I make black bean, refried, and steak quesadillas. Oh man, I got all these days coming up because I got about 2 or 3 days to eat up this steak. So I'm going to be in cloud heaven here, so to speak, these next few days on the steak. Because I had Yaya here, and we cooked vegetarian the whole time he was here. So I miss my red meat, and that's all right. Saya came out here, and he was a vegetarian. He didn't tell me until he got out here, but that's okay. I cooked around, and it was okay because I had some different meals, and I don't feel like I was lacking or anything. You know what I'm saying? I was here, but when he left, man, I'm like, I could give me some steak here because I miss eating tacos. I probably eat tacos more than anything else during the month. It's okay. I love tacos. So remember, I only eat tacos on days that end in Y. So I do. I love quesadillas. I make a mean quesadilla, but I like enchiladas better. So quesadillas are, all right. I mean, I make carne asada quesadillas. I don't like to put the guacamole in the quesadilla. Sometimes I've done that before. I like to put actual sliced avocados. Nice. There we go. There we go. So I grew up and was born eating off of taco trucks. And so I'm more of a taqueria style, type of, yeah. Burrito tacos, right? Right. But somebody was going to make those for me earlier. I like lengua tacos, but again, tacos are kind of a thing that I just never get tired of eating. I don't know why. I grew up eating off of taco trucks, and so I have a nice. I don't have any problem with like plate style Hispanic or Mexican food. And remember, people who are from El Salvador, Salvadorians, they don't cook like people in Mexico, and people in Ecuador don't cook like people in El Salvador. They have very distinct, even though they're all Hispanic, they have their own culture. So I love all Hispanic food. Okay, just so you know, it don't matter. They all have their own. But well, that's what I try to share my experiences, what I go with. So thanks for coming in, Howie. But again, I grew up eating no, I don't have a microwave. I threw my microwave away in 1990. So, oh yeah, that's been a long time ago when I threw my microwave ago. About the same time I threw my television out. I don't watch TV and I don't use a microwave. So maybe that's why I still have a 6-pack at 50 years old. And other than my gray and beard, I'm healthy. So, but anyways, I prefer more of a taqueria style. Tacos, tortas, because a microwave is radiation. You're radiating your food. It's toxic. You're using radiation, radio waves, microwaves, millimeter waves. That's heating up the food from the inside out. You know what I'm saying? El Paso. I've had El Pollo Loco. Nice, because you can control what's in it. Exactly. But I'm more of a taqueria style than a sit down. I have no problem with tacos, steak ranchero, or any of the other. There's so many amazing plate type style dinner plate Mexican food. But I'm more of a grab and go. Yeah, I do think they can. Skull. Absolutely, I think they can. Sure. Offer. Which town am I in, Howie? Which town are you talking about? So, but that's more of my style. I grew up eating off taco trucks, dog meat tacos. That's some good dog, man. No. How do you know it's dog? Because the dog went behind the truck, man, and never came out the other side. But anyways, I'm just kidding, guys. But I'm a torta. No, I'm not in Virginia. I'm a torta I like burritos, bean, cheese, lengua, cabeza, bria. I man, street tacos, right? You know, more of a taquero style. I'm more of that's when I cook food, that's how I cook food. I cook it more authentic taco style. I never seen ground beef at any Mexican restaurant I'd ever been. You know what I mean? So not where I grew up, they didn't have no ground beef. I never heard of ground beef before, but I guess that's a sit down plate style. You know what I'm saying? You think God cares about people with tattoos? Do I think God cares about people with tattoos? I don't know. I don't know what the most high thinks about tat. I know he says you're not supposed to mark or cut your body. I know he says that. But I know he says it's not that what goes in a man that defiles them, or a woman. It's what comes out of a man or a woman that defiles them. So I don't think God's going to care about my tattoos. But you're okay, dude. Northern California. Oh boy, I like Northern California. For the brain cancer, do you know how frequencies work? Like 90 megahertz to cause to make it work. Does 5G? 5G is 60 gigahertz. Chinese dogs. Yep, that's they do. Make it worse. What is making it worse? You strike me as Northern California mountain man. Well, I wasn't always born in the mountains. Albanese. Is that your last name? Albanese? I only know one Albanese. Ralph Albanese, California Ralph. Speaking of, is painting a temple. God will accept us no matter. I thought you wasn't to cut your body for the dead. Yeah, there you go, Vicky. You got it. Finally, somebody says it. Vicky, thank you. I live in NorCal for Butte County, native, but now I'm in San Francisco. Cool. I love it up there, up north. You know, up there and Shasta and God, all that's so pretty up there. But I wouldn't live in California if you paid me $1 million. That place is way too political, and the whole state is going to hell in a handbag. So I don't care how many In-N-Out burgers you try to tempt me with, and how much a Pollo Loco, or how many Wiener Schnitzels. And oh yeah, I've eaten Cupid's hot dogs. I've eaten things that you guys have never eaten. So cool. Yeah, I lived in Idaho too. But everybody in Idaho I know uses cannabis. They're just doing it in a closet. So silly potato heads. But I dig Idaho. I've lived in that state more than one time, and I really enjoy Idaho a lot. So it's kind of funny that it's illegal there. They'll throw you in jail for a seed, but most everybody you know uses cannabis there. So it's kind of funny. It reminds me of being in where like old times, you know, kind of like we used to hide, you know. I'm in Oregon. People don't care. They go sit on their front porch, you know, go to Eugene, and it's everywhere. It's overdone. If you ask me, that's what I don't like about, we've had that discussion before about, see, you notice I don't call it weed because I'm a medicinal old school OMMP grower. So, so you know what I'm talking about. I'm the guy that, a lot of these people hated because I've legislated for non-recreational, and the OMMP program was just perfect the way it was, and they came in and they ruined it. So, but I warned people, and now you can't get no sativas anymore, and these dispensaries are full of, you know. Yep. So you know what I'm talking about. I ain't got to convince you if you know what I'm talking about. Some of these people, they ruined it. They've ruined it, you know. There we go too, and they ruin it. So, No, I don't have a truck, Cheryl. I wish I did. I'm going to try to get, I have one, but it caught on fire. So I'm going to try to get back together soon. I have a Ford out there. I wish I had a good Ford mechanic could come fix it. I bet you in a day I'd have somebody who knew their Ford to get it out of here. From a small town colony, huh? Well, I'm from the oldest place. No, I'm not from here. But anyways, that's what happens when you let the federal government get involved with anything. They ruin it. So people couldn't understand because I was a medicinal cannabis grower with patients. I was legislating for non-recreational. They're like, what do you mean, man? I thought you. I said, yeah, I don't want to leave it the way it is. So, sometimes your opinion about Europe, or what's your view about Russia? I'm not American, but I'm curious about your opinion. Okay, let me answer this. Sometimes sick of life. What is your opinion about Europe? Boy, what a changing nation it is, right? Right now, the demographics of the European nation over the last 2 and 3 decades have gone completely from a Christian nation to a more predominant Muslim nation. And that's been done by the relocating and the displacing of the United States Army, bringing in and changing the demographics. I do not like how they're involved in what's going on with Russia right now. This is looking very reminiscent of past. Obviously, if you're in over there on the other side of the drink, you know what I'm talking about. Some of these wars before with Germany and Russia, you know what you folks over there don't forget. Here in America, people forget their history, but Russians do not forget their history. People in Europe, a lot of the Germans and a lot of the European nations do not forget their history, especially World War I, World War II, a lot of these things. And my opinion on Russia is the fact that Putin's in on it. He's one of them. He's prior KGB. I was all for Russia. I think it's a good nation. But as soon as Putin said you cannot church on the street, you can't do what we're doing right here, it has to happen. I don't support that nation. And they're an apostasy to the word of God. And I know that Putin has shown reservation. But he's still going outside his borders, but, you push the whole, bunch of blue helmets up on some of these borders, are going to feel pretty threatened. So I don't know. I really wish when he came on and did his speech about, we get along, he had left out the original history of Russia and what they did to Ukraine. So not very fond of what he's done, but he's absolutely brilliant, taking his, kicked off the Swiss system. Bye-bye, dollar. That's the stupidest thing we could have ever done as an American nation, make all these other nations that could fear that would happen to them. And, but he's shown to be very resilient. And after he's reelected, I do not think that we're going to see the reservation out of Russia that we've seen over the last couple of years. I expect you to see Russia to step up their game, because there's been a lot of ordinances that have been going off inside of Russia that nobody's talking about. Nobody is talking about, at least not over here in the Americas. I know you're hearing about it if you're outside of the U.S., but here in America, it's crickets here in America. Canadian Prepper from Canada, he covers probably the best coverage that I have seen on Russia and Ukraine. Both of the Vladimirs, either Zelensky or I've been following this whole deal since 2014. You know what I'm saying? That's right. Only one race, the human race. So, my favorite would probably be the AA-12, Cheryl. The AA-12, the automatic shotgun. Have you ever seen that thing? And that is absolutely, well, why would I choose a pedophile over somebody who is the Hamashiach, So, yeah, if you know what the AA-12 is. No, I don't support Ukraine. What in the hell would make you think that I support Ukraine? I don't support Ukraine. They're an apostasy, and they are going outside their borders, and they're using the United States of America to. We are funding them. Didn't you hear Ukraine? I'm going to fund Ukraine. Migrant. Joe Biden, knock it out of the park. at a State of the Union address, I'm going to spend your money and send it to Ukraine, 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 migrant, Ukraine, you migrant, Ukraine, migrant, Ukraine, migrant, 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 America, 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 America. History's watching. Joe Biden, God bless America. So he knocked it out of the park, but he did said that he's going to send all your money to Ukraine. So I don't support neither of these nations. They're both criminal, and they're both in a opposition to God's law. So under this New Testament, we are not to go out and seek vengeance, and both of them are seeking vengeance outside of their own borders. So I just don't like plastic ones, Cheryl. It's never been my thing. So normally my sidearm is a Springfield Arms 40 cal. If I'm going to open carry, I'm going to carry a 40. So, but you know, do you see what I'm saying? I don't like war. I'm a veteran. I know what war does. War does not decide who's right. War decides who's left. They sell bullets and they sell band-aids, and they make money on both sides of the war. They are the banksters, and they fund both sides. Mr. Charlie Chaplin mustache man of World War II. You know what I'm saying? He was Hitler's man. He was Time Magazine's Man of the Year. 2 years in a row. Funded and put into office by the United States. You know what I'm saying? We funded it, and we made money on both sides. So that's what I see happen most sides, and I don't like any wars because they all start with tariffs, embargoes, and sanctions, and robbing people. And then comes the ordinances, and then we go drop democracy on people at 500 ounces of silver at a time. So not into war. I think that if I was the president of the United States, I've already made my statement. If you elect me as the 47th president of the United States, I will bring home every single military entity known in the military arsenal, to include the United States Air Force, to patrol our skies to make sure that any chemtrailer lookout below is blown up in the sky where they sit right there. And we're going to have to watch out below, because anytime we're not going to see and allow any more candy striping or waffle fries in our skies. Not if I'm the president. Hell no. It ain't going to happen. Not on my watch. And we're not going to have to worry about aliens and all this nonsense, because we'll have equipment. And we'll bring home our United States Navy to patrol our shorelines. Russia's so close you can fart and smell it in Russia. So we better put a lot of what our stuff is. They've been hardening that Arctic. They've been getting ready. We haven't. So we need to make sure we protect. Magog will come from the north. So if that's going to happen, we need to take all our United States Navy and make sure we have covered those Aleutian Islands. And, you know, again, it's not that far. Russia is right there. So all our, you know, through the Gulf, around all the Pacific, and through the Atlantic are completely safe. Nope. Two different definitions, Robert Jackson, completely different definitions. So I'll bring home these Marines. They love war. They love the fight. They love being the tip of the spear, Semper Fi, hoorah. There's our borders. There's who we keep on our borders right there. No, aliens are not demons. Wrong. Two different definitions. Once again, wrong. You're twisting and forwarding it all, trying to pervert it. You watch too much television, too much Star Wars, too much Star Trek, too much Captain Picard. Not the definition. All of them have different definitions. So if the definition will prove that they're not the same. So I'll bring home all the United States Army. I am an Army veteran. We'll put us up on the tip of the line too, and we do just about everything is in the military and the Army. We're jack of all trades, actually. So we work with the Air Force, we work with the Marines, we work with the Navy, we work with we work with all of them. So that's 1,003 military bases that I will bring home and shut down. We will not have one military base outside of this country. That is my plan, to bring home all of the troops, all of the 1,030 military bases around the world, and bring them back, because we have nearly 50 million people who have come into this country, and even if a small fraction of them have some kind of nefarious plan, if you watch what this current administration, and I don't do politics, they have taken and they have put in all our National Guard up on the border, making all of our states weak. Making all of our states weak and susceptible to these possible tourism for the tourists that want to come and commit tourism in our states. So this wall problem that we have, did you see that I just solved your wall problem? Mr. Thump said he was going to build this greatest wall ever. Instead, he got the gravest jab. So I'll make sure that we don't need a wall. We'll put up an actual bodies on the wall. And we have a $1 trillion military budget. I wonder if it has anything to do with the 1,003 military bases. That's the largest military budget in the world. That's more than every other Army, Air Force, Navy, or every other military combined. We spend more money a year. So I just solved our military budget problem. We can start paying off this national debt that they're printing $1 trillion every 100 days. So, and if you work for the government, you better start looking for another job, because I'm shutting down the federal government and I'm shutting down the state. No more state, no more federal, and no more private contractors. You're fired. Go home. If you say anything, you'll be thrown in prison. You fed this beast system for long enough. You're the problem in this country. It only takes a small number of people to make the greatest changes in history. If 20% of the American public would stop paying that W-2, there would not be enough money to fund the federal government. So you see why nothing happens in America? Because you're a bunch of bootlicking government workers, either by private contractor, federal, or state. 40% of the 330 million Americans work for the government in one way, shape, or form. Do you understand what I'm saying? You see why nothing happens in this country? Because you don't want to lose your job. You work for this government. State, federal, or contractor. See why everybody just shuts up in this country? See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? That's why nobody, because they'll lose their government job. They'll lose their state job. They'll lose their cushy job for the beast system. So I will put you in prison if you buck the system. You better start looking for another job. Good luck getting anything done. Yeah, we don't need good luck getting done anything. You ever seen a bunch of government workers, one man standing around as 15 sit there watching? I've seen how government works. I've worked for the federal government. Yeah, I've worked for the federal government myself. I've also I've been a military police officer and been a veteran. So, I kind of know how this government works. So we'll shut you down. So you better start looking for a new job. I'm coming for you too. I'll put you in prison if you sit there and you fight anything. You continue to feed this system. You're the problem with this country. You're the reason why nobody stood up and said anything, because you are feeding the system. It's you, 40% of these 330 million people. It only takes 20% to stop filling out a W-2, and you don't have a job. The federal government dries up 20%. But, oh, wait, 20% of you work for the federal government, so that will never be a problem. Oh, that's not even a possibility. You see the problem here in America, guys? It's these people who work for the federal government, as well as all these other systems that feed it, such as every police officer in America who's feeding this system through funding capital letter law. I know. I used to be a police officer myself. There are people sitting in jail that I put in jail still to this day for victimless crime. No victim. Nobody was victimized. The state is not a victim. The county is not a victim. The city is not a victim. That can't be a victim. Literally, how many people are sitting in prisons right now without a victim? Yep. Bye, allies. Pound sand. You take care of yourself. will take care of us, Steve. No foreign entanglements. No foreign entanglements. We don't have any allies. What the hell are you talking about? We have forced the whole world to pay for U.S. for oil with the OPEC nations for 50 years, forcing them to pay with the U.S. dollar, repricing all oil since 1973. We have kicked the nations, stomped the snot out of almost every nation around the world and forced them. So yeah, we'll get what we got coming back. We don't have any allies. I don't know what you're talking about. Nobody likes America. They're the bad guy outside these borders. Maybe if we stop with everybody else, we wouldn't be the bad guy. Steve, I don't even know what you asked me. Okay, so you didn't ask me a question. I didn't hear it. So relax. What? I didn't even hear your question. What in the hell are you talking about? Didn't hear your question. So relax. Yeah, you like to fund your Megadeth. You like to fund Megadeth. You like to fund all these wars. You like all these people being outside our borders. It's great that they don't hate us. No, do you realize, Alex, or you must be an American? Outside of America, we're the bad guy, Alex. Outside of America, we are the bad guy. You must live within the walls of America. See? No, we aren't. Look, Alex, you live in America. Is anybody outside of America in this chat? Does anybody want to testify? Is America the good guy outside the borders of America, or are we the bad guy? Come on, don't be biased. Put your honest opinion. There's no wrong answer. Is America the good guy, or is America the bad guy? Have you had the snot kicked out of your nation? Do you know any other nation, Alex, that taxes the living out of their people and sends it to America? Not one, is there? America's the bad guy. No, come on, it is that simple. Don't try to forward it. Either make your opinion yes or no. Is America the good guy outside of the walls of America? So you had one person. I don't care what your opinion is if you live in America. I'm asking you if you live outside of America. There's 43 of you. I know there's at least 4 or 5 of you that are not from America. You don't have to answer. But I know I've had hundreds of people in the chat. They may buy stuff from us. Oh, it's not. But they don't give. Yeah, see, you don't know anything. We may be the bad guy, however, we have the biggest balls. Well, so, okay, I'm just saying, America's the bad guy outside of the walls of America. We don't go around. There's not another nation that has 1,003 military bases around the world. So I know that I've had live stream chats with 12 and 1,300 people in TikTok and late in the evening, where most everybody early morning, where most everybody is from outside the country, and 98% of people agree outside of America that America's the bad guy. Only within America is America the good guy. So Alex, just leave. All right, bye, Alex. I don't care about you. You're the problem in this country. You think we're a good guy, and you condone war. Get behind me, Satan. So I don't condone people who want to fund war. So I already know we're the bad guy. I'm just trying to let you see. So anyways, it doesn't matter. So you do only listen. Nope, dank or not, I just don't want to hear nonsense. So America's the bad guy. If you want to sit there and disbelieve, you can get out of here too, dank or not. I don't keep company with vipers. Leave. You don't have to stay in here. Nobody's forcing you. I'm not going to sit there and keep letting America be the good guy to the people inside these walls. They need to understand what we've done. They need to understand since 1971, where Henry Kissinger went and brokered us off the Bretton Woods agreements, suspending the convertibility of the dollar to gold. You cannot go into a bank. Okay, Steve, leave. You're out of here too. Bye, Steve. See you later. I knew you had come in here and you'd make some nonsense. I was waiting for you to say something. You were spewing a bunch of silliness earlier. So, no, I won't sit here and condone war, and I will throw my own in prison. Yes, you've been funding this war. Your government is the one who's been funding these 1,003 military bases. You've been siphoning off so much taxes. Look at the people in Congress right now. How many millionaires are there in Congress right now? The facts speak for themselves. And we've had supposedly the best of the best of the best, the one with the Ivy League, the Harvard, the Yale, the Berkeley. All these people are running this, and they have failed this country miserably. So you will not. As a matter of fact, if I am president, if you're related to the Queen, you're going to go to a special place for everything you've done in history that we've researched what you've done. So good luck. If you're related to the Queen, you better start thinking about having just a normal job and stop sitting there. And if you can't keep it in the pants, keep it in the family. We don't want to hear about that anymore. And we're going back to what is the human race. Yeah, we'll be peeling that. Exactly when I get off. Yeah, I hate America. America sucks. America's a horrible country with 1,000 military bases that goes around, and since 1971 brokered us off the Bretton Woods Agreement and then forced every nation since 1973 to pay for our oil with the US dollar, forcing every nation, whether they like it or not, Christ got physical over taxes. They threw tea in the harbor over 3%. And you're okay with what's going on by this federal government, and I am not. Absolutely not. The way that these citizens are taxed, this government needs abolished. This is the tyrannical government that our founding fathers warned us of. So this country is horrible, and we've gone around and beat the living snot and forced nations to pay for. Everybody's got to pay a little bit, a little fee, everybody. I don't care who you are. Yeah, that's called the SWIFT system. Know your history. So did you give up one of your children or women to go fight one of these wars so you could be free in America? Do you pay the taxes outside of these countries to other nations to pay for the oil? That is exactly what we've done. For 50 years, we've kicked the snot, kicked the living piss at every other nation and forced them and took a little bit of money from everybody. That's America for you. That's America. Whether you realize what's been done or not, you have helped fund this by paying your taxes and funding this beast system called the war machine. We have only been not at war, but like 2 years. 2 years since our inception, and we were involved in military operations during then. We are the war machine. We are the MAGA death. We have 1,003 military bases in 180 countries. There's not another country that could even come close. I told you we have a larger military budget than all the other militaries combined. We are the war machine. We are MAGA death. We go and instill a central bank and extort their resources by inflating their currencies, making it worth nothing, and then they have to pay with our dollar because it's worth the most. It happens time immemorial. That's why we have 1,003 military bases to ensure that this continues to happen. So I hate America. I hate what we've done. We came over here and we literally stole this country from the natives that were here. A bunch of people fleeing religious persecution come over here that says they're Christian and then slaughtered everybody here that was indigenous to the land because they said they weren't Christian and they had no soul. That takes a lot of balls to do something like that and get away with it. Here, have some blankets. So there's a lot of good people in this country. You can't make me leave. I have an honorable discharge, so you can say I moved, but you can't make me. I live in Silver Lake, Oregon. I'm at the just call the cops, ask where I'm at, call the district attorney, call where I'm at, ask anybody in this town. I'm not easy to find. Come take it. Come here and go ahead and get me off this land. I fought for your right to be here. I gave you this freedom of amendment for you even being here, for you even to open up your trap. You're welcome. Because of veterans like myself with the blood that's on all of our hands for dead women and children around the country, you should just shut your mouth and appreciate the freedoms that you have. Don't tell me to leave. You can't make me. On my DD-214, it says honorable discharge. And whether I hate this country or not, whether I hate the military that I served or not, I still took an oath to defend this country against all enemies, foreign and domestic, and there's domestic enemies on this homeland. So my tour of service isn't ended because my DD-214 says honorable discharge. It's not over with. So you can't make me leave. You cannot. You shouldn't even be talking right now. You should be thankful for veterans like myself. There are women and children that die in the streets of America. You should shut your mouth. You should be quiet. If you open up your mouth, you should be worried about what's going on in this country, instead of worrying about veterans like myself with a bunch of PTSD that are tired of the shit that we do overseas and the death and the destruction that we cause women and children, not men of fighting age, battle dress uniform, military fatigue, but women and children that never even sign up for war or lose their lives. And you're okay with that? That's why I hate this country. Our founding fathers said no foreign entanglements. No foreign entanglements. So what's so wrong with what I'm saying about bringing everybody home? Go! Well, maybe if we brought everybody home, I wouldn't feel the way I felt. So I'm tired of it. I'm tired of everybody in this country just standing around thinking it's okay what we do to other countries, and everybody's getting tired of outside of our walls too because we're the bad guy. And there's nearly 50 million people in this country that have come here, that do not like America, potentially do not like us because of what we've done. And the people in here are going to shut up and go, oh, we're the good guy. Just be quiet, man. Just be quiet, dude. Just come on, play some Call of Duty, dude. Get on TikTok. It's a short, man. Come on, man. You're the problem. You have let this happen too long. And now these governments, Trump never built the wall. Biden didn't build a wall. Obama didn't build a wall. They've been coming across this country for more than a decade. This is an old problem. This is an old problem. If Trump would have built that wall, we wouldn't be even having this stinking problem. Apologize for my French earlier. I don't normally cuss. I don't need to. You're not going to tell me to chill. You're going to get me to do nothing. Pound sand. Shut up. Be quiet. At ease. You see, that's what you're trying to do. No, you can't tell me to shut up. You can't tell me to chill. That's your Second Amendment right. Freedom of speech. Just go somewhere else and use it somewhere else. Don't use it in here because I don't want to hear your venom. Go spew it somewhere else. Direct the threat is what I was told in the military. I'm a SWAT team member, certified by the Los Angeles Police Department, trained and certified. Went to Honolulu, Hawaii, and certified. My cleat certification in SWAT. It's direct the threat. You're a threat. You understand that? You fight against a man like myself and going against a man that's trying to expose the ferocities and the atrocities, that we have done in all these other nations. And you're going to try to tell me to leave. You're the problem with this country because you didn't do anything during the COVID. And I've seen you stand up. Not one of you have I seen you on the news. Only two people to stand up in this country in the last 15 years has been the cowboys and the veterans. And I'm both. Otherwise, you've all been the silent majority. And I talk about this stupid J6 nonsense. Oh, what are you, some kind of pharmacist there? Freedom of speech, Second Amendment, same thing. Your right to bear arms, your right to freedom of speech, press, religion. So you're not going to take that away from a veteran like myself. My First and Second Amendment rights are not going to be ever taken from me. I'll have the right to defend my home, and nobody can come on my property. I can defend my property. Because I can do what I want, Weird Willie, and if you speak up again, I'll get you out of here too. You can kick rocks, buddy, pound sand. I don't want your opposition. You remind me of a cardboard cutout. That's all you are, you guys. You just spew nonsense. You guys, you're a football cardboard cutout during the COVID. You're one-sided. We fund death. We kill women and children in other countries. And you're okay with that. So if you don't like what I'm saying, you tell me to calm down? No. Why are you just okay with funding and killing women in other countries? Why are you okay with just all these people flooding into our country and not saying anything about it? So you're the problem in this country if you don't speak up now, just so you know. Because as you keep funding this, you're going to keep sending more money over to these other countries. So speak up and do something. Oh, hey, JA is a we've got an actual, what are you, a psychiatrist or what kind of doctor? You're a pharmacist. You want to issue me some prescriptions now? So it's amazing how many different pharmacists, doctors, physicians, how much medication people throw around. You know, here, tell me, oh, take your meds. It's pretty funny. It's pretty amazing. But you know what? I don't take medication because I don't put drugs in my body. I might have a cup of coffee. Caffeine's a drug, but no, I think my mind is clear because I'm not going to sit there and fund this war machine. You know, another way that we continue to go over and do our black ops, you know what I'm saying? And continue to fund this war machine to bring all these drugs home to America. You know, all these opiates and things that have gone on. Where do you think most of these come from? The biggest drug dealers on the planet is Donald Trump. The biggest drug dealer on the planet is Donald Trump. He has the #1 selling drug ever in the world. The #1 single selling product ever in the history of mankind is the jab. And you don't even point out the biggest drug dealer in the world. It's pretty sad that people come in here and try to take your meds, do this, blah, 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 blah. But they got some guy that literally is selling them Bibles that decorates his house with Satan. That's the kind of society I live in, how ignorant of people that this guy supports Satan. He lives in a 58-story Babylonian tower, and people, he will be elected the 47th president. That's the country I live in. So I could leave if I want to, but I'll continue to stand up because there's good people here, and a lot of you guys are just going to be fodder for these people. You'll see. You'll perish because of lack of knowledge. You won't do anything about what's coming. No, Donald is a Satanist and has his house decorated with Satan. So you've been fooled. You've been slamming that hopium, drinking the Kool-Aid. He decorates his house with Satan and sells you Bibles. He's the most genuine president we've ever had. He's the most spent more money than any other president in the history of America. He's a criminal. So what happened to putting Hillary Clinton in jail? Why did she sit 3 bodies away from him at his inaugural dinner? Why did he praise the Clintons the very next day? Why can you not find one single clip of Donald Trump calling Joe Biden creepy Joe Biden? Creepy Joe Biden. Creepy Joe Biden. Donald Trump has never once called Joe Biden creepy Joe Biden. So you're the problem. You. I'm looking at you that supports Donald Trump. I'm pointing my finger at you. You are the problem in this country. You've been lulled to sleep. You are sleepy Trump supporter. You never once said he was creepy. Oh, his mental capacity, There's nothing wrong. See, there you go. Look, so you support Joe Biden. You guys seen this? Just so you know, Frost, you fell into the same thing. We watch people just like you, and you do the same thing. What in the hell makes you would think that I would support a guy who's been in bed with the other one? Literally, like they're all from the same, they're in bed together, remember? They do the hokey pokey, they turn themselves around because they're EpiPen Island boys. So, there you go. Look, we got another drug recognition expert in here. Jay Anderson's I'm a prior police officer. Where did you get your drug certification? That's right. So, if you sit there so foolish just to not do enough research to see that Donald Trump decorates his house with the bringer of the disease and the cure of the disease, that is Apollyon. That is the sun god, Mithra, the one who had a Satan, a 58-story Babylonian tower. Right? Right? The bringer of the disease and the cure. That is Apollyon. That is Satan. You call that the devil, but that is what is known as Mithra or Satan. He had a 58-story Nimrod tower. 58-story Nimrod tower. Donald Trump's tower is 58 stories. You think that's by chance? He lives in the 66 penthouse floor of a 58-story Babylonian, Trump tower. He decorates his house with Satan and then goes around saying, I am the chosen one, and calls himself a Christian. Do you understand? So that the most ignorant people on the planet, probably even way worse than a Joe Biden supporter, and there's only probably a handful of those. I don't even know. See, look at this, guys. Look, you see how they do it? You talk about one. Now watch, I'll talk about the other, and they'll say that I love Trump. That's how they do this, guys. That's how ignorant these people are. That's how ignorant they are. You talk about one, they say you like the other. I come from a country where people didn't care if you were a Democrat or Republican. The children didn't suffer because of the ignorant people like these people in this chat. Oh, you're in here. You're in here, and I know you're in here. You're the problem with this country. You are the problem with this country because I grew up in a country where somebody was red or somebody was blue. The children didn't suffer. And now if I don't agree with one thing that you say, you think I like the other, and you watch, just keep watching in here, guys. Watch the problem with this country. See this? I'm an old man. I came from a country where somebody was a Democrat or Republican. The children still got to play, tag or jump in the pool, and the children did not suffer. They did not suffer. They did not suffer. But in America today, because somebody's a Trump supporter, I hate them. I hate them so stinking much because they make the kids suffer. The Biden supporters, I hate them so much because they will not talk to somebody who's a Trump supporter at all. It's a deal breaker. It's a deal breaker. Do you understand what I'm saying, Mary? Then you do understand what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't a deal breaker, guys. If I was a Democrat, you were a Republican, we didn't care. We didn't even put red or blue on our house. We didn't call out a label. You know what I'm saying? And the children, guys, fuck us. Who cares about us? Who cares about us? What about these children that don't get to jump in the pool? Biden voters caused this. Look, guys, look at this. Look at this. Look at this ignorance. Look at this foolish fool. You're so foolish, Rooster. You're the problem with this country. Rooster, you're the problem with this country. You are the problem. See what I'm saying, guys? This is what I'm talking about. Biden voters caused this. What, all 5 of them? You really think 81 million people voted for Biden, Rooster? You need to get, you've fallen for that Common Core. You're going to try to convince me +2 + 2 = 5, huh? Tell me that you're going to move the goalpost on me. 2 consecutive quarters of negative earning has always been a recession, right? So don't try to move the goalpost on me. So, no, you're the problem, Rooster. I'm pointing you out. You are the problem. You blamed it on Biden. This has nothing to do with Biden. You picked a side. See? You picked a side. You already showed your allegiance. You already did it. So just take your, like my dad, take it on the cheek and learn from your mistakes. Listen, that's the problem with this country, guys. Biden supporters are the problem with this country, and Trump supporters are the problem with this country because they will not talk to each other, and the children suffer. So I hate you Biden supporters so much. You do the works of your father, the devil, all 5 of you, and all the remaining of you, you 81 million that voted for Trump. His name is not Sleepy Joe. Stop calling him Sleepy Joe. If you call him Sleepy Joe, you'll be banned from my chat. There's nothing wrong with Joe Biden's, he's a pedo and he can't keep his hands in his nose. But during his speech, during the State of the Union and this recent, knock over bridge speech, he didn't fumble anything. So you're the problem. You are the problem. If you sit there and think that something is wrong with Joe Biden's, speech, that you have fallen for creepy Trump, creepy Donald Trump. Yep. And his wife has got 8 head heights, 3 shoulders, right? 3 head heights, 8 head heights, shoulders wider than hips, shoulders wider than hips, shoulders wider than hips, shoulders wider than hips. See, there you go. Biden's mentally unstable. You're the problem, Landon. Landon, did you watch the State of the Union address, Landon? Did you watch his bridge speech? No, you won't. You won't watch anything else. You'll just form an opinion. Landon, I'm asking you, did you watch the State of the Union address? No, you didn't. Because that's what you Trump supporters do. You won't even look at the other president. I know you won't. FJB, FJB. No, FDT. I'm mentally unstable. Hey, guys, I got another pharmacist in here and another psychologist and another doctor is going to deem me unstable. Gosh, I love all the doctors. You know what the problem is? The problem is with Americans who would allow a man to decorate his house with Satan and idly stand by and let him sell them Bibles. That is filthy disgusting. That's just disgusting. So anybody who votes for Donald Trump is my enemy because you vote for a man who has his house decorated with Satan, with Apollyon. If you're too ignorant to understand that and to do back research, that's not my problem. No, this isn't a Democrat problem. They're 2 wings to the same dragon. So I wouldn't vote for either of these clowns. I wouldn't. Are you getting tired of the donkey and the elephant? Stock up on the lamb. Stock up on the lamb. Getting tired of the donkey and the elephant? Try the Lamb of God, guys. That's the only thing that's going to save you. Oh, we're just doing an open, Freddie. This is an open Taco Tuesday, remember? Just keeping it, I love talking about Trump. It shows the ignorance of society. You want to see the problem in this country? When Donald Trump gets back in office, you're going to see that all these thumpsters are going to go right after him again, and they're going to be a big problem for you because they'll go right back into their, swamp mode or whatever, So I point out evil. So no problems. I'll cover 1024. I'll stay on it. And I just want to kind of have a free talk today. I agree with that, Landon. I agree that we are being invaded. Remember, if Trump would have built the wall, they would have gone under the tunnels. His wall wouldn't have done anything, guys. Would have built the wall, we might not have been having this conversation, but one staircase would have defiled the whole greatest wall ever. Brothers and sisters, when Obama was having issues and Trump was running for office, he said that there was an issue, okay? And that's why he was going to build the wall. Remember, so don't act like this is a new problem. What I found during the Obama administration is, if you go look back in history, because I was covering this on this platform back then, I have a channel called Truth Viral. You want to see me, 10 years ago on this platform, look up the channel. It's the oldest Truth Viral channel on the internet. You can see me talk about Obama, talking about these same things. Okay? These same things. I've been on this platform for a long time. I've been shadow banned. I have multiple channels on this platform. But back in 2008, I was exposing the Obama administration. Okay? So this isn't new to me, guys. All you people tell me to shut up and calm down and all this. I've been on this platform since Obama, and even before then. Look, you're not going to stop somebody who's done this for how many administrations now? So back then, if you go look at my work, I was exposing that during the Obama administration, that people were saying that everybody was coming over here was from Mexico. And Trump kept talking about Mexico and the jobs in Mexico and Mexico. But during the Obama administration, okay, yeah, the greatest wall ever, the Great Wall of China. Okay, you got it. Come on, man, you got it. So they were considered OTM, other than Mexican. So they weren't Mexican people coming across the border. Many of them were Hispanic descent, Ecuador, El Salvador, all these other, you know what I'm saying? No, nobody killed Obama. So stop with your lies. They supposedly killed him 5 times. But anyways, when Obama was, that's Osama too. It's the same one, just dressed up in a different outfit, but Pharaoh. But anyways, just kidding. So again, during the 44th administration, 80% of the people who were coming across the border were considered OTM, other than Mexican. But back then, guys, they were coming across with women, with diaper bags. Guys had diaper bags, women strollers, women and children, families were coming across here. And so during the Trump administration, quite a bit, and started noticing a little bit of a change before Trump even left office, guys. Before Trump even left office, I started seeing a change. Started seeing less and less and less of these women and children coming across with them. And this was not something that wasn't been exposed, and I exposed during the Trump administration. And now everybody wants to blame it on Biden. But this isn't Biden's problem. He inherited Trump's problem that he never fixed. You know what I'm saying? Which was the problem that he inherited from Obama, which was a problem even before Obama, okay, with Bush, and it was not new, okay? There have been illegal aliens is what they used to call them. I'm old. That's what they called them. Alien, something foreign to you, something illegal. If it's alien, it's foreign. If it's a foreign alien, it's an illegal alien. That's what we call them. Now they're called migrants, immigrants, you know what I'm saying? Now they're newcomers is what they call them. But brothers and sisters, right now, under this administration, and Biden is not doing it. Biden is not doing this. Biden is controlled opposition. So, the people that have been coming across in this last 2, 3 years, 4 or 5 years, have been coming across without anybody else other than men of the age of 18 to 30 years old. These are fighting age men. Do you understand? That are coming across this border right now. They're not women and children and men families. These are literally people that are of fighting age that we send to other countries. Okay? So this is not Biden doing this. Stop blaming this on Biden. This is not Biden doing this. There are people pulling his strings, people even pulling Trump's strings, okay? But I'm telling you, even if a small amount, now listen to me, please. During the last 10, 12, 15 years, many of the people I said, they used to be illegal aliens, illegals. They came here. They knew they weren't supposed to be here. They were given nothing. They were given nothing when they got here. They came here and they went to work almost immediately, and got a job immediately and paid taxes, went into either a field or went straight to work. Not all of them, but most of them did. They're quiet. They don't want to get deported back. They shut up and they pay taxes. And they contribute more than most white Americans on a food stamp card. Pay way more taxes, produce way more. And these white Americans, and they've got the food on the table from those because they won't take the job. And that's not all they do. But they make a good, earnest, honest living, and they send money back to Mima and Papa, to the familia. That's the difference now, Jerry, though, okay? That's the difference. Now it's not Biden. Stop saying Biden. Will you please, Jerry, say this administration, because it's not Biden, or leave. Don't say any president's name in here. This is the administration, this administration, that administration, because it's not these talking heads. You think they're doing it, you are controlled opposition. This current administration, though, is allowing, okay, we'll just get you out of here. You do the work, get behind me, Satan. So this administration is paying people to come into this country. Okay, we'll just get rid of all of you. I'll do all my own moderating. So this current administration is allowing them to come in and then giving them benefits. Okay, bye, Jerry. Told you don't mention a president's name. You want out of here, go ahead and say one president's name right now, and I'll toss you out of here. I'll do my own moderating. So you want to be foul? You don't want to go by some rules right now? I'm going to make some rules. This is a constitutional republic. You want to step out with your democratic bullshit? Go ahead. That's twice you made me use profanity. Go ahead. Step up into my game. I'll go ahead and you're out of here. If you cannot be an adult and play this stupid political game where you won't even talk to each other because you mentioned the president's name, don't come back here ever again. I don't want you in this chat. You're not welcome here. Bye, Nis. You're out of here. So, I'm not playing with you. I ain't playing. Act like an adult. There are women and children in this country that are dying today, and this administration is sending money across. You are my enemy. If you can't even have an adult conversation without trying to cause division and go by a couple rule, this was a constitutional republic, you're the problem in this country. Your defiance is the problem. Your defiance is the problem why every other country around the world hates us. Hates us because we have destroyed them. No, they can't not in here, Jamal, and neither can you. Get out of here. Pound sand. Bye. You're out of here. See ya. Don't come back ever again. Trying to have an adult conversation. Listen to what I'm saying. These people won't even talk to each other anymore. Remember I said the children are suffering. The children are suffering. This one will not talk to this one because he supports Trump. Oh, you like Biden? The children are suffering because of that, guys. So I will not have any. Actually, from now on, I'm going to try to curve my own habits. If you want to say his name, you better come up with another name. You better come up with another name. Like Mr. Snipper, Drumpf. You call him by his name, either or, and I'm going to try to do it myself. I'm going to try to do it myself. Mr. 45, Mr. 44, Mr. 47. Mr. 47, so that these people aren't so offended, so that maybe we can actually have a conversation. That's what I'm saying. If you want to talk, just add a little bit. That way we can don't trigger everybody. So people are so triggered, guys. If they see one person's name, they will not talk to the other person. And guys, I don't want that in this chat. I don't want them in here. If they cannot have an adult conversation and just so support it, you know, it's not Sleepy Joe. Okay, Frosty, I'll tell you that. It's not Sleepy Joe. Okay. I won't let you out of here. I won't take you out of here, but he's not sleepy because please watch his State of the Union address. Let's be adults. Did you watch his State of the Union address? Did you watch his speech about the bridge? You know what I'm saying? So Biden is not a robot, and that's going to get you thrown out of here. So see ya. And guys, hey, well, whatever. People, they'll learn when they come in here. Don't mention the president's name, or you're going to get, hey, what happened? I just mentioned the president's name. Let's go, Brandon. Well, JD, but what about let's go thump? Bye, Tiffany. So, no, I don't care what you think. B. Evans. Just don't mention his name and you won't be taken out of here. So I don't care what you think about what I'm doing in here. This look at what I'm telling you. These people will not even talk to each other because they're a Trump supporter or a Biden supporter. Remember in the 80s, 90, and 2000, how if I didn't support your candidate because I was maybe conservative, and maybe you were a little more liberal, right? Maybe you were a little more liberal. That wasn't a deal breaker. We would still get along. You know what I'm saying? We'd still get along. Maybe we didn't agree on everything, but we'd still hang out. It was like, it wasn't the end of the world. And more importantly, the children didn't suffer. So that's what I'm trying to perform here. Okay, guys? It's hard to watch a country that went from people being able to hang out and it not be, and now if somebody puts a red flag on there, they're just like, oh my God, they will not. You guys see it in here. Watch, if I just talk about Trump, then people will automatically, I assume, that I like Biden, right? And if I mention Biden, then they think that I like Trump. You know what I'm saying? And so they won't even talk to each other anymore. So, not sure what it is, but I'm not going to have it. I mean, I don't care what your opinion is. Opinions are like, holes in your rear end. Everybody's got one. Thanks for your hole, but you're not going to sway what I'm doing here. So I'm tired of people not talking to each other. And if they're that ignorant, I don't even want to cast even one single thing against them. Honestly, I don't even want to speak with anybody who votes. I could have a thing in here and know if you're a voter, it would just push you out of here. I never even have to put my words in your ear. I don't even want to talk to anybody who votes for either of these people. So, you know what I'm saying? And that's fine. That's up to you if that's what you want to do, but I don't want to talk to you. I don't have nothing to do with anybody who supports this war machine and anything to do with it. See ya. Bye, Evans. Let the door hit you in the ass on the way out. Goodbye. Goodbye. So please be done. So, God, 2024. God, so anyways, it's your right, guys, to vote. I can't take that away from you. Okay? If you want to vote in this system, that is your right as an American. I don't know if you think that your vote counts. In my humble opinion, 81 million people voted for number 45, not Mr. 46. Nobody voted for 46 during that time. I don't know. He didn't even come out of his basement. So I think that should be proof to anybody in this country that your vote doesn't count. Your vote doesn't count. We saw this during this 81 million people. Are you seriously that bad at math that you think 81 million people voted for Joe Biden? You guys, that's not even possible. Come on. He didn't even campaign. He didn't even come out of his basement. So if you want to vote, that's fine, but please don't tell me you're voting. I don't want to hear it. I don't like that you fund this MAGA death. And I'm going to oppose you if you do. So cool. Paul's kind of like me. I don't care what anyone thinks. I'm going to know what I think. And so, hey, keep it up, Paul. Keep it up. It doesn't matter what other people think. If you go with your gut. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, you're the problem with this country. You voted for a pedo. But, yep. So that's right, Vincent. This was a constitutional republic, and it was founded as a constitutional republic. Lines. I believe the voting system is fragile. Vote for Yahushua, so no man shall have power over me. Nice, Beef Links. I like that. If you're getting tired of the elephant and the donkey, stock up on the lamb, guys. Tired of the red and the blue? Stock up on the Lamb of God, okay? That's who's going to save you in 2024. That's who will save you, okay? Honestly, that's the only way we've got out of this. So, sorry that you vote for people who do not care about. Oh yeah, keep Oregon green, guys. This is an Oregon thing. How did the first war start? It started with tariffs, a tariff and an embargo and sanctions. Never been a war in America that's ever started with an ordinance falling. Not one. Correct, Paul? Not one. Not one war in America has ever been started with an ordinance falling. They're always started with tariffs and sanctions and embargoes. So, I just don't want to see it again, guys. I don't want to see this nation. Why do we throw our best of our best into this meat grinder? Look what happened in Ukraine, guys. Look what happened in Ukraine. The average fighting age in Ukraine right now is 40 years old. 40. A whole generation is gone, either left the country because they were afraid they were going to be thrown. And women too, guys, over there. And women too, guys. If you have a child right now, between the age of 18 to 30, would you send your child overseas into a meat grinder? Would you go send your child off to death, to war? Right now, would you send your child off to death? To die for this country? Would you let your kid go? That's right. That's right, Rooster. 1913, the inception after Jekyll Island. They didn't. So that's all I'm asking, guys. Why are we sending the best of our best? These are supposed to be the best. 18 to 30 is kind of like the prime age for our, for our species. You know what I'm saying? And we send them off to 1,003 military bases. And I don't want to see that anymore. I don't want anybody's women and children to die. Why can't we just stay inside our own walls? And if some comes here, we will fuck them up, man. We have the baddest military in the world. What the hell are we worried about? You see what I'm saying? Let's bring them all home. Let's bring all these troops back home. All of them. Let's close down every military base. Let's close down every military base. Oh, we've got people in Ukraine, Gregory. You need to wake up, okay? There's actual U.S. soldiers on the ground in there. Yeah, we don't know better than every other country in the world. So you guys think about that. Think about how safe you would feel in America. Think how safe would you feel in America if every Navy ship was off our borders, to include Alaska, if we had all the military at the borders right now, that we could actually send our National Guard back to the States where these potentially 30 people that do not like us, we've got them up at the borders now. We've got our National Guard at the borders. No, we're not hiding behind walls, Martinez. We are making sure we don't go outside of the Testament, the New Testament, where he says, let vengeance be mine. This is God's law that I'm telling you. There's nobody hiding behind anything. There's no hiding. We have the right to protect our borders. That's not hiding. There's a difference between being meek and weak. So how safe would you feel as an American right now? Now, remember, posse comitatus, they cannot use the law enforcement or use the military in a law enforcement capacity. That is the term posse comitatus. And we already seen them cross that boundary in New York on the subways. So I'm not about bringing military home and having them throughout our streets. That's not what I said. That's not what I said. I want them on their borders with the weapons pointed outwards, like the DMZ in Korea. You understand? All of our militaries. Imagine if we had all our Air Force flying over the top of our skies. Here, because you're going to absolutely avoid my question. What soldiers are in Ukraine right now? You said it, so that measures, 100. I'm just curious. Okay, WZ, understand. You need to go do your own homework. I suggest you follow. There's multiple platforms where you can find that we have already have U.S. soldiers in Ukraine training all these Ukrainian soldiers on all this weaponry that's ours. How the hell do you think they know how to use it? Are you going to be that ignorant? Stop being a fool. We have been funding this war and sending all of our crap over there that they do not know how to operate. Stop being a fool. Stop being a fool. You shouldn't even have to question that. Are you that ignorant? You must know nothing about military equipment and how to operate it. We have different equipment than they have over there. How the hell do you think they operate it? They don't know how. Don't tell me to calm down. No, I'm tired of the ignorance of people like that. We got boots on the ground over there, and we've had for probably more than 6 months. We've been sending all over equipment over there. You have no idea because you're not a soldier. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. So quit spewing your venom. Look it up. We did the same crap during the Vietnam War. No, none of this information is coming from you. You guys are so ignorant. Some of you guys, but that's okay. So if we send over U.S. military equipment to another country, they're not going to know how to operate it. So the sheer ignorance of your question could have answered on your own. Now, I understand, but it just pisses me off that you can't even put 2 and 2 together. We don't send all our equipment over there without operators on how to operate it. So you do not have any idea how wars fought. So don't open your mouth unless you have had boots on the ground or you understand the way that it. Now, I understand as a question, but you could have figured that out yourself. You could have researched our own. Look at the other wars we've been involved. We do the same thing. How many times have we said in history that we didn't have anybody there and ended up later that we did? Oh, they have what do they call them in Vietnam? Oh, there's names for but then that ends up the same. So see, here we go. Here's James. Here's the ignorance of James. But that doesn't mean there isn't any soldiers fighting in this conflict. It's already announced. They're already there. You want to believe whatever you want, go ahead. Send your children over there to the meat grinder. Go ahead. Send your children to the meat grinder. Keep funding this war. Keep supporting this crap. So. What about the military going left behind and the Taliban after the disaster of Afghanistan? Yep. So, seriously, you guys, please, we have been funding Ukraine. United States is Ukraine. That is the 51st state of America. We have been over there since 2014 and earlier. Remember what Putin found over there? Remember what Putin found over the word? Remember what he found over there? Remember all those depots and all this research for chemical? We funded all of that. Remember, we overthrow a legally elected government. We overthrew a legally elected government over there. Went and stole all the gold. Put in the chocolate king. Poroshenko, right? I haven't forgotten. I've been covering that. Back in 2014, I was covering that. The Nanos agreement, all this, the firing back and forth. I remember all that. So we've been involved in there for more than a decade. Decades. Yep, there we go. Thank you, Kinetic. So, just destroyed the grain belt. You know, the bread basket of Europe is now destroyed. I hope you understand how much this is also cutting into our food supply, guys. Every time that we do this, our food supply gets taken down. More and more. More and more. More and more. Hey, Santiago Martinez, you're laughing at what? I said nothing was going to happen. It's going to be a big nothing burger there, Mr. Smiley Face. So, where are you at there? I don't know who said it, but it doesn't matter. What did I say? What did I say that was going to happen during the eclipse, guys? What did I say that's going to happen during the eclipse? What was this channel's main focus about the eclipse? There was one thing I said that did happen, and I know it happened, but what was the main focus that I said about the April 8th eclipse? My favorite fruit. Nothing was going to happen. So, eclipse was a nothing burger, you know? And these people come in and so, guys, I want you to know too, because I do. I'm going to take a 5-minute break. Holy crap. You guys, it's already 7 o'clock. You guys are so much fun to hang out with. How in the heck does all this time go by, guys? Every time I get up on this live stream now, I turn around and it's like 3, 4, or 5, or 6 hours. You know, it's like, I don't know where the time goes, guys. I've been really enjoying myself a lot. You know what I'm saying? When I've been coming in here, and I really appreciate it because this is just time has been smoking by, guys. It's just, I turned out like 4 hours, 7 o'clock. What? You guys are amazing. You guys are absolutely amazing. Okay, here we go. Tracy, you lied to us about the eclipse. Look at, here we go, guys. Now look, Nomance said, he said you lied to us about the eclipse. Everybody talk to Nomance here, or Romance. Tracy Werner, you lied to us about the eclipse. Romanitz said I lied to him about the eclipse. Romanitz, you got the floor. What did I lie to you about? You just heard everybody in here say that it was going to be a nothing burger. Come on, man. Idiotos. Come on now. You said there would be a great wave. No, I didn't say there was going to be a great wave. Nobody said there was going to be a great wave. Nope, that's not what I said. No, I did not say it. I said it was going to be a nothing burger. See, you guys, this is the problem with society, guys. People only hear what they want to hear. Yeah, and when is that supposed to happen? Potentially. Not yesterday. No. When did that say? Oh, 10/24/24. That is in the future, huh? Oh, so you just turned on and had selective. You only saw what you wanted to hear. The whole time I was telling everybody, nothing's going to happen. Nothing's going to happen. So you took it the way you wanted it. And if you'll go back and watch my lives and actually clear your ear, and maybe you'll have 3 or 4 other witnesses, you'll hear that you only heard what you wanted. You only heard what you wanted, because I have witness and multiple witnesses that were in the stream that I never once said that on April 8th, yesterday, that this title event was going to happen. I said they're getting ready for what I believe potentially could be putting all this military equipment on the line for this title event, not on April 8th. Ooh. See? Nobody said that anything was going to happen. I actually said this is going to be a big nothing burger, that all these people are going to go to Rapture, Indiana and be disappointed. I said they were making too big of a deal of it. I said it actually sounded like Y2K. I said it sounded like Y2K and they were making way too big of a deal of it. That's what I said. So you only heard what you want. And nobody was fear-mongering. You're the problem with this country, too. You only hear, or the world, you only hear, it's called selective hearing. And that's what you did, because I never once said any kind of wave was coming up on April 8th. You're a liar. You're a liar. You're lying, because I never said that. Never once. Not even one time. So be done with you. That's not what I'm saying. I want to show you this, and I'm going to take a break, okay? This is what happened on April 8th. Everybody stood on the line again, forming an X. So they were able to put all this military equipment down this line. And I do not think that there's a reason that they had all these school closures and emergencies for no reason. I believe at a later time and date, they'll be able to use all this equipment that has been dropped on from coast to coast, coast to coast, right? Well, from the ocean to the ocean. So there's no way to get across this line, is what I told you. So in my humble opinion, I believe that this was set up on this date to prevent anything in the future from coming across this line here to this area over here, because the water has before in a cycle made it to the Rockies before. This isn't the Noah event where the whole earth was flooded. Notice there's still land showing here. Not all of it, but this is a tidal event. This has happened before. There are cities sitting off of continents right now, buildings and statues, big, huge monuments. Sorry, but this is false info army here. Okay, well, commentator, let's point you out, commentator, since you want to make lies. Brothers and sisters, is anybody aware of the cities that are sitting off our coastlines right now, off continents, that you can take scuba diving trips that are between 150 and 400 feet under the ocean right now? They're under the water right now as we speak. They're under the water. Well, let's not get a hold of ourselves. Thank you very much. Agency of the Burwellians. Thanks for coming in. And so that's all I'm trying to point out. Okay. So if you'll look, you can go through the paleoclimatologist. You know what a paleoclimatologist is? Somebody who studies all the different strata layers in our earth. They'll go through different sedimentary layers. right? They go through all the ice core data, and they can tell all the different events that have happened throughout our Earth, and they can see if there's been these cycles that I'm talking about and roughly be able to date them when they've happened, okay? So these cycles, this map that I'm showing you is a mean map of where the water has come up before. It's come up less, but it's also been up higher. This is a mean, not a meme, but a mean, you know what I'm saying? So this is the average. So the water has come up higher than the Rockies before, into the Rockies, and then it's not washed up as high as the Rockies before. Now, these coastlines are covered in water right now because there are buildings sitting between 100 and 150 feet. So when I show you this illustration, this isn't what America is going to look like in the future. This isn't how it's going to look. This is how high the water comes up and then washes back down. So if there's literally cities sitting off our coastlines right now that are underwater, the last cycle had to be up. It had to be up. And in my study of this cycle, what I've seen with the overlay maps, that it comes up and then it crests and it levels. Comes up and it crests and it levels. So it comes up and it crests and it levels. Actually, it comes up in what I believe is a cycle by the illustrations from what I see with David at Adapt 2030. And this is exactly what I said. This is exactly the evidence that I put out. And then Adapt 2030 went over to Croatia, who went over to all the different European nations, to the Star Forts, to all the museums, to all the old churches, to the military bases, looking for this four gas giant alignment of the four large Jovian stars forming this square in the outer solar system. Do you understand? See, this is what he was looking for. The illustration of these four large gas giants relating to this tidal shift, and he found it. He found it. Not only did he find it once, he found it over and over hundreds and even thousands of years ago. This same cycle of the four large gas giants related to this tidal event, not a date, not an exact date, but an actual showing that it is these four large gas giants, that when they form this square, that happens every roughly 2,000 to 3,000 years, right? They form this square in our, like they were in 79 AD. 79 AD, correct? They formed that square on our outer solar system that didn't cause the water to come up last time. Our magnetic protection was at 100% last time. This time our magnetic canopy, the magnetic field strength, is weakened by 40%. So I do believe this is the cycle that will lift this water up onto the land. As Nebuchadnezzar destroyed the temple in 79 AD, right? 70 AD, 79 AD, we went into this alignment. He plowed salt in the land. Here we are again, 2,600 later, with water coming up onto the land. And then I believe in this cycle, it is going to come back down, exposing Atlantis, Tartaria. Imagine what this earth would look like with another 150 feet. That's a lot of land, guys. A lot of land. I mean, every continent with 150 feet showing. Why have the elite been buying, all this, land on the coastlines, guys? Look at the elite. They're buying land on the coastlines. Really? Yeah, they are. Yes, they have. I watch where the big money goes. Oh, global warming, we're all going to flood, we're all going to die. Your children will never see snow again. The polar ice caps are going to... The water levels just stayed the same. But there has been a cycle before and past, brothers and sisters. So keep in mind, again, there is literally cities sitting off the continents around the world right now between 150 to 400 feet under the water. No, not that either. Okay? So in my opinion, in my studies, I believe the water's going to come up onto the land and it's going to come back down again this time, guys, exposing either 150 feet to maybe even 400 plus feet. And then those cities that are sitting off our coastlines right now will be exposed again, like they were in times past. But in the last cycle, it came up. So this cycle is going to go down. That's right. That's right. So this cycle will go down, guys. So please, it's going to come up. It's got to come up before it goes down. Okay. No, I don't like Ronald Reagan. His wife had 3 head heights and shoulders wider than hips and 8 head heights high. 8 head heights high. So I don't like people who say that they're and an apple and a banana. So nope, you're 100% wrong, Crystal Hippie. You have not studied this cycle at all, and you do not obviously understand. I work for Culligan International, okay? After I got out of the military, I went to work for the water company. You don't know nothing about water. I can tell just by what you're spewing your nonsense, okay? Listen to this comment that was left by Crystal Hippie. The water can't go down unless it freezes. As soon as it goes down, it'll come back up. It's physics. There are literally ravines. There are deserts. There are cracks and valleys. You ever heard of a sponge? Crystal Hippie? You don't have any idea what you're talking about, and I think you're just spewing nonsense, and I'm calling you out. I work for Culligan. That's the water company. Do you understand? After I got out of the military, I said, oops, I did that wrong. I go, 3 weeks without food, but I can only go 3 days without water. So I went to work for the water company. You don't know water at all. I can tell. If it comes up on the land, you think it's going to soak into any of the land? You think it's going to soak into any of the land? You think it's going to fill up any of the valleys that it comes? You don't understand what you're talking about. You ever heard of a sponge? Oh, wait a minute. It would absorb a lot of that water, wouldn't it? Do you have any idea how you would just do a fish tank? Just do a fish tank. You know how to divide a fish tank, how to find the circumference of a square, divide it by what? Just add 1 inch over the top. Just imagine how much. So don't spew your nonsense in here, hippie chick. You don't know about water at all, apparently. Frozen, it's going to expand. Did I ever say frozen? And we are going into an ice age event, but sounds kind of silly to think that the water is just going to not absorb into the land, not fill any of the cracks, any of the valleys, into the... Yes, frozen water does expand. Sure. But did I ever talk about frozen water? How did the water come up on the land if it's frozen? Hippie chicks talking about frozen water when I'm talking about wet water. So, anyways, during the ice age, the water level in the sea was much lower because it was ice caps. I think about soon. Okay, you're out of here. You don't know anything about ice ages either. Be done with you. So, bye. So, no, we're 6,000 years into a 90,000 year cycle. We're going into an ice age right now. The last 3 solar cycles have stepped down their energy. Hippie chick is a venomous, non-understanding, and I'm not talking about an ice age. This is not an ice age event that I'm talking about. And there they go talking about ice again. And ice caps. They're a left, younger Dryas. Younger Dryas. Heinrich. Do you have any idea about how these events work? Talking about ice caps and ice, ice ages and polar and solar. oh, next thing I know, we're going to hear the global warming and we're all going to die and hockey stick. And so I'm not talking about a solar minimum right now. That's going to happen. We're already 3 cycles in. The last 3 cycles have stepped down. That's why our magnetosphere is weakened by 40%, and it's sitting at 60% right now. So, again, I'm not talking about an ice event. That would be waves of ice coming on our land. What the hell are you talking about ice when I'm talking about water? When I'm talking about water, okay? So, ignorance. You'll play a cowboy. You want to come out here and come out onto the ranch, Grace Peterson, and raise some animals out here? Or are you going to just talk shit out the side of your neck? I think so. Betty Crocker, shit talker, Betty Crocker. That's what you are. Look at this, guys. I'm just being a foul mouth today, aren't I? So silly, It is. It's crap. You guys are just spewing crap. I'm not talking about frozen water here. I'm talking about a tidal event, and she's talking about an ice age. Look over here. Don't look over here. I apologize, guys. I'm losing it a little bit, but I did. I normally don't. I stream hundreds and hundreds of hours without ever cussing, so I apologize. I've already said 3 cuss words in the stream. So it's getting ridiculous. I can't stand the people that we can actually go. It's very reasonable out here. It really is reasonable out here to run this homestead. Filthy, disgusting children in here too. So, all right, guys, I'm going to take a break. But anyways, there are 3 videos on my channel if you want to go watch them. They're talking about this tidal event, and then it's talking about these celestial gas giants lining up. And I apologize for the swearing. It's not like me, guys. I don't know what's going on with me today. I normally don't swear at all. I've done hundreds, thousands of hours almost now streaming, and maybe I might slip. So I apologize. I don't know what has got into me. I don't normally need to, like I said, I need to take a break, obviously. So I don't normally, like I said, profanity is, maybe it's because I'm being a little more loose today, guys, with this Taco Tuesday, and I'm really not too, I'm not going to lie to you. Every once in a while when I'm not on the stream, I will use profanity, but I don't use it at all like I used to. Hardly ever do I cuss at all. I just don't need to. But as a soldier, it was okay for me. I'm a veteran. I'm like a cuss like a sailor, and I used to use an excuse. But I want to make a formal apology. You know what I'm saying? That it's not necessarily. God, if I interesting. If I stay in the word, guys, and I'm not talking about some of these worldly things, then that won't come out of me at all. God's word does not need profanity. You know what I'm saying? God's word does not need profanity. So there's no reason for it. So I want to make an apology, because it's just not. If I'm going to say that, I'm trying to be, a person that's trying to lead you to the word, he's doing it, then there's no reason for me to use profanity. So I apologize. I need to take a break. So I'm just a man, though, guys. I'm just a man. So I'm just a regular Joe. I'm not special, but I'm doing good, guys. I really feel much better today. Just overall, the hours that slip by. Well, not everything, Faith. I mean, it's based off of the word. Yeah, we're all filthy rags, huh? You guys are the best. You guys are making me feel like, please, I won't let it slip. I really try. I'll try to do hundreds of more hours. And I won't let it slip again, because I've gone hundreds of hours without letting, not even one. I mean, I really did a lot of hours. It's just not necessary. So, formal apology. I'm going to take a break, and I'm gonna let these animals, these guys, you guys don't, these pups right here streaming with you here. He's just hanging with the dad. I gotta go check on my kids out here. And then my other puppins right here. There's my other boy. Other boy. Hi, guy. So let me go hang out with my boys a little bit, and we'll come back up. Cool. Thanks for coming in, guys. Thanks, Alex. Appreciate you guys. Appreciate your comments. I know I'm being a little salty today. So, what are you doing, Putz? What are you doing, Putz? Come here, my Putz. Oh, he stirs up heads. Here, the boy. You want to say hi? Oh, hi, other boy. You want to say hi? Say hi. Everybody say hi. Say hi. This is Yotter Boy. He's my quarter dingo. And I got to go let these puppies out. He's kind of got a thing for dad. I don't swear very often, Finn. You know that. I don't swear too often. So, what are you doing, Putz? Let me see your ears. What are the Putz? Oh, the Putz. Oh, the Putz. What is he doing? What is he doing? What's the Putz doing? Oh, what the boy doing? Oh, what's the boy doing? Oh, boy doing? What are you doing, Potter boy? Yatter boy. Oh, the boy. Oh, the boy. Oh, puppy dog. Oh, puppy dog. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. He's going crazy, guys. He's one happy puppy. Are you a happy boy? Are you happy boy? Are you happy boy? Let's see those ears. Where's it? Where's it? Let's see those ears. Where's your ears? Let me see your ears. Where's your ears? Where's your ears? Let me see those ears. Let me see them pretty ears. Oh, we love you, Tuggy. We love you, Tuggy. We love you, biggie guy. I love you, guy. I love you, biggie guy. He's not getting any attention. Come here, big guy. So here's the other guy. Here's the other. Oh my goodness, I'm getting attacked from both ends. I got puppies. Oh my goodness. Oh goodness. We're getting attacked. We're getting attacked. Look at this big guy. Hey, get out from there, Putz. Look at this big guy. Look at this big guy. He's a 125-pound lap puppy. Oh, watch him, big leg. He fell off the couch. Ah, that's pretty good. What are you doing, puppy dog? What are you doing, big puppy dog? Are you hanging out with the dad? You guys hanging out with the dad? Well, you're going to make yourself thirsty. You're going to make yourself thirsty, boy. You're going to make yourself a thirsty boy. Yep, the world didn't end. You remind me of a dude with the radio from 2012. Uh-oh, I'm on the radio. Yes, I love my puppies. As you can tell, these puppies are dad's. Yeah, they're dad's life. Nobody said we're going underwater. There we go again with your ignorance. Glide. Nobody said we're going underwater yet. You're being ignorant. You already had one of your fellow ignorant people come in here and quit cherry picking. His name is Tongo. His name is Tago. He's my big puppy dog. You're a good boy, Tuggy. Daddy loves you, big guy. Big guy. Big guy. Oh, biggest guy. Biggest guy. Big guy. Oh, biggest guy. You love the dad, don't you? Well, watch out for the tail. All right. Anyways, hanging out with my puppies, guys. So appreciate it. They love hanging out with you guys. You guys do not know that the most of the time they're sitting. This guy's right underneath my feet. This one's right over here. So let me go check. Maybe. Like I said, I don't have an exact, but Alex, will you go look at Adapt 2030's video? Adapt 2030's video Adapt 2030 and check out his video that's called Title Event. It's called the Title Event. And check out his video and then come back and tell me what you think. Everybody go watch this video. Seriously, guys, everybody go watch. Holy crap, there's 97 of you in there. Go watch David Devine, Adapt 2030. And I'm just going to let this stream run for a little bit. And then there's 3 videos on this channel. It's called the Title Event. And it talks about these 3, these celestial gas giants forming a square in our outer solar system. I thought I did. Oh, no, I didn't. I thought about it, but I'm trying to think about my favorite fruit. Something like an avocado came to mind, but that's not a fruit. 2012, I haven't. I think I've seen blogs. Isn't that a movie, 2012? I've seen some blogs about. I threw my TV away in 1990, guys. I don't have a TV. My son never had TV. You off the meds again, Dad? No, I'm on the cannabis, Zachary. So, and I'm not your dad, but no, I use cannabis for my back. So, not off the meds. I try to use them as needed. So, my back hurt the other day, so I actually had to take some the other day. But yeah, I got to be careful not to hurt myself because I don't like taking medicine. So, but anyways, pineapple. There we go. Probably a pineapple. Probably a pineapple. So, well, I've grown a few strains myself. Skywalker is my strain. That is my strain. OSB. So that's the Oregon Pepe Le Pew, right? The Oregon Le Pew. So, oh, I let my fire go out. So yeah, check out Adapt 2030. Check out that Title Event. I'm going to go ahead and just let this video run for a little bit. Yes. Now, I don't, but I have somebody who makes it for me. And he makes me some Rick Simpson oil. I'm actually supposed to be getting some from my sciatica. But I'm doing okay. Right now I'm doing okay. Without using a whole lot of medicine at all. And, well, I live on a farm. This is Silver Rock Ranch. So I don't have any friends. I don't have any friends. So no friends. And so, nope, not one. Oh, well, I got my puppy dogs. So I don't have any friends. It's a hard knocks life for me. So don't have anybody to hang out with. So maybe someday I'll be lucky enough. I'll find me a wife and I might get married again someday. So she'd have to like tattoos. I'm kind of into like tattoos. How about that? So actually, I want to get something to eat too, guys. Get this fire going over here too. My fire burnt out. I want to see if I can get my fire going again here. See if we get the fire going again because it's going to start to cool off a little bit. Yeah. Tacos. Yeah. No wife. Just tacos. No friends. Just my friends are online. My only friends I have are online. I never kept up with anybody in high school. I didn't keep up with anybody. That's my fault. That's not their fault. That's my fault. So. But I'm okay with that now. I'm really starting to understand that this is what God wants for me. And I'll tell you what, if I ever have somebody, he's gone. He went back to the, back to the city. He just was not fit to be out here. So, yes, I'm off the grid. So, I'm off the grid. Okay, let me try to get this fire started. Where did my lighter go? Got my lighter in here? It was started a fire earlier. What did I do with it? No, I don't eat pork. Sorry. Don't eat pork. No, I don't have a gal. I'm looking for one, though. I'm looking for a good lady. Somebody wants to be out here and live with this country boy out here on the farm. I'm come live on my movie set out here. Yep, I use wind, solar, and I don't have. I just yeah, don't touch pork. Not even with the fork. No, I don't eat pork. Nope, won't do it. Too much of a low energy meat for me, and it's okay if you eat pork, guys. You can eat all the pork you want. You can eat whatever you want. You can eat whatever you want. We're not under that covenant. Eat all the pork you want. Perhaps. No, that's fine. You can eat pork. Like I said, don't worry. We're not under that covenant. Eat the pig, eat the pork, eat whatever you want. You're not going to go to hell for eating pork, guys. You're not going to hell for eating pork. Oh, you're still legally married? Darn it, Vicky. You're a good woman. I can tell. I don't want to mess with no married woman. No, I don't want to mess with no married woman. I'm not sure people go to hell for eating. I'm not sure, but I think people do go to hell for eating pork. No, people don't go to hell for eating pork. Paps is a good. So no, we're not under that covenant. And remember, that only applied to the house of Aaron and to the Levites. That's Old Testament. No, we're not under that testament anymore. Are you related to the house of Aaron? 4,500 feet, Alex. 4,500 feet. Then right up here at Table Rock, I go right up the mountain, and I could be at 6,500 feet. No, it's not. There's pork in my fake maple syrup. They call it cellulose gum. Ooh, Joey. It's disgusting. Cellulose, exactly. Cellulose filler. No, it's not what goes in a man that defiles him, Pearson. It's what comes out of him. So you can have all your lovely leaf that you choose. You're a lie, homie. Not off grid. Eating pork, yet I'm related. Stop lying to the people, homie. You're a lie, homie. Not off grid. What the hell is this? And what do you mean, homie? We talk about homie. I'm not your homie. Yeah, I'm related. What do you mean related? You're not related to me. Stop lying to the people, homie. What do you talk about? This is off the grid. Don't get rid of Jacob Laws yet. Answer my question, Jacob Laws. You're saying that I'm a lie. You're saying that I'm a lie. Is this not off the grid? You see, I make my own power. What are you saying that I'm lying about? And I'm not your homie, and I'm not related to you. So why are you saying that I'm related to you? And why you say that what was this? Stop lying to the people. Answer your own question there. What am I lying about? This is called off the grid. I make my own power. You don't even know what off the grid is. You don't look, Jacob, do you have any idea off the grid what that means? No, you don't. You don't know your ass from a hole in the ground. There we go. You made me do it again. Off the grid means you're not hooked up to the power. You don't have power coming to your house. So why do you even open up your mouth and say anything? Because you don't know your tail, that rear end that you got in your backside, the pucker factor. You don't understand what you're talking about. See that? That's called a charger controller. That charges my solar panels. Can you hear that going in the background? That's the wind turbine. I make my own power. This is what it means to be off the grid. Off the grid means you're not hooked up to a power pole. So stop with your ignorance. Yeah, because that's what I'm saying. In my bathroom. Right there. There's a bathroom right there. Gee, there's a shower right there. Stand up, hot water, all the shower water, heat. What are you? Bath behind here. Composting, $1,200 toilet. Nature's Head. Nature's Head, $1,200 composting toilet. So you guys are ignorant. So stop with your stupidity and quit acting like you know something. Don't tell somebody they're not off the grid because they're using internet. Being off the grid means you're not hooked up to a power source. So don't sit there and act. You act so ignorant and look foolish. You look so foolish, but trying to help you out. Try to show you how foolish you do look by telling somebody they're not off the grid because they're. See what I'm saying? That isn't off the grid. See what Bubba does? Bubba's an ignorant fool. Just absolutely ignorance. Ignorance is bliss, guys. You know what the funny thing is I think a lot of these, and I know what it is. It's just trolls. None of these people ever spent a day off the grid in their own life. No, I know there's a bunch of you guys are legit. I'm not saying, but it's funny how all these people who say you're not off grid have never spent a day in their life. They don't own one charger controller. Look what I went and got today. I went and traded this. Because remember I sold my generator. And I got this today. It's not a huge panel, but I got this for somebody else. Look. This is a 10-watt solar panel that I got. That I was able to get today for somebody else. Right here, look. I have my solar panels already hooked up. But I traded this today because there's a solar panel inside of this, and it's not a big thing, but this would power all your lights. Like, see this? This is LED lighting. This LED lighting over here in the kitchen. Over here, I also have an alternative light source. They're a lighter light source. So this is how I have multiple light sources. And I got this today. So it's not a big panel, but hey, I sold the generator. I got this, and I got some roofing nails. Because you know me, I'm always building something out here. So, hey, look at this. I got another solar panel. It's a little tiny one. It's only a 10 watt. That's enough to probably, power these lights that you see here with a battery like I have down here. And it would run, I have two batteries that I don't have a complex system. Mine's very simple, but it's worked for years. I have one lithium battery and one regular, lead acid or whatever they call that battery. So I have two batteries that I run, and both of these systems work fine and give me enough power. So I'm out here that I don't ever have problems with charging my phones. I can run all the lights that I want. I charge up my drills and things like that. And yeah, so far it's worked pretty well. Now I have more solar panels. I can hook up more solar panels. I just probably need to get another battery or two, but I'm not going to do that because I don't use all that kind of You blocked my friend's account from speaking, you tyrant. You're exactly what you preach. I host a public forum, and my father will fight your father. Hey, Jacob Laws, Molan Labe, come on out here and dig some holes for me. Your father ain't nothing, and your father ain't going to do nothing to me, and I'm not worried about your father. I encourage your father to come out and try to dig some holes because you ain't going to do anything. Your public forum isn't anything. I don't care about your public forum, and your father ain't nothing. My father is in heaven, okay? My dad is dead. He died playing Nimrod, Santa Claus. So send your dad out here, and I'll have him dig some holes, and you come out here with him too. I challenge you both. I'll work both of you under the table. And if your dad can do whatever, I'll just let him beat the living snot out of me. I won't even raise a hand to him because I let God fight all my battles. But if you lose, you got to cook me dinner. And then you got to dig another set of holes and set the fencing for it too. So put your money where your mouth is, because I ain't fighting anybody. But if your dad wants to come out here and throw blows, I'll let him go ahead. Just call the cops. They know who I am. I'm not hard to find in this town. I don't run from nobody. So your dad isn't going to do nothing. So your dad's going to beat up my dad. My dad is in hell, probably. Well, not yet, but he will go to hell probably. So, your dad's going to beat up my dad, huh? We going to pull him out of the ashes? Pretty crafty of you. No, my dad died celebrating Christmas. Killed him. Christmas killed my father. So, anyways, I don't condone violence, guys. No violence. See, I try to everybody that wants to come out here and fight with me, I always ask them to come dig holes. What's with you and all your fencing, man? I don't have any livestock out here right now, Pearson. I had full livestock out here. I did it for 5 years, and I tried to get people to come out here with me, and nobody would come out here, and it's just too much to raise. I had too many eggs, too many rabbits. The sheep, it just gets overwhelming to raise all by yourself. What would normally take 3 people to raise on 40 acres. I'm on 40 acres. I maintain these 40 acres, the driveways and everything. I do hogs. I've raised hogs. I raise sheep. I raise goats. I raise chickens. I raise rabbits. I've never done ducks, and I raise dogs. I've had cows out here before, but not permanently. So sure, I raise livestock, but I don't have any livestock here right now because I wanted to go on the road. I really wanted to take a vacation after 5 years, and it's hard to do it by yourself, to have so much of that abundance and have eggs and have to feed the dogs egg every day and to have too much extras. It's hard to deal with. When you have abundance, it drives you insane. When you have too much food and you can't share it with anybody, it makes you crazy. So it was making me crazy out here, and I was having a hard time maintaining a normal lifestyle because I wanted to share. And if I didn't care and I just lived by myself, I could probably be still doing it. But sorry to hear that, Carl. That's a little sister, Dad. I'm truck driver in Denmark. And your sister too. Wow. That's a tough one to deal with. The father, he works in mysterious ways. So glad that they don't have to be here for a lot of what we've been a witness to. And I know what you're talking about, Carl. So, wow. They will have not had to seen a lot of things. So, wow, the father sure knew how to take care of that problem, huh? Make sure they never had to experience any of those things. So, all glory to the Father for knowing when to take. Yeah, knowing when to take who and when and why and where and how, and that your dad and just don't have to be here to see anything what we've been a witness to. These have been an amazing trials times, but obviously they're not going to have to see. They're probably, hopefully, God willing, they'll come back and they'll be with you again, Carl. And you know what I'm talking about, in your new body, and you get to be with them again. So it's just a lifetime, Carl, and you know that, because I struggle, and you get to meet them again. You know that. You know what I'm talking about. So, yep, that's what I'm saying. All glory to the Father. Thank you, Father, for taking Carl's father and sister when it was your timing. And I know it was hard for me when my dad died at 16, because I didn't understand it at all. It was just like, it felt like the weirdest time. But yeah. Yep, in your new meat suit. That's all right, Carl. You get to be with them again. And I know what you're talking about. So it's not forever, bud, and you know that. So hallelujah. So we'll get to be with them again. We know that. We know that when he destroys this place, and he will take the evil from this earth. Our brothers and our sister and our mother. Sounds to me like at 3 years old, your sister never sinned, never, definitely a good chance that, and who knows, I think my dad's going to go to hell. That's something I've had to recently face, guys. My dad was a really good dad. I only got to spend 8 years with him, and he tried really hard to be a good dad. But he had his faults, just like all of us. And I'm not passing judgment like that as far as the judgment that's passed on him. But if you are Nimrod, you know what I'm saying? If you are Nimrod and you play Santa Claus, and everybody kind of revels after you, and then you always have the Christmas Eve party at your house, that vain tradition, and you die celebrating that because you got in a rush and God didn't allow the things that you needed to be there, so you had to do it for yourself. And that's what my dad did, and he got such a rush that he lost his own life. So I don't know. I think my dad is probably going to go to hell. Yeah, that's the fire, Papa. Yeah. So I've got lodgepole in here right now, lodgepole pine. So I don't know what'll happen to my dad. I'll probably meet him in hell, guys. To be honest with you, I'll probably get to see my dad again. You got to remember, I'm a veteran. I'm a prior police officer. I've done some things that I'm not very proud of, and I grew up, having to fight my way to school every day, and I have been people have forced me to do things that I didn't want to do. So either one is okay. Either one is okay with me, guys. I'm okay with either or. I'm not going to be disappointed if he puts me in hell. I'm not going to be disappointed. I deserve it. I deserve it. So if he decides to lift me and raise me from the abyss and bring me back to this earth again, then that's up to him. That's not up to me. So if I had to pass righteous judgment on myself, I would send myself to hell. I'm not deserving of his kingdom. I'm not yet. I'm not deserving of his kingdom. I'm just not worthy of it. I'm filthy rags. So whatever he has in store for my eternal rest, whether it be hell or to be brought back to this earth, I'll accept whatever he does. I've already accepted the fact that I was going to hell a long time ago. I did. I've already accepted it, guys. I've already accepted it. So, but that's why I fight so hard to try to, I can't make up for anything I've done, guys. Oh, I did great works and I cast out demons in your name. Depart from me, you worker of iniquity. I never knew you. Okay. I know what the chances of what I'm going to hear. So I've accepted the fact that I'll probably be thrown into the place of no knowledge, and I'll be stripped of everything that I've ever obtained. But that's why I fight so hard. You know, that's what I'm saying. If you knew you were going into hell, if you knew you were hell-bound, and you knew it, would you stop, and would you turn over your life, and would you just give up, or would you try like hell to get out of there? And that is the story of my life. You understand? That is the story of my life. So I take the fact that I'm not deserving of his kingdom. There's nothing I could do to ever replace what it is that I have done. The things that have come out of my mouth, the things that my hands have done, the things that these eyes have seen. I'm not worthy. I'm not worthy. So, but that's not up for me to decide. So I don't have to worry about that at all. And I'm not anxious either way. I'm not anxious. I'm ready to die. You know what I'm saying? But whatever happens is God's will. It's not mine. And whatever it is that he has chosen for me, I'm going to die trying. I'm going to spend every last day on this earth serving him, heeding him. Even if he throws me in hell, I'll serve him till the day I die. And I'll know that, hey, even if it was 49, 50, 51, that I just wasn't ready. And nothing's forever, guys. So I've read the word of God, so nothing is permanent, okay? So I'm not afraid to go to hell. I'm not afraid at all to go to hell. I don't want to go to hell. Trust me, that's not what I want for my eternal journey here. But in eternity, nothing's permanent. So I'm not afraid to be thrown and stripped of this knowledge and have to come back and try to do it again, because I have made some mistakes in this lifetime. Yes, I have. I am in no way above nobody else. Nobody else. Well, that's a good question. You build a relationship, Pearson. I do by just talking to him. Pearson, that's what I do. I just talk to him, Pearson. I just talk to him. You understand? I talk to him every day, and that's how I build my relationship with him. Sometimes I think he just hates me more than anybody else in this world, but I still talk to him. I just talk to him. You know what I'm saying? I don't want my voice to be any different when that day comes, judgment. I don't want to sound anxious. I don't want to sound anyway. I just want to talk to him. No, I don't believe that. And I'm a weirdo, so I don't believe in a different universe. Do you believe it is mandatory to be filled with the Holy Spirit with heretic evidence of speaking in tongues? Nope, hell is not. This isn't hell. This is not hell. This is not what hell is. This is not hell. So, and to address Bigelow, there's no such thing as speaking in tongues. So that's blasphemy. I teach on that. No such thing as speaking in tongues. So, no, this isn't hell. No, this isn't hell. It feels like hell, but this is not hell, okay? Hell is below our feet. This is earth, and heavens are the ruling class, okay? And earth is the ruled. So, Freddie, I've been thinking about that. This earthly heaven is enough for me. David Gilmour, nice. David Gilmour, what a band that was, huh? Cut it off, prods. Listen to whatever's in your voice. Edits. Listen, whatever it is. I thought speaking in tongues was God's mean. Yeah, but that's all blotted out, Pearson. They used to be able to do that before. You know, yes, I believe in the law of attraction, Jacob. But speaking in tongues is the word dialectus. Dialectus. They would speak in a foreign dialect, or glossa is the term. Glossa. Like there's a glossary in a book where you don't know the language, so use the glossary because it's foreign, in a foreign dialect. So if they were coming to the nation of Israel and the prophets could speak in a language, a single language that anybody else can understand. Do you know one person on this earth? Do you know one person on this earth right now that could speak one language and anybody can understand it? There's not one person that can do that right now. Prophecy was nailed to the stake or the tree. The gift of tongues, as this is spoken, is, but that's not what tongues is. Tongues is if you came from another nation to the nation of Israel and you wanted to be grafted in to the nation. You wanted to be grafted into the nation. You had to offer 2 turtle doves at the altar. You had to be dipped in water and to be circumcised of the flesh, literal. There were many people who came to the nation of Israel around the Mediterranean Sea. If you came to a service and you spoke in a foreign dialectus or glossa or tongue, you were to get an interpreter. An interpreter to interpret it in your glossa or your dialectus. RJ Farvo, you need to get a lexicon. Farvo, you need to get a concordance. Farvo, you need to get a concordance and a lexicon and define the words that are coming out of your mouth, Farvo. You need to get a concordance and study every single word where that one word where you out in your lexicon and study it every single time that it was said. I recommend that you study idioms, Farvo. I recommend that you study the cultures and the customs. I recommend that you study maps. I recommend that you study the maps of the time because there were different times and different places. Saya was in here earlier talking about Eden, and I told him he should be studying the maps. So that's what you should be studying too. Maybe that's this dialectus, this glossa, this vernacular, this vocabulary wouldn't be, this vomit coming out of your mouth wouldn't be coming out of your mouth if you knew what you were saying. You're going to tell me to read the book? Maybe this is a foreign dialectus to you, and that's what you don't like because it's not tickling your ear. You need to read a lexicon, and you need to define every single word that comes out of that book, one at a time, using your Greek lexicon, using your Hebrew lexicon, using your concordance. Not only read the one word every time that it's been written, but go ahead and use that concordance as a cheat code to go back to where it's written and read 3 or 4 passages before, and 3 sentences after. And maybe you know what the abyss that you're talking about. Maybe you know what the TARDIS that you're talking about. Maybe you know what in the Hades you're talking about. Maybe you know what in the abyss you're talking about. maybe you would know what in the hell you're talking about, because I don't think you have any idea what you're talking about. So you're speaking in a different glossa, in a different dialectus, and a different tongue. It's foreign to me. Can I get an interpreter over here? Because I don't know what the hell this person is saying. You guys, if you came to the nation of Israel and you came from another nation and there were 2 or 3 of you that didn't speak the same language that was being put on, you know, in the study, whoever's in the pulpit, you were told to bring 2 or 3, right, of those people to the side and have somebody interpret it in their language, in their glossa, in their dialectus, in their tongue. That's what speaking in tongues is. There's no such thing as he said that he's filled with the Holy Spirit and Jesus Christ will rebuke you and you're saved. Blasphemy. Blasphemy. No such thing as speaking in tongues. You do the works of your father, the devil, going around spewing all that psycho babble. There's no such thing as speaking in tongues. Stop telling people there's nobody speaking in tongues. So, anyways, I'm taking my break. Darn it, this fire. So, yep, he said that the Holy Spirit has filled you and you are saved, boys. Hallelujah. Yeah. Let me tell you, brothers. Hallelujah. He said you were healed. You come to Jesus. Get out of here. You're an apostasy to God. Speaking blasphemies. No such thing as speaking in tongues, brothers and sisters. Define the word. Yeah, that's a funny thing. Speaking in tongues is whack. That's a good way to put it. All right, where did this go? Let's get this fire going in here again. Uh-oh, we're smoking. Need this fire going. Come on, fire. Fire. All right, that's going there. All right, let's get the puppy here. Puppies. Look at the kitties still have food in their bowl. Kitties still got food. Hey, what are you doing, buddy? What are you doing, buddy? You guys are good boys. You guys are good boys today, Dad. I love you guys. You guys are my best kids. Let the kitties in. Time for dinner, kittens. Time for dinner. Hold on, baby. I gotta take care of Tanner boy out there. For the kittens, kitten gravy. Kitten gravy. Tanner's out there. He wants to eat by himself. Tanner boy. Tanner boy. For my kid, my biggest guy. My biggest puppet. Daddy. Guy goes first. Guy goes first. Guy goes first. Big puppies first. Excuse me. Excuse me, guys. There we go. My kitten's good kitten girl. Oh, JJ Sweepy. Good boy, Donald Danode. My Agent Orange kitten boy. No, kitten. Kitten boy, come here. Come here, kitten boy. Come here, kitten boy. No, don't go over and mess with that puppy when he's eating. He'll bite you. There you go. There you go, kitten boy. Good boy. Oh, Donald's all done. He's going outside. Better not go out there and eat all his food. He must have ate some ice. He didn't want to eat his dinner. Can we get this going or not? Darn it. Come on, fire. Take off. Getting the fire going again, guys. Getting the fire going. I let it burn out. I let it burn out. You got any more coffee in here? Well, that's barely warm. Barely warm. Yep. Where are we going here? I'm going to make some tacos here soon, guys. I'm going to make some tacos for dinner. Tacos for dinner. All right, let's go check on these kittens here, see what they're doing here. Hey, what are you doing? Get out, Jono. Leave him alone. You didn't eat your food in here, so what are you going out here for? You guys want to go, buddy? Come on. You guys looking at the moon? It's a little tiny sliver. The moon is a sliver. Well, I don't know if anybody can see the moon right now, but it is just a little tiny sliver. I mean, it is just a little, just a sliver. Oh my goodness, where am I going to put all this? More food. All right, I'll put it right there. Throw another piece of wood on this fire here. There we go. I'll take off now. We got enough to make it through the night. And yep, I'll make it through the night. All right, I got some smoke here in the cabin. Uh-oh, that's all right. What do we got there? Open this vent up. All right. You're drinking a Coors. Somebody's drinking a Coors Light. Uh-oh, got the cheerleader beers. How much you want to bet I can throw a football over the moon? Oh boy, football. Oh boy, football. Did you participate in the halftime ritual, right? The Stupid Bowl halftime show. So, anyways, I was out there looking at the moon, guys. It's absolutely incredible. That moon is just a sliver tonight. And I was checking out the sunset. It was nice, and the sunset was pink, very pink tonight, and kind of a purplish hue out there. So, letting the animals do their business out there. And checking out the animals. But man, what an amazing this sky is out here. So, no, I don't drink soda. So don't drink root beer. No soda for me. Water. Berkey water. So I don't grow here at 4,500 feet. I'm going to grow an underground garden. Everything I grow is down south in the state. So I have another area to do all the growing that I need to do at the tip of the triangle. So that's something that I want to do on this property is bring a bunch of trees out here. What are you doing, little sissy girl? Oh, she's so sweet. She always hangs out. My little girl's hanging out with the dad. Her hanging out with her dad. You say hi, girl. Say hi, pretty girl. You pretty girl. She's my little kitten girl. She's the only girl out here, so we treat her like she's a queen. She's the queen. Oh. So, okay. I don't live in Washington. I live in the outback, in the high desert Oregon outback. So, India is great. Yeah, I'd like to go see India. What do you think of the use of river in Bernays? 100 times instead of back in 23. Ooh, Bernays. That's a good question. Seems like it's always just a play on a recycle of, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? The old Hegelian dialect kind of revisited, if you will. I think we're here. I think this is worse than George Orwell, if you ask me. I mean, I think we already eat pretty much Soylent Green, and pretty soon you're going to eat the bugs, and you'll have nothing, and you'll be happy about it, right? So I don't know how much worse it's got to get, but this is feeling very 1984 to me. So, I mean, we have a president that's can't keep his nose off of people, and the last one is running cover for him, you know, and he's going to get reelected. Ouch. Ouch. Man, oh man, this is worse. Yep, same thing. Same thing. It's like I was just talking to somebody about fascism and Marxism and, you know, socialism, all this, everything this country is now. Corporation, so on the stock exchange. I mean, nothing like 3D. Yeah, exactly. Oh my God, I hope you guys don't eat cereal. Please don't eat cereal. Please don't feed your kid cereal. I really never fed my kid a bunch of cereal. He didn't eat. He got breakfast. You know, I made him breakfast, and he didn't do the cereal thing. A little bit, but not much. Yeah, don't feed your kids that stuff, please, if you can help it. Don't eat it yourself either. Oh, I know you love them Fruity Pebbles, whatever they're fruity, but yeah, pretty much just poison alls we eat now. Pretty amazing how we just, it's okay to eat poison, food flavored poison. You know what I'm saying? Tater pickles. Oh my goodness. So, but man, oh man, when is it going to get to people going back to growing their own gardens and it really wouldn't take too many people to grow their own food to share within their own communities. And you know, it's some effort, but they wouldn't be able to offer us these microplastics and, you know, fillers, cellulose. You know, they get the cellulose up so high right now that well, whatever. Some of us are. So yeah. Yep. Actually, that's going to be the future. There's going to be two kinds of communism in this world very soon, brothers and sisters. This world, as you know it, is dwindling very fast. This is Satan's world. This is Satan's world. You know, this ain't no heaven on earth at this point. That's coming. That's coming. You know, but he's gonna have to take the evil from this earth first. We live in the devil's world, and he's out here feeding us poison, food flavored poison in boxes, shrinkflation. You know, smaller boxes. You know what I'm saying? And more and more, and we pay. So, but if we got back to an organic lifestyle, brother and sister, I think that's what the Father wants us to do. Two kinds of communism coming up very soon. The digital communism. I told you this interface, the web is gone. It's cut. The net's gone. There'll still be an you know, you'll be able to move within this interface, but no more searching and no more. I hope that word of God's written on your heart. They'll probably take the word. They'll probably ban the word of God again. It'll probably be the church who does it, who always does it. It won't be the government that does it. It'll be the church who outlaws it. So I hope that it's written on your heart. I hope you're putting away the books that you need, you know. And yeah, this new digital system's coming, and that's going to be the digital communism. And then there'll be communism community, small communities where people are getting their hands back into the soil, and they're forming small communities away from the system. A different kind of communism, not like hippie community, blah, 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 but like wholesome, organic lifestyles, getting away from eating things in a box and growing your own vegetables. So we're going to go back to the old ways, guys. That's what's coming. Two kinds of communism. They'll live side by side. For a minute, you'll be called feral. They'll want to put you back in the city. Oh, yeah, they're going to want to stick you and neuter you and put a tattoo, label you, and throw you back into a cage or the city. But they'll call you a feral, like you're a wild animal. But nah, you be boots, you know, feet in the ground, having small communities. And I think they're more concerned about those people that they can control at first. So I think people who form small communities will be successful in this new world that's coming. Interface communism, digital communism, digital voodoo, visual voodoo, and verbal voodoo, that they'll cast spells on these people and they'll fall for this grand delusion that this free nothing in life is free. We have to work for what we have. You know what I'm saying? And that'll be the communism that will succeed. And people will go back to growing food and go back to communities and get away from this big supply chain system that we're on and go back to smaller supply chain systems, local, buy local only, take back your purchasing power, stop participating in a system that's trying to poison you. So this is what's coming. Whether you realize it or not, it will, and it's already taken over. A death by a million paper cuts, a logarithmic decay. As Andy Scheckman says, a frog in a pot of boiling water, they're just turning it up slowly on you so you don't see it happening. So it's generational more than it is. People are so need everything in the now. I need it now. It's my money. J.G. Wentworth. I'm the microwave generation. It'd take me 3 days to make a burrito, right? Beans, got to soak them, pick them, dry them, cheese, got to be cheese. That takes a minute, right? Flour pounded. That takes 3 days to make a burrito. It's my burrito and I want it now. 90 seconds. You got that hot burrito. Hot Pockets. Very convenient world we live in, brothers, sisters. So they're going to scoop up all that convenience. That's that communism, convenient communism, right? Freebie communism. So socialism is what it is. The biggest socialist ever, Donald John. But the future will be putting your hands back in the soil. 3 generations ago, a man didn't need a Starbucks to bring home to his lady to impress his woman. He'd bring her home a flower and maybe a dead deer. And boy, oh boy, they got it. Yeah, a whole under the stars tonight, baby. Yeah. So anyways, cool. Good stuff. When is the live stream ending? Oh, I don't know. When's it ending? You tell me, Paul. When's it ending? You want it to end now? Or are you going to tell me to shut it off, go to bed, stop? Some people, stop, shut up, stop talking. Anyways, are you ready? What's communism? So which one are you going to be a part of? You're going to be a part of the digital voodoo and the visual voodoo in the convenient communism? You know, like the Starbucks. Again, 3 generations ago, a man could feed himself. He didn't need to go to a McDonald's. Yeah, you must have said something stupid, Soundwave. I didn't time you out. I have monitors in there. Might have timed you out, though. What did you say? Repeat what you said. I don't keep company with vipers. I don't cast my pearls before swine, and my moderators don't either. You must have said something out of line. That's right. We don't keep companies with vipers. So go ahead and repeat yourself. You got our attention. Maybe it was my moderator. I'm underwater side. I'd like to see it. Freddie, you don't forget. Social media has its own set of amendments. That's kind of true. But anyways, it's all right. I'm not going to sit there and impress everybody. I'm not trying to save the world here. I'm not trying to save anybody. I'm not trying to convince anybody anything. I just don't. I'm not in a time where I'm done with the old. Come on in, guys. You weren't even out there that long. You guys are spoiled brats. You guys are spoiled. Man, that moon sure is very pretty. All right, I think I'm gonna make another burrito. I think I'm gonna make another burrito. But anyways, I don't know. We were just randomly talking about this communism that's here. The difference between yeah, good night there, Paul. Try to is either communism where you're going to have a community. I don't have an opinion on that right now. Thanks for coming in. I live in Texas and hate the people. Yeah, that's a hard place to be living right now. They just had a 1 million acre barbecue in Texas. I got to imagine that's got to be pretty tough to be in Texas right now. How come nobody's talking about the Texas barbecue, guys? They just had a barbecue in Texas and nobody cares. So, isn't that amazing? Isn't that amazing that we can just keep having these people drinking Mountain Dew and eating chili bowls and people living in paradise, and yeah, still haven't forgotten about, you know, the old do me baby, you know, the whole, how is that we just forget about the people who had to drink the Maui Blast? I mean, they were having a Super Bowl pretty much flipping over cars in Chile, right? Bowl, eating a chili bowl. Think about how many people's lives are still affected by that. Think about all the people that are still affected in Lahaina. Still to this day. Still affected in Lahaina, and they're giving out checks to people coming across this border, and they haven't even, there are people missing their mortgage payments over there because they can't get the help, and they're having their properties taken from them. They got what, a $500 check or something there in Lahaina. You get what, $1,800 to $2,300 a month in Maine. If you come over here to America right now, you can move up in somebody else's house. They're telling people from outside this country, they know you can come to America and move into a building here, and they will not do anything to you. That's really a thing. That is really a thing going on right now. And so we've got people moving in. So these people that have happened, all these events that have happened to these people. What do you think happened in Hawaii? It's obvious what happened in Hawaii, Corey. We don't need to even question what happened in Hawaii. If you even question my dad in a fire, so don't insult me with that word, please. That's a very very, 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 very sensitive subject with me. So I've studied fire since I was 16 years old. I'm 50 years old today. I've studied fire, trust you me. It's not something you want to play with. My father lost his life with fire, by fire. So that's why paradise is a huge thing to me. And I think my brothers and sisters up in Canada might know a thing about barbecuing too, because some of that stuff just doesn't make any sense when you study the way fires are. So it's hard to, this reality that we live in now is just, it's all quite unfathomable at times that these events can continue, and then they can distract people with like an April 8th type event, you know, and people just let all these things go, you know, and all these things continue to move forward, you know, these underlying agendas. When's the next barbecue? Is it going to be somewhere in your neighborhood? You know, how much longer is this going to go on? And I'm not trying to get, you know, in the way of it. Just get your spiritual house in order, Bob. 3231. Get your spiritual house. We'll put on the armor of God. No weapon formed against you will prosper. So no weapons, no fiery darts will penetrate your armor. So just get your spiritual house right. Get your spiritual, and then live not in fear. Be not anxious, you know, but don't sit around and not talk about these things, guys. We need to discuss these things. Don't be the silent majority about this. This is incredible. So Texas has got to be a hard place to live. You say one word and you trigger me. But I really think about the people in Texas a lot. What it must be like, all those people who lost farms. I'm on a farm, man. That would suck to lose your livestock and all your livelihood. You know what I'm saying? That's what it says. That's right. Birthing pains. Never actually been ice fishing, Robert. I would love to do that. I mean, I lived in Alaska and never had some opportunity, but I never did it. So yeah, that's right. We need to spread the gospel. Right. That's what we need to do. Hallelujah. That's what he tells us. Do not boast because you know it, but woe to you if you don't go out and spread that good word, the good news of the coming of that all flesh, right? That he's come back. And if we walk and follow in his commandments, if we narrow ourselves, if we deny ourselves, if we take up our cross daily, if we're a disciple, we'll do that daily, and we'll follow after him. You know, we won't fall under another gospel, you know, that the Apostle Paul warned us about, and another Jesus. They barbecued, had a barbecue, just like they had a barbecue in Hawaii, and they had a barbecue in Paradise, and they had a barbecue in Canada, and they had a barbecue in Australia. Well, they didn't. They made them drink Mountain Dew. Actually, Paradise was a different deal. Paradise was, smoking from the gutters, trees burned from the inside out, houses burning from the inside out. That's not, yeah, I studied that. You need to study the way a fire starts. It starts up slow. There's a flare up, and then it spreads. Not just a flare up and spread. So there is something, I don't want to overspeak this, but it should be quite obvious what's going on here. You know, it's tech. It's he will rain fire from the sky. You know, he gets to perform all the same miracles and wonders. So it's God allowing Satan to do these things. I know what it is. I'm not foolish. I'm not trying to get in the way. Nope. Too high. I'm at 4,500 feet, Tracy. I'm too high. This valley sits too high. I sit at the edge of the Great Basin. So, but I use cannabis. I'm a medical cannabis grower. I don't grow anymore. I don't call it marijuana. That's a derogatory name. That's not its name. Its name is cannabis, and it's a part of our immune system. It's God's medicine, and it's ignorance of the world is it's unfortunate because children once again suffer because of people's ignorance. And they shouldn't suffer because it's not a cure-all, and it doesn't work for everybody, but it is one of the great medicinal remedies, plants, homeopathic remedies that our Father gave us. It's an alternative to this medicine cabinet meth and all this disgusting big farm guy, greatest jab, all these medical, all this filthy nonsense that these people have been inserting into people's bodies. So I will not stand for ignorance over something that every one of us have in our body. So I've studied it. I use it, oil, and I use it. It doesn't cure my ailments, doesn't make anything fix the problems that I have. I have broken and missing, but it gives me the ability so that I'm not doubled over in pain, and I can actually get sleep at times if I need to take it. I use it, and I use it as needed. So unfortunately, we live in a world where people love to point fingers at somebody, and it's not that world anymore, obviously, right? You know, tattoos used to be crazy, and people, but the problem that I have is that it's still a Schedule 1. Okay, the problem that I have is the government, and they patent a plant. You can't patent a plant. So I got issues with the government, not the people. Thank you for coming in. Much love, Sister Vicky. Thank you so much. And the trolls. Thank you, trolls. You're part of the chat, whether you realize it or not. You give these moderators a run for their money. Thanks for earning it tonight again, Sister Vicky. Because they, come on. We know why, Pearson. But anyways, if used, definitely be, thank you, right on time. Look at Corey said it could be misused, and it has been, overly used. And so it's sad that there are places where children suffer to get access to medicine because it's medicine to me. I call it medicine because that's what it is. It's medicine. And I am a medicinal cannabis grower. So I grow trichomes, okay? I'm a trichome farmer. You might have heard a lot of people refer to it different ways. I farm it, and I'm a trichome farmer. So I grow medicinal cannabis, and I don't grow it like 99% of the world. They've lost the way. They've lost the way on even how to grow the plant properly. But anyways, I won't use the term like that because I don't like the term, but it's a weed, okay? People overdo it, and And the plant doesn't like that. It's a female. It does like attention, but it doesn't like too much attention either. Too much of a good thing is not a good thing. So you know how a female works. You know how they work. They're very complex beings. You got to remember, it's a plant and it's alive and it's a female and it's very emotional and it never forgets anything you've done to it. So just like any female. Oh no, honey, he ain't getting none tonight. Remember 5 years ago? Are you serious, honey? Yeah, they never forget. So, and they're very emotional. So, you know, they have their mind of their own. And if you've ever been a grower, you'd know that. But that's what I'm saying. They've ruined it because they've taken that individuality from each plant. Now, I'm a seed grower. I have all my own strains, and I grow back and reseed every 3 years anyways. So that's what I'm saying, Trace. I'm not. That's what I love about women is you ladies are emotional and we're more rational. And hey, I'm in touch with my feminine side. So, and I don't swing on that side of the, I'm just saying I have an emotional side too. I'm not afraid to shed a tear, have some emotions. Maybe I overthink some things sometimes. So, haha, whatever. I ain't no caveman bonk you over on the head and take you to the bedroom. I ain't that guy. So, but anyways, I'm a little more emotional than that. It's the little things that get me. But anyways, there you go. Thank you very much. Right on time here. So they do, guys. If you've grown this and and you've grown some of these same original strains, if you will, they don't act the same. Even from strain to strain, sometimes they have a mind of their own. And sometimes that lady, she doesn't want to be touching the fan. Don't get that fan near me. I don't want that thing blowing on me. The other one, oh, you better put that fan on me. You know, I need that fan. If I'm not touching that wall, I'm going to have it. You better not lean me up against her. I better be leaning against her. I'm too close to that light. Don't put me near that light. Oh, yeah. You can't just grow a 10 of it, guys. You can't just grow a 10 of it. You can't. And that's ruined it. And that's not the way it should be. I need watering. Leave me alone. Don't you dare water me. So, and if you understand that, guys, if you understand, you can grow some of the best medicine on the earth, honestly, and it's does what it's supposed to do. But you have to remember, it's an individual, and if they're not grown individually, then I think you're making it into a drug, and I do not like what they've done to it because it's a very forgiving plant, you know, because it's known more commonly as a weed, but it has a lot of parameters, but it needs to be treated like a female. It has individuality, and each female doesn't. I wouldn't recommend all females the same. Good luck with that. Yeah, I wouldn't try doing that. That probably won't work out very well for you. They need individual attention, and each one of them is very special and proof of God's work. Somebody asked me one time, what's your proof of God? And I said, you know what? I'm not talking about like an animal, like, you know, looking upon a woman and taking her. But have you ever looked upon a woman? That's my proof of God. You know, they're absolutely remarkable. Every one of them, every stinking one of them are amazing because they're God's creation. And, you know, and so they're very complex beings, and so is a cannabis plant. But if done properly, they're very rewarding, and they're very nice to be around and to partake with, right? Hallelujah. So anyways, I told you I'm kind of a strange guy. At least, you know, a lot of people have lost the way to what this plant needs. Yeah, I told you I'm a weirdo, Tracy. I'm not like most guys. I told you can't clone me. I'm not better than anybody else, but I'm definitely not like any other one that I don't think that any other woman could ever. I think any woman ever been with would agree, or been around would agree with that. And no, there's definitely not another Tracy. But anyways, that's why, you know, guys, honestly, I had a lot of female friends growing up. You know, some of my best friends were females, and ladies that I never ever had the desire to have any physical intimacy with. some of them were very beautiful women. So, it didn't matter. It was the company, that the things that we would talk about. And it was kind of fun sometimes. I don't mean to go like that, but like to be one of the girls, just to hang out with the ladies and let them just kind of be themselves. Cause I didn't, they didn't feel uncomfortable around me. I learned that women are just savages. Guys think that you think guys are nasty. You should be around a bunch of ladies when there's no guys around. Oh boy, let me tell you. Okay, lady, I won't give away all the secrets, but anyway, those ladies, you ever been in a woman's bathroom? Anyways, never mind, guys. Ladies are very remarkable, and so we have to remember that too when we deal with the female strain of cannabis, because it's an individual, and it needs that individual love and the individual attention. And when given that the right attention, again, one of the most beautiful things on this and rewarding things that I've ever done was to take and grow my first cannabis plant from start to finish, and then actually be able to use some of my own medicine that I had that I organically grown by myself from seed to start to finish. And having a child's a pretty neat thing. That's a very neat. Childbirth never not fascinates me. I don't care how many times I've been around a child being born, man. It just knocks me off my feet. So one of the most amazing things, again, but taking a plant to fruition, which not everybody can do. A lot of people say they can, but that's why you see a lot of things online for sale that people give it an attempt and don't work out like they think. It's it's a little more than just sticking something in a pot and growing it. So kind of like a lady, you just can't say, well, I'm going to have this girlfriend now and see it's a trophy. And it don't work like that. It needs the right attention. There you go. So you guys understand. So it's really not overly complex. So you got it. That's a perfect way to put it. A little bit more, give it what it needs. Every children, they flourish a little bit more on children flourish on a routine, and we all do better on a little bit of it, but not too much. We don't want to regulate, because we all have different wants and different needs at different times, and children do that too. So if you can be a little more flexible too, like that, then you're probably a little bit better raising your child to it. Not telling you how to raise your child, but we'll find a little bit. My son, I talk about that often. He was really a good child, God, I was a horrible child. I was a horrible kid. I was really a lot of work for my mom and my dad, and I made their life hell. And my son didn't do that to me. And he was a good kid. And I'm thankful for him. So and I'm hoping that growing up, that I changed up some of the things. So it must just be that name, Tracy. So different strains for different people. I see you guys still talk about cannabis. Remember, cannabis, each one of them. The problem that I have too, again, with cannabis, guys, is they're not giving it the medical. They're not giving it the medical attention that it needs. So meaning that there are so many other compounds other than CBD and THC. I'm not going to go into all of them, but there is more than a dozen. Okay. And they all have their own medicinal properties. And when you've restricted what they've done in this country, meaning that it's Schedule 1, that it has no medicinal properties, yet we have 28 states, more than half the states in America, and it still sits as a Schedule 1, meaning if they would do that and release it, it could get the even more funding that it needed to, obviously take it away from being illegal federally and put it back to all the states. You know what I'm saying? there would be a lot more research, and you guys would realize that cannabis has so many more properties. Again, I am a trichome farmer. I am a medicinal cannabis grower. I don't grow weed. I don't grow pot. I don't grow marijuana. I grow trichomes. I grow the medicine itself. The platform I grow it on is a little bit different than most people do anyways. But generally, I just don't, it doesn't, I have a whole different way of doing it. Remember, I understand it's a female and each one of them needs a different, no matter how, and I don't grow too many. I don't grow enough to make sure I can't give everyone the attention that it needs. That'd be the worst thing I could do. Grow one more plant than I need to grow. See what I'm saying? That wouldn't give those other ones the attention that they need. So I would never do that. I don't do that. That's not how I choose to. Oh, I got, speaking of my female, there's my pussycat over there. Hold on, let me let her out. She's my only female out here at the farm, so she's my queen. Let me let her out. I give this lady what she needs over here, speaking of lady. Hold on, my little sweet pea. I love you, girl. Come here real quick. Want to come say hi? Come here, sweet pea. You can go outside? She's sitting at the door. She's like, Dad, let me outside. I'll go outside with the other kitties. So, hold on, let me let her out. I'm coming, sweet pea. Stay, guys. Stay. You going outside, sweet pea? I'll let you out. Okay, good girl. You tell me when you want out. You go out, good girl. Oh, you're such a sweet girl. Dad, I think I'm gonna have to make me another burrito here. Yeah, I think it's burrito time. So. Okay, but either way, guys. I don't grow any plants here, Ben. Again, all my plants are grown down south. You know, I'm at 4,500 feet. I'm not in the right place to do this anymore. I don't grow medicinally and anymore. After the Fed came in and took over OMMP and all that, and heck with this state, you know, not like that. I just don't do it in that capacity anymore. And when I'm doing it in a different area than this area here. So I have a better area to grow it. One of the better places on the planet to grow it. So, anyways, all you guys talking about sativa, good luck. There's no hardly any sativa left. So quit talking about sativa, because that's almost a thing of the past. I warned everybody in this world that the reason why, as a medicinal cannabis grower, that I went against recreational cannabis, because the one thing I said that they were going to do, because nobody listened to me and nobody ever does, and I don't care what the world says all the time about me anymore. I'm done with it. I don't have any more years on this earth. Just go somewhere else. They're going to steal and take away all your sativa from you. So stop talking about sativa. You know, we couldn't even get a sativa strain right now. If you, unless you had actual plants that you were already had genetically a mother to, or you had your own seeds. Okay. That's exactly what happened. And it took, 5, 6, 8, 10 years to happen now, but it did. And exactly what I said was going to happen happened. All you're smoking is a bunch of indica and a bunch of hybrid. You are not smoking sativa. So stop talking about sativa. You don't know where to get it. Unless you're a medicinal grower, I hear it. You can I know you guys talk about all you want, but I'm telling you, this is what I warned everybody about. They're going to take your sativa away, and they're going to put you on a bunch of couch lock cannabis, which works. It's at the end of the night. You know what I'm saying? It's at the end of the night. It's great. And I can grow sativa so strong, it'll knock your socks off. Blue Dream so strong, you'll feel like you're smoking an indica. You're vaping an indica. You're using oil that's an indica. You're using a live resin that's an indica, right? But it's just Blue Dream. But good luck getting Blue Dream. I've gone into these dispensaries and said, look, I ain't trying to be a jerk, but I've grown a medicinal cannabis grower that is not Blue Dream. That is not Blue Dream. So don't sit there and tell me that I've been growing. That is a strain that I've grown. I've cured cancer with that particular strain. So don't sit there and tell me it is. That is not you. That's a hybrid. That is not even anywhere. Nope. And I guarantee you, if I took it outside, I know what it smells like when it's, you know, put under flame or put under a vape, or that is not, you know, and they don't know. They're just doing their deal. But that's exactly what happened, guys. You got to imagine when you started kicking this stuff into tents, like I told you, instead of growing the trichome, looking it through a microscope, there's a lot of different ways to grow this medicine. I'm a trichome farmer. I grow the medicine. That's what you're using for, that's what's taken off the plant, used separately from the actual plant matter itself. And that's what I focus on growing. Okay. Again, I told you the base doesn't matter, but I've been paying attention like a man can identify a fir or a Douglas or a spruce or, you know, botany. I can tell strain to strain. You got to remember, guys, before all these labels and jars and this percent and that percent, we used to have to look at it and go, nah, you know, or, well, remember that? No labels, no none of that, you know, oh, let me smell that. Let me, you know, a little sniff test, little, you know, no, you're not smoking none of that, you know, we all had to figure it out without this labels and all. And that's what I really don't like about the whole industry, all the plastics used in the industry that all should have been cannabis. Every single of that should have been hemp, not cannabis, but hemp, the male plant. Every jar, everything that cannabis is housed in should have been housed in a hemp container. That's the failure, but it's never about that. It's for the governments to make money, and that's what they did. Instead of, like I said, is a female growing each plant individually one at a time, or 10 or 12, you know, 4 plants per person in flower on an Oregon medical marijuana program for patients, or a patient grower could have a total of 4, 8, 12, 16 plants growing. That's a handful of ladies to deal with. Trust you me. I've done it. It's not easy to do, but it can be done, and very successfully. I wouldn't recommend trying to grow anymore. Anyways, you can have 4 plants per person legally in this state here, but the problem that I'm having, guys, is when you don't grow it individually and you slam 99 of those things in a tent. Yeah, the old eyeball expert, right? Back in the day, right? Let me smell that. So you slam it all in a tent and you grow 99 of them and you put them all on the same drip feed, right? Remember I said, she said, get her away from me. I don't want to be near the lamp. I want to be near the lamp. I don't like being next to that strain. Oh my God, what kind of soil did you put in me this time? Ah! You know, they all have a difference. And when you try to think they put every one of those guys in a row, you see what's happened here? You see what they did? Now these people, they're cloning them, picking them off, and that's the thing, but I'm not opposed to cloning, but now they don't even remember what they got. And when they bring it into this thing, they don't know what, they forgot which one was. They got whole tents of seas of green. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? And they've lost the individuality. They're going hundreds, thousands, whole miles of this watering on month all at the same time. I need water right now. You put too much water in. Yeah, that's how they grow. That's how they grow. So imagine if you grew 99, all of them at the same time. You try to grow them all with the same soil, and you put them on a timer, and you gave them all. You think they're going to grow? That's a drug, and they actually do not try to grow the medicine to the point where, I don't want to go to the whole detail, but there's a window. It starts clear and it goes to, you know, it's not that complex. It goes from a, you know, kind of like a light honey color, yellow, you know, golden color will turn more. I don't even take mine that far. I take mine back when it's more cloudy. And I don't even hardly even let it get into that honey or even into the root beer or even where it will turn black and then fall off. But that's that medicine that I'm telling you about. The trichome looks like almost like a male, maybe, okay, a punching bag on a, that's a better way, like on a long string, all right? So, but anyways, that little tip is where the medicine. It's always about the tip, isn't it? So with these guys, what's it with guys with the tip? But anyways, you sound like a doctor in virology. Let me just put a little bit in you, huh? How'd that work out for you there, ladies? But anyways, you guys, it's grown now to where they take it and they grow that whole plant. And yeah, they'll get in there with that little microscope, but then they'll grow it all the way out. They don't take it, and when you harvest it, it's still for 2 weeks after it's taken out. It should be put in the dark and talked dirty to. Well, you're nice to it the whole time. You want to be nice to it. So, but when you take her out from the lights, you want to shock her a little bit. Whatever. There's a process of doing this, brother. And then you take it and you don't cut it all off the plant because there's still a process that happens for 2 weeks. You know what I'm saying? But people take it right off, then they throw it in a dryer and they grow it as strong as they possibly get it. Strong as they possibly can get it. Black. Okay. So yeah, a lot of the original strains are gone. A lot of the original strains are gone. Because people let this happen. But that's how they grow it now. And they grow it as strong as they can. And they don't cure it. And they send it right out to the dispensaries. No jar curing. No hanging it upside down on its original platform that it's on, because there's a process that goes from the stem to the flower for 2 weeks, even after it's taken. So should be put in the dark for a couple weeks. But nobody does this anymore. Actually, medicinal cannabis can be grown and cured properly, and I could give it to you probably 25, 50 years, 100 years later. I don't know. I wouldn't want to say indefinitely, but with the proper curing process, medicinal cannabis will last, decades, and it doesn't lose its potency. It will not lose its smell. It won't turn into that hay type of, but that's not what's out there anymore. They don't do this anymore. There's not even a proper curing process. And so, yep, it's all just gone to crap, if you ask me. So I hope you have some seeds. Hope you put away some seeds for, people always ask me all those years, why do you collect all these seeds? And they always throw them away. I'm like, hey, let me see those, let me look at that. So I'm pretty good at picking out seeds, feminized or non, or so. But anyways, it's God's medicine, and please don't call it marijuana, because that's a derogatory name for the plant. We all have cannabinoids in our immune system, and it's part of our, the best time to harvest is, I personally take it if you're using, that micro, so you can see down all the way to the eye, through your seeing that trichome. You want to take it when it's about, cloudy, like a foggy mirror, that's got that color to it to where it's not, you can't see through it. It's not clear anymore, but it's not turned into that. You'll probably start to see a little bit. Yep, milky, a little bit right there. I like a little window. I don't like that milk in it. That's what I'm saying. I just like to see through it a tiny bit. I don't like it to go milky. Sometimes some will turn a little milky and some will get a little bit of an amber color to them, but I like to pull them before, because remember, I'm like, hey, get in the closet, be out, and I'm mean to her at that point. The whole life I've been treating her like she's a queen. But once I pull her from the light, I start cussing at her and calling her bad names and telling her she's whatever. People always ask, like, man, why is your stuff so different? Well, you do what you do to your plant. Why do you grow this strain and you clone it, and then you bring me, and you go and you bring me that strain, and you come to me to get medicine? You're a grower yourself. Well, you grow a lot, but I don't grow a lot. And I grow quality and you grow quantity, huh? Oh, that's why, huh? I'm an indoor grower. That's what I grow, is indoors. I don't grow outdoors. So, but anyways, so I'll put her in the closet and I'll do all kinds of dirty things and tell her she's just, and speak things to her she's never heard. And a lot of people are like, what are you doing in your, I can't believe that in the definition of the Bible, do you accept Jesus Christ in your life? You can't accept Christ. That's blasphemy. There's no such thing as accepting Christ. Get out of here, Reaper, with your lollipop Jesus. So, no such thing as accepting Christ. God calls who he chooses. If I did not call out to their hearts to seek after me, there are such idolaters, not one of them would. So you can't accept Christ. You're ridiculous. Don't speak that other Jesus in here. We were warned about another Jesus and another gospel. Don't speak it in here. Please. I'm talking about God's medicine here. So if we're going to talk about God's medicine, be real. We're not going to sit there and let this come into this house right here. So, cult. There's no cult going on here. Hey, Bob Marley with his Walmart faces. Putting the laughy. You work for the Department of Homeland Security there, Bob Marley? Are you in cooperation with Janet Napolitano, a subsidized government corporation that interned American citizens during World War II? Thank you, Devin says, out of the book of Genesis. He quotes the book of Genesis. Yeah, I'm doing good. I actually am not doing too bad. So, I don't know. What is that? Crispy Crunch. Solid. Huh, what is that? How come I've never seen that? I don't know everything, man. I'm always willing to learn. Show us the world. That cool, man. All right. What is nothingness? Nothingness. There's no such thing as nothingness. What do you mean, the abyss? Abyss, busos, knowledge, bathos, knowledge, abyss, hell, the place of no knowledge. Is that what you're asking me? What is nothingness? Hell is the place of no knowledge by definition. Revelation 9:11 says they have a messenger, a king over them. That king is the angelos, the messenger of the abyss. Abyss is the Greek word for hell. It's one word in English. It's two words in the Greek. Bis, B-Y-S-S, is busos, knowledge. Bathos, knowledge. The alpha, like in English, right? A, the first letter, same in the Greek. It negates. It cancels whatever follows. Cancels. No busos. No bathos. No knowledge. Hell is the place of no knowledge. Is that what you meant by nothingness? Consciousness. Oh my gosh. Here we go with the Jiminy Cricket. Let your conscious, no such thing as consciousness. That's a silly word. Get out of here, Jiminy Cricket. What do you work for, Walt Disney? You working for Disney over here? 666 Disney. Yeah. How are we doing from Utah? That's a beautiful state there, Utah. Utah. That was a 5-star state. 5-star state in the strategic relocation. Nah, I'm not doing no cult. I mean, I know what a cult is, Ben, so I'm not offended by the word cult. So, but I know why people do. They get offended by that, but doesn't offend me. Sure, we're a cult of personality. No, not that. Lots of snow in the mountains. Yeah, nice, nice. Gosh, I remember when I worked the Olympics for Chevrolet. Utah was definitely right because well, that was a place to all the way into Salt Lake City. So what a buzz that was back then. I worked for Campbell Ewald, the largest marketing firm in the United States of America. Conscious and conscientious. Yeah, Bob Marley calls it weed, man. So we see where your head's at there, Bob. Must be on that indica terrible sick. It's got you all dazed and confused over here, doesn't it? On the hashish, terrible. Must be on them oils. Well, that's what they turn it into a drug now, guys. They sure have. Pretty sad what they did to it. Taking something that was God's medicine and turned it into a... Never killed anybody. Turned it into a drug. So, but anyways. 2024. I gotta make me a burrito. I think I'm gonna have me a second burrito. I was gonna make tacos, but I think I'm gonna... You're terrible. Smell my hot gas once. Oh, okay. I can tell you spew a bunch of vomit there, Bob. So we'll take care of you. You speak any more nonsense there, Mr. Marley. Welcome to Jamrock. Oh, careful. You can't sing on YouTube. So, yeah. Oh, Jamrock, huh? Speaking of Marley, you know the town Heber in Utah. Yeah, and I'm gonna make a burrito. That's something. Yeah, it's old school. So, no, I'm not. That's not what I do there, Ben. That's what I'm saying. Just a part of what I've done. Just a fraction of my life, but it's not. Yeah, I don't do anything like that. I don't do anything. Everything's cold press that I do. So I don't press everything. I only do live resin. So we don't use any distillate or any nothing. Nope. No. Straight cold press. That's it. Who cares about the yield? I care about having those live resins. So do not want to ruin those terpenes. So no, I don't do that, but I take that oil and I put it on flour. So, and we make it into all kinds of wax and crumble. There's many different ways to just keep refining it over and over again. So I'll get the best in the area because I insist on having the medicine that I grow pushed organically through a cold press so that I can have the things that I need. And I don't need it that much. It's like I said, it's not something that I use it as needed, but it's there if I do. But anyways, there's lots of different, it's a beautiful plant. And when used properly, it does great in moderation too, honestly, than in heavy doses. You know what I'm saying? God save America from this kind of mental. All right, bye, Bob Marley. You do the work. Get behind me, Satan. I knew you were venom as soon as you came in here. I cannot believe I just cast my pearls before you, you swine. Should have got the guy. I knew it from the minute he came in here. It was venom, but whatever. That's okay. Got to trust your gut, but that's all right. I ain't just trying to. I saw your live before about the eclipse. There's a reason they say pop ass. Exactly. So, yeah, we were talking about the eclipse, saying that it was going to be a big nothing burger, and a lot of people were going to get disappointed. And you know, how many people went to Rapture, Indiana, and didn't get raptured? You know, there were probably a bunch of people that, but they stood on the X again. Yeah, it's worked for me, and I have quality of life because of cannabis. So if I stop using it, it doesn't end my life. It just makes it a little bit. No, I don't have a lady, Ben. I don't think a lady can deal with me, Ben. I'm quite the dude. You know, like I said, I'm a lot to deal with. I am a lot of man to handle. Not like that. I'm not better than anybody, but just so I'm weird, man. I'm a strange dude. I'm the guy that built a UFO at the end of town. You know, who do you know builds a UFO? You know, um, you can't be the craziest guy in town. And people run away from me in this town. You know, they run when they see me coming. Oh no, here he comes! Watch out! You know, so the cops don't like me. The governor doesn't like me. There are presidents know who I am. I've been doing this. I told you guys, you know, you can find me on this platform going after a vomit, you know. Um, I buck the medical system. I buck the cannabis system. I buck everything. So um, I don't know if a lady could hold on tight enough to me. Uh, I tell people it can only normally take small doses of me in person. You know what I'm saying? In person. You know, it's one thing. Hey, Yaya got to come hang out with me, and we did all right. He did good. You know, I sent him home, but um, hey, he tried. You know, he tried. He came out here and tried. But you got to be honest with somebody, and you can't just lie to somebody and you know candy coat it. So if it don't work out, it don't work out. So nice. Ginger can be rubbed on the forehead of the temple. Thank you. Beautiful. Ghost blue. Love all that medicinal. Love all the medicinals. We got mullein. Mullei's a great medicinal. Has an amazing. The natives out here in the area where I live, guys, they use mullein for everything. Everything. So, I mean, almost like cannabis, guys. It wasn't a cure all, but are you afraid that you might die? No, I want to die. Phasing. I want to die. I want to get out of this body. I am looking forward to death so I can rest and go to hell or be a king, be lifted up and rule this earth. But it's up to God. It's not up to me. He wills all things, either through self by my own or because I didn't do his will or I follow his commandments. Walk and follow 2 John and 6. So I don't have any control of that. So, but I do look forward to death someday. It's not something that I'm afraid of. I've so forward. My father was 37 years old when he died, and I am 50 years old. So I got a lot more years on this earth than my father got. So every day has been a bonus to me. I seriously thought at 45 years old I was going to end it with the 45, but nope. I've decided that I can't. I have to endure to the end, and so I must go through this suffering. And I'll probably do it. I'll have to do it alone until I die, unless God changes His mind, or He's just preparing that perfect bride for me, as He's preparing His bride. Maybe He's preparing one for me, and He doesn't want me to have somebody that I'm not going to be with for the rest of my days that I'm here. So. That's what I want. I don't want a loner wife. I would rather die happy and alone and single and will be just fine. But death is not something that it's just we all die. So it's one thing that we're all in common. We all have the same. It makes us all exactly the same. I don't care. You're not better than me. You're going to die. I'm going to die. We're all going to die. Yeah, we are. Come on, death. You know, not yet. Not yet. He's not done with me yet. He says I must endure to the end. So I have to go through the suffering if I'm going to have any chance to be picked up and taken away from this place and to be lifted up into the heavens, not someplace in the sky. So I don't. I don't believe what most people believe, to be honest with you. Because to me, believe is not a thought in your head. I know believe is a verb. It's actually an action word. So it's not what you think. But we'll use the word for, you can outlive all this. Yeah, I don't want to. Go ahead and stay here. I don't want to be here. Play Dennis. But yeah, me too. That's what I'm saying, Tracy. Get some of these questions some of these things that I looked away. Hey, is this the guy? Him talking. It's not on his TikTok or his YouTube. I checked. Hey, Scoop a Scoop. Hey, you numbskull. It's on Predestined4light, you idiot. You can't even spell. It's Predestined4light. F-O-R, not for. The number. How ignorant can you be? Look at that. Is this the guy who's lying? All right, now everybody's got to go watch it on TikTok. Now you got to go over it. You don't have to watch the other one, but go over and watch it. Let's show how much of an idiot this guy is. Go over to TikTok for a minute and go to Predestined4light, F-O-R light. Check F-O-R. No, you didn't. You lying piece of crap. No, you didn't. I don't know. They just took, let me see. They just took my channel down. So here I had no, that channel's still up. Hold on. We're going to prove that you're a liar because I'm pretty sure I can pause you on this stream and take a video of this, and I'm going to come back and show how much of a lying piece of crap you are. I'm literally calling you out. I can't, the only reason I'm doing this because I hate Snoop Dogg because he called himself Snoop Lion and Christ was Leo the Lion. I know it exactly what that dirty, stinky, nasty dog did. Stupid doggy style from behind. Yeah, him and all his buddies. And you got the Snoop name. So go ahead and try one more time. Or will one of you do it so I don't have to go over there? Will you check on TikTok? Will you check for me? Because I got a message today that said that the live stream or whatever had gone back up, but the channel was still up. Will you look? One of you guys go on to Predestined4light, F-O-R, F-O-R, and look at that part 1 and 2 and make sure it's still up there. Please, for me. Watch me tell these cops what tyrants they are. Is this the guy who's lying? Yeah, whatever. Snoop, lying. I can't stand Snoop Dogg. I can't stand that dude. He's so dirty, filthy. He's one of them. He's a Crip. So I grew up in Los Angeles, California, and I wouldn't know what a true blood and a true Crip is, and he's a sellout. Come on, scoop a scoop, scoop a soup. Come on. I got somebody going to go over there. So somebody go over there and check for me, guys. Make it show up there. The guy's going to come in. He's a troll. I know what it is. I know exactly what it is. It's the CIA. You guys, they came in here the other day as my ex-girlfriend. My ex-girlfriend. My ex-girlfriend. They literally came in here with her name the other day. So I know what they're doing. I'm not playing around. They're not there. I told you, I don't fight against just nobody. So who will go over there for me? Anybody want to volunteer to go over on the Dragon platform? I hate that platform anymore. I don't even want to go on there. Can anybody go over to Predestined4light on TikTok? I know you probably guys hate going over that platform too. Let's not even spend no more time over there. Look at my last video. Gone. I don't even want to do it anymore. So I gave people a chance. If not, I'm going to end the stream. I'll go over there myself. I'll come back up, make my burrito. I'll do the same thing in this platform, guys. I only got so much time on this earth. So I want to make sure it's still up there. I love giving the cops hell. I love giving these tyrants, road raiders. I know I used to be a thug myself. So, yep. And I'm not afraid of TikTok. I'm not afraid of the Dragon. They're afraid of me. That's why they shut me down over there. That's why I'm over here. Hallelujah. So TikTok's afraid of me. They took my water overlay video down and my last 2 videos. You know what I'm saying? No, I don't live in Montana. I live in the high desert Oregon outback. Nobody wants to go over there. All right, guys. I'll see you guys in a few. I'm going to make this steak burrito because I'm a hell of a cook. And I wish you guys would be here. One of you guys could share this. I think our free will and predestination is all wrapped into one. Our free will is also predestined. No, that's not true. Texas Hold'em. I don't play cards, First Lady, but that's a good game. Well, John Doe, I had the police out here harassing me because I harassed the police. I stood up during COVID, and I stood up to the sheriff out here, and I've gone after the sheriff, and I've gone after the law out here, and I've had problems, because of that, and I've gone after the rich and the elite, and these farmers these cops go and run cover for them. And just like the ones that in Vail that were running cover for Mulhern County Police Department, running cover for Uranium One in Vail that got me in all that heat that I got in. But I'll never stop doing what I'm doing, and I'll never stop exposing tyrannical. These are people who are supposed to be public servants, and they're not serving us. And they stood down during the COVID, and they've stood down many a times out here in this county, and you don't do your business in your backyard. So this is my home. I've never bought land anywhere in this world. I waited until I was at 40 years old till I bought my first piece of property. I've been in property arrangements before, but I backed out. Because I got cold feet. I didn't want to get my feet nailed down to the floor. I didn't want to be in one place. But 10 years ago, I bought property out here, and nobody's going to go do this. I am the law in this town. Do you understand? That is what I've said to the law the last time that I got pulled over out here on that last traffic stop. Now, that's not on that video, but you can ask. I have 8 witnesses that day. 8 witnesses that saw me, because I wouldn't just pull over, because that's not the first. That's the 3rd time they'd pulled me over in the same vehicle. So they're harassing me and bothering me. So I call them out, and for the pig jackboot thugs that they are, because I know I used to be one. So I know what I did was wrong, and so I'm trying to make that right. So I don't let them enforce capital letter law on me. And I make them sure they understand, they know what the 4th Amendment is, and that I have the right to freely travel as a man of the land and soil. So that's what's going on, Joe, and I'm okay with that, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm okay with that. I'm all right with that, guys. I'm a veteran, so that's why I do what I do. I was a military police in the military as well as a law enforcement officer. I went through the Highway Patrol Academy in Oklahoma City. I was a traffic reconstructionist, traffic crash reconstructionist, SWAT certified, CLEAT certified in Honolulu, Hawaii, CERT certified through the military, SWAT certified through LAPD. I did a lot of things in my day, and they were wrong, and I should have never done them because they were the wrong thing. But I'm not going to do the wrong thing now. I'm going to make up for what I did in the past and expose the wrongs that I did. And so if I get shot and a whole clip dumped in me, it's because I stood up for your rights. And I do not live in fear. And I don't go driving around living in fear. And I know what I'm doing is putting me, in their light, but I don't. Until I've broken a law, God's law, that's why I'll worry about it. So I'm more concerned about breaking God's law because I was a tyrant. I've been on the other end. I've been a veteran. I've been a police officer. I've been a military police officer. I served Desert Storm, I've served this system. I've served this beast. I've had the shoe on the other foot. So now I'm more accountable to God's law. And if somebody decides to dump a clip in me because they don't know the law, then so be it. So go watch what I do and see me in action if you want to see me do what I do with these public servants, tyrants, boot jack, boot thug, lickers. You know, not going to be one, not going to lick the boot, not going to go by their tyrannical law. And I hold them accountable. Right now, I have 2 open lawsuits that I can open up, or not open. I could file 2 lawsuits right now with those 2 police officers in that video. Tom Rourke, the one who was the supervisor who came out. Hey, Tracy. Yeah, see, I told you I know all. They all know who I am out here. I told you that. They know who I am. And then I call for a supervisor. I call for a supervisor, and the guy walks up, like, Tracy. Yeah, Tom. Yeah, hey, Tracy. Yeah, how come he knows me? How come the supervisor? Because I fight with these people out here. I held, you know, rallies across from the police department during the COVID, protesting the police. So, yes, I am, Ian. I know that, and it's okay. I've got to do what I got to do, man. I don't have forever here, so it is what it is. They're not my walls. No, they're not my walls. You guys don't say that. That's stupid. But anyways, if you want to see how a man of the land and soil deals with these jackboot thugs, go watch my video. Maybe I should just upload it over to this channel, guys. Maybe I should do that, huh? Maybe should I bring it over here? It's God's law. It's godly. It's righteous to do what I do. I didn't do it because I thought I was gaining any points with anybody. I told you I was worried that I would be following God's law and he'd hold me accountable because I was a police officer and I know that these cops are trying to enforce capital letter law on me. My straw man, the corporation, codes, mandates, ordinances, traffic violations. I don't believe in races, lady. I'm a veteran. What the would I believe in races for? Are you out of your mind? You think when somebody was trying to shoot my head off and take my head off and I have a man behind me, do you think I can give a crap if it was a woman? No, I don't. I work with the first female sniper in the military. And when you're in the military, somebody's trying to shoot your head off and you've got somebody who's got your 6 or you got your back. Do you think you give a rat's hole or the color of a man's, you know, how much melanin? Yeah, thugs, police officers. Why are you referring thug to black? What's wrong with you? Are you racist, lady? Why do you even say black? That's a derogatory term. That was never used in history. You're putting labels on a certain people with a certain amount of melanin in their skin. I hate the term black. I just had Yaya out here and he's black. And I said, if I was black, I'd be the worst black person in the world. Because I go around saying, hey, I'm not black. I'm not black. I'm not black. I'm brown. Stop calling me brown. Stop calling me black. Black means I'm guilty. Why you call him white? That's Caucasian. He was never called white. White's like he's innocent. He had never done nothing wrong. So I hate racism. I only believe in one race, and that's the human race, man and woman. So I don't believe in how much, you know, how much melanin this man or what the shape of his eyes are. That doesn't have anything to do with. I don't care if he's got my back, his back too. So don't be a racist. I'll toss you out of here. Any one of you, don't be racist. Don't put labels on anybody in here. We're all one race. Ain't right, ain't right. You're just disgusting. Body, get him out of here. Racist pig. So, trust me, you don't care what if it's a woman, if it's a man, if they got melanin in their skin, less, more, if they burn in the sun, if they don't, if the shape of their eyes is this, that, you don't care. One race, the human race. You act anything out of that, I'll throw you. I'll moderate my own chat. Go ahead. Be racist in this chat. I hate racism. Racism is taught. Racism is taught. You got 4 children under the age of 4 years old. This one is from Saudi Arabia. This one's from South Africa. This one's from Russia. And this one's from Mexico. They're all playing. They're all playing in a park. They don't know. They don't see color. They don't see that. They play with each other. We teach children racism. I don't agree with it. Children don't know racism until it's taught to them. We're filthy, dirty human beings for teaching these cheap people, children, these things. If we acted like a human race, one race, I'm not saying we can't have, our own culture and things, but act like a human being. So just, like I said, just had Yaya in my house. He's a very dark, melanated black man, and I'll do anything for that man. He's my moderator in here, So I don't see color. Sorry, these eyes don't see color. I don't. I believe in one race, in the human race. So if you see color, then we don't see the same way. That's a good way to put it, John Doe. If you were dying of thirst, you'd take water from anyone's cup. So we're all people, guys. That's exactly what they want, Corey. So that's why I stand so firmly on not letting them do this to us, putting yeah, I know, because I live off grid, Tone. How long have you followed me, man? Probably just hopped in here. I stream for lots of hours when I have daylight out here and I'm not in my cabin out here in the middle of the desert. So do you need to look into my eyes? Normally I don't have the issue during the day, sometimes a little bit, but it's because I live in a cabin out in the middle of the desert, and I built my cabin with my windows facing away from the sun. So why did you go? I don't care what you look like. Cool. So anyways, and I don't care about my eyes, or people see my eyes and go, oh, man, he's not telling the truth because we can't see his eyes. Yeah, okay, whatever. Yeah, So, all right, guys, I'm going to get off here. Because I don't see any of you guys went over and watched the video. So I'm going to go watch the video myself. And I might pull it off of TikTok and or download it. I'll keep it up there and make sure it's still up there. And maybe I'll upload it as a learning experience on this video, on this channel. I mean, it's got a lot of followers. Eventually, I like to try to get it to Brian at Here's the Deal on this platform, because there's a good lesson to be learned on this audit that I pull on these police officers out here. And I use some of the verbiage that I don't think has been used before, challenging these police. And I think it would work very good in a lawsuit. And I would really like for Brian to get a hold of it at Here's the Deal, because he goes over and that's what he does on this platform. I'm not sure if you guys know who Here's the Deal is. Brian from High Impact Flicks was his channel here on YouTube. He got that channel was taken down. That channel was banned, but now he has a channel that's called Here's the Deal. And he goes after auditors with their information, doesn't go after, but his videos are all about First Amendment auditors and people who he goes after people who do First Amendment audits, people like myself, and I audit the police. I've often thought about doing that here in this local area, because I wouldn't have to work if I just would go file one lawsuit, like I have the ability right now to really open up a lawsuit against those 2 officers that pulled me over in the last video. But the vernacular that I'm using, guys, the vocabulary that I'm using in this video is that I'm telling these cops to leave me alone and to stop harassing me, that it's not a crime to not have a license on my vehicle. I don't need a license to operate a vehicle. I don't need a license or registration. That is my inalienable. I'm a man of the land and soil. I came from this corrupt dust, of sin, born of this dust, and I'm going back to the dust. Don't you understand? And so they will not let them assert their capital letter law on me. Okay. And I assert my rights and tell them that they need to let me go about my business. Go about my business, that I'm not engaged in commerce for the corporation. I'm not delivering roofing tile for a company, or I'm not delivering pizza for Domino's, or I'm not doing Uber Eats, or I'm engaged in my own personal business. I'm going to check my mail. Leave me alone. Stop harassing me. Well, Oregon State says that you need to. I don't care what Oregon State says, you idiot. This is a federal law, and I do not. Federal law trumps state law, so get out my face. You're a tyrant is what you are, and you're harassing me. Need to let me go about my business. This is my personal vehicle, and I'm traveling my personal vehicle. I said, I do not need, that's a moving violation. Then give me my ticket and let me go about my business. Stop. So I've never heard anybody say that before, guys. Business. Let me go about my business, because you challenge it by not being engaged in commerce. Commerce. You know what I'm saying? So I'm telling him, let me go about my business. Stop harassing me. You're a thug. You're a jackboot thug, and I am a veteran. I defended the rights of this country. The right to the 4th Amendment gives me the right to personally travel in my personal vehicle. I have the right to be secure in my houses, papers, persons, and effects. And this is my personal vehicle. I'm just traveling. Let me go. Stop. If you don't recognize, you keep quoting me all this state law. I don't want to hear it. This doesn't apply. I'm telling you what the law of the land is. It's always been this way. You can't accost a man. Now you guys have stopped me and haven't even committed a crime, and you're demanding my ID. You're demanding my ID. You can't ask me for ID unless I've committed a crime. This is not a Terry state, stop and search. You have to have reasonable, articulate suspicion that I've committed a crime. Well, you didn't have a license. That's not a crime, you idiot. That's not a crime. That's a moving violation, and that's not a criminal offense. So write me a ticket and let me go. Stop harassing me. You can make it out to John Doe, general citizen, Stop. That's what I was telling him. Stop harassing me. Stop harassing me. You're stalking me, and this is the 3rd time you guys have pulled me over for the same violation. And you let me go last time because you know that I know my rights, and I will not let you trample on my rights or anybody in this town. For that sake, you know damn good and well that I stood up to you guys during the COVID. So you know that I'm not going to sit here and take this crap from you now. You let me go right now. You're violating any travel. If you make me give you my license, you have accosted me, and that is illegal. And you cannot accost a man. If a man is walking down the street, you cannot stop them. A woman, you can't put your hands on anybody. That's called accosting somebody. Unless they've committed a crime, you do not have the right to stop a man or a woman when they're traveling. That is the law of the land. That has always been the law, and it'll always be the law. You understand? The right to travel is a God-given protected right by the Constitution under your 4th Amendment, which allows you to be secure in your house's papers, person, and its effects. Under the 4th Amendment, they have to have reasonable, articulate suspicion that you've committed a crime to violate and trample. Then if you've committed a crime, then they can ask you for ID. but they have to have what is called reasonable articulate suspicion that you have been engaged in a crime, that you are currently in the commission of a crime, or that you're going to commit a crime. And not having a license or a driver's license is not a crime, and it is not required by the Constitution, upheld by the Supreme Court in 2023, upholding your Fourth Amendment right, freely right to travel without a license. It's not required, without registration. So I won't let these jackboot thugs get away with it. So I could file a lawsuit against both of them because I made them make me surrender my license under the threat of arrest or the threat of extortion. So if you want to see a man in action, I am one of the better auditors, I believe, in the United States. I just don't do it for a living. I probably should. I could stack a big, huge stack of chips and put it in this ministry and pay it all off, but I just won't seek vengeance against anybody. So, but I won't let them trample on anybody's rights. And I did the last time that I got pulled over, in that particular traffic stop. Now I carry insurance on my vehicle, and I have a valid CDL, and I have a valid medical examiner's card, but I'm not engaged in commerce. I'm not just going to give it to them. I want to make them violate my rights and trample my rights under the threat of arrest or the threat of extortion. Remember, they're raiders. They're going to extort my money. And so I make them go through all of that process so that I can make sure that I can file a lawsuit against both of them. So right now, I can file a lawsuit against both those thugs. You won't seek vengeance, eh? Seems like that's all you people do. Oh, and I didn't file the lawsuit there, Michelle. My bad. I'm sorry. I'm not very good at pronunciations, Michelle. So anyways, Michelle, I stand up for your rights. I do, Michelle. I stand up for your rights. It doesn't matter if you're a female or a male. I still stand up for your rights. So the people, that's not standing up for rights. Doesn't where in your mind do you get that, that's seeking vengeance? How does that seek vengeance? By making sure I'm asserting my rights. You're a bootlicker. Get out of here. You're a bootlicker. I can't stand bootlickers. Get out of here, bootlicker. Get out of here, bootlicker. Michelle, get out of here. You're a bootlicker. You're a jackboot thug licker, and I can't stand jackboot thug licker. Yeah, I'm calling you out, just like I call the police out. Okay? So if I'm not afraid to call you out, somebody on the other side, if I'm afraid, these guy got heavily armed dudes that can pop, and they're afraid and they shoot everybody. Hey, you think I'm not going to call you out as a bootlicker? I call them a jackboot thug. So I'll call you a jackboot thug licker. Yeah, I will. I'm not afraid to do it. I'm acting in God. He tells me to do this. Be not partakers in the unfruitful works of darkness, yet rebuke them. Shine a light on them. Right? Expose them for who they are. You're a thug and you're a bootlicker for supporting these people that go out and support capital letter law. Capital letter law. So anyways, maybe I'll pull it up on this channel. You can go watch it if you want right now. It should be up on TikTok. I'm going to go make a burrito. I already fed these puppies dinner, so I need to feed this puppy right here dinner. Well, this guy. But anyways, check it out and see me in action. And if anybody wants to get that and take that video and send it over to Brian at High Impact Here's the Deal, you'd be doing me a massive service, guys. You can, if you can get that off the platform, and I'm pretty sure it's up there, do part 1 and part 2. Please, I've asked for months and months and months and months, man. Attach yourself in it. If I get some props, I will call you out on this video and give you all the mad respect. Hey, this is the person who sent this over to Brian. He got this up off the ground for me. This is who did it. And I'll give you some, not, I'm saying I'll give you recognition. If you got any way to do it. No, I didn't go to jail. I didn't get arrested. I didn't go to jail. I didn't get a ticket. I didn't do nothing. They let me drive off. And when I left off that day, I reminded Tom, because you'll see me call Tom out. And I said, hey, Tom, remember, I'm not the bad guy in this town. I'm the one that stood up for the COVID. You don't know your ass from a hole in the ground. So, anyways, so I told Tom, I said, Tom, remember, I'm not the bad guy in this town. Remember, Tom? I stood up in this town when you guys wouldn't stand up for anybody. Remember that, Tom? I'm the law in this town, Tom. You remember that, Tom. I'm the law in this town. And he drove off. So there you go. That's the last contact that I had with the law in this town. So who's the law in this town? I'm the law in this town. Ask him. Call him right now. Call the sheriff right now and you ask them what I've done in this town. They know me. They know me damn good and well. The district attorney and they all know me. The last time I got pulled over, that's exactly what I told the highest ranking official out here. That I am the law in this town because I stood up for this community when the sheriff stood down during COVID. I stood up and I filled in the gap. I tried to get them to stand with the businesses. They wouldn't. So I held protests across from their police department. Yes, I did. So don't think these cops don't know who the hell I am. So you better figure out who the hell you're messing with on the other side of this screen. I ain't your average Joe. How many Americans stood up for their country and for their community and got hated on for doing it? I got treated like I was the virus during the COVID. You have no idea what it's like to be in this meat suit. So you want to come out to this town and mess around, you better find out this is that small town. Come around and find out. This ain't even a town. This is a township. We ain't even a town out here. So I'm the law in this town if you come out here. Just ask the law. I know this other guy out here, he was getting pulled over and harassed too. He's actually has a bachelor's and he is I forget what he does. He does cases and he supports, but they've been harassing him out here too. And he told me the last time that he got pulled over that my name came out of their mouth. Well, tell Tracy just to calm down over there and it won't have such a hard time. If you could just stop giving us such a hard time, we wouldn't give him such a hard time. Get out of here, you jackboot thugs. So when my name rolls off their mouth, they must be, I took up space in their brain. All glory to God. I'm doing it because God makes me do it. This has nothing to do with me. I said I more fear that I am not following that God-given right. My right. And that's what I stand up for, God-given rights, so that we can all enjoy these inalienable rights that our federal government is there to uphold and to protect. If you've forgotten what the federal government is there to do, I think a lot of you have. When the people fear the government, that is tyranny. When the government fears the people, that is freedom. Have you forgotten what it's like to be free? When the government fears the people, that is freedom. This government doesn't like me. That's freedom, if there ever was. And I told you there's no such thing, but no, we don't need the government. You're a jackboot thug. And I get elected president, I'm going to abolish the federal government, and I'm going to abolish the state, and I'm going to put the power back in the hands of the people. And you're going to be able to community and put yourselves. That's right. So if you want to actually vote somebody, and there's changes coming, brothers and sisters, there's changes coming beyond. Look, they already sent all these people high degrees and from Yale and all these top masters and bachelors and all these Yale, Berkeley and I went off on it. Just you guys. These people are supposed to be the best of the best, and they have destroyed this country. Destroyed this country. All these people with these high degrees, all these people in these high, Let's get them out of there. They all got to go. Every stinking one of them. Let's get them out of there. Let's get them out of there. They got to go. They got to go. No sovereign citizen. Don't talk about sovereignty. That's being above the law. Cops are sovereign. I'm not a sovereign citizen. So I don't claim sovereignty. So we need to invest in the government and give them everything we own. Iceman's being a little facetious. I've seen him in here before. He's just being facetious. That's not his normal comment. Or supporting Israel's genocide. Yes, we don't support Israel's genocide at all. Giving all that money to Israel. Shame on you, American government. I don't care about the stupid pretendant, the chicken head that's in the office or whatever his actor is. It doesn't matter. Orange face or this face or no. I don't support any of this nonsense. Oh, or you got somebody that maybe there's another Iceman. Sometimes I see more one name. Maybe you look a little more familiar, but I thought there was another Iceman in here. But thank you. That's right, Hussein. NATO, USA needs to, and UK needs to stop arming people who take. We need to pay more taxes to help each other. No, make taxes illegal again. I would fine citizens like Fly for their nonsense and ignorance. Make taxation illegal again, and then we would put it all on Fly for the ignorance and the stupidity of taxing people. They threw tea in the harbor over 3%, and Christ, he took and fastened the cording off the curtains and whipped the living snot out of the people selling the doves and remember the money changers. So no, Fly would definitely be locked up and be put in prison because he's a bootlicker. We'll put all the bootlickers in prison too. And they can lick the boot of this government, and they can get fed their 3 hots, or 3 hots in a cot there, and enjoy their see, you're the problem there, Fly. So we're gonna fine you and throw you in prison. Not literally, guys. We're just Gape there. I'm not gonna throw anybody in prison. I'm not gonna be the president. So yeah, let's not fight with each other, guys, if we can help it, okay? We need to stop, and it's preposterous to claim only 30 years after more skilled professionals. Nice. And, yeah, stop giving people coming into this country all the money and start taking care of the people who actually have, homes in this country, and stop giving the homes to people who are not in this country already. So it doesn't matter. It's all being taken over anyways. So you wake up one morning and they'll just change the flag. So bye-bye, America. I'll see you guys on the next when we're Chai America. Remember, Mr. Ping, he came to Chinatown, right? Planted his flag, and as a United States Army veteran, I got to tell you, if you go plant your flag in another nation's country, that means it's kind of taken over. So I hope you're ready for the change of the flag of the guard. It's going to happen sooner or later. They just haven't switched the flag yet. I hope you figured that out by now. So bye-bye, America. Nobody wants your debt anymore. You're the bad guy, and everybody hates you. You keep policing everybody and causing tyranny around the world, and people are tired of it, and there's like 30 million of them here in this country that don't like you. Bye-bye, America. Bye-bye. There are some people in this country that don't have good plans for this country. I hope you got a plan for acting like a human being. I would ask yourself, what would Jesus do? What would Jesus do? What would Christ do? That's what I would do. Ask yourself that. WWJD, we're going to bring it back. Hashtag WWJD. What would not FJB, WWJD. What would Jesus do? What would Christ do? I think everywhere I am McLovin, that everywhere you see those balloons come over America, there'll be a barbecue. possibly you'll have a barbecue. Seriously, McLovin, what's going to happen? They did it in over there on the island. You know what I'm saying? They did it over there on that island. You could find a year in advance. They sent it over ahead of time. It sent out this green, stream, if you will. You can see the visuals of it, of what I'm talking about. And then at the time of the old Mountain Dew flare-ups, well, wouldn't you know, look, mama, balloons, red ones, 99 red balloons, if you know what I'm talking about. They were up there above during all the flare-ups. So the red did the blue. The red dragon made the blue Mountain Dew. Me baby, do me baby. Maui blast. Remember? So the dragon did that using directed. Oh man, I'm getting a little low on energy. No, I've got plenty of energy. I can go all night. I'm like the Energizer Bunny. You ain't stopping me, man. I do another 50 years at this rate. So, yeah, not the blue man do. Yeah, the blue man do. That's what I'm saying, guys. This is going to have to stop sooner or later. So, do you guys have a plan? Honestly, man, do you have a plan for the blue man do? Can I use that? Because that's pretty good. I got to, hold on. Who said that? Master Blaster. You're going to get the credit for that, man. I got to get credit. Where's credit? Do you have a plan for you've heard of the cat man do? Ever heard of the blue man do? Well, the blue man do says, remember what Mr. Biden said? He said, well, in this neighborhood, because you had the right roof. Because you had the right roof. You know what I'm saying? Because you had the right roof. He said that. Do you guys remember when he said that? Do you guys remember when he said that? Mocking everybody? So, yeah, blue man do. So I hope you don't do the blue man do. And do you have a plan? Good, good. There are ways to get away from the blue man do. So there are ways to get away from that, guys. I think it's something that people can get away from, but I don't think you'll get away from it up on top of the surface. I don't think your roof is going to save you this time. I think they could just change lanes. They can go from blue to red this time. Who knows? You know what I'm saying? No, God doesn't love all his creation, he's saying, and you know that. No, God doesn't love all his creation. Nope, no, he doesn't. God doesn't love everybody. That's not true. You're just speed running life right now? Oh, man. So God only loves his bride, Hussein. He loves his bride and those who walk and follow in his commandments. He doesn't love people who doesn't love him. He throws them in hell, the abyss, the place of no knowledge. Why would God love somebody that doesn't love him? He said he loved Jacob, who he later gave the inheritance, and he named Israel, and he hated Esau before either one were ever born or done anything on this earth. So God doesn't love everybody. That's not true. That's not true at all. So, but anyways, that's God's word. But anyways, guys, I don't know if you guys saw Mr. 46 talk about that whole neighborhood got destroyed, but that one place that had the right roof, Ugh. So, yeah, if he loved all, then Sodom went down. Thank you very much. Nobody important. That's a good comment right there. If he loved everybody, that we wouldn't have had Sodom and Gomorrah, right? So cool. I try to draw close. Good stuff, guys. So what time is it? Oh, guys, I can come back on for another hour or something like that. Maybe. We'll see. I don't know. I'll see what's on. I haven't done any research today. I've been live streaming here all day. So let me get a burrito. I want a burrito my second burrito of today. I had 3 burritos yesterday and some taquitos, but I'm going to make my own. I've got some really good steak that I had made, and I've got it in the refrigerator, or well, in my cooler here, because I'm off grid. I am for company. So, anyways, I'm gonna go make myself a burrito. I already made one earlier. I've got some rice already made up, and I'm gonna I'll come back on a little bit if nothing interesting. I don't know. A lot of the stuff isn't interesting to me right now, guys. The things of this world just don't seem. I kind of already got the cheat codes. It's called the Bible. I already kind of see what's going to happen here. So, and I've been talking about this 10-24-24 lifestyle. So, I'm getting ready for it, and I'm going to make it through this event. And many of us will, but most of us won't. There are people who are born to go to hell. That's right. They're called vessels of wrath, fitted for destruction from the foundation of the world. You look like you can scare kids at the park. Well, that's nice. So, all right, guys. Appreciate it. Hey, there's a link on, I think it's somewhere in my bio. If you guys want to support anything I've done here, the best way to support this channel and what I do is through my Cash App at this point in time. That's the quickest way you can put money in my hands if you so choose to do so, if it's something you have the ability to do. It's not required. I'll come back and do this with any payment. So it's just part of what I do. This channel is monetized, and I haven't been able to pull off I'm not really good at tech, guys, so I haven't been able to. I try to have my son help me. So I have some money in AdSense that will be coming for the monetization, but there's also a PayPal. If you've done well and you want to help me out, I spend a lot of time here trying to do God's work, and it's not required though. But that Cash App information there is a link to it now, and my son put that up, and he didn't put the PayPal one up, but he tried to get my AdSense taken care of, and he just ran into a problem with it. So thank you for everybody's support of the channel. Thank you for everybody who's came in. Doofus, newborns don't go to hell. Yeah, newborns don't go to hell. So tell a friend Jesus is black. That's blasphemy. Jesus wasn't black, Abar. Jesus was the lion from the tribe of Judah. You're a liar and blasphemous. You just need to ask yourself, what tribe was the tribe of Judah? And you'd be able to go back on your blasphemy. So that's the tribe of Ham, you ignorant fool. Stop speaking blasphemies in here. But anyways, I give you the meat, guys. I give you meat. And it's not required, but I encourage you to read where it tells you in the book of Malachi that if you find somebody who's feeding you meat and not down a watered down watered down milky doctrine, that if it's within your ability, that's who you give your support to. So if anything I've given you as far as the word is meat, then chew the meat and spit out the bones. And if it has any value to you and you have the ability, I think of all these people that tied to all these heresy churches and follow these other traditions of men. I help hopefully you to straighten that out and to show you that other gospel and the other Jesus. So I'll teach you again about that there's more than one Christ. There's more than one Jesus in the Bible. And many, many Christians don't know that. They don't know that there's one more Jesus in Scripture. And but I can get you that information, and I'll talk about that next time when I come in. And I've never heard that defenses in such a way. Congratulations. So some people like milk, but that's the nuance. Yeah, they like they love the watered down milk, but he wants us to eat meat, guys. Eat of the meat. That's what he said, that I eat. And he's not talking about sacrifice and flesh. He's talking about the word of God. And if you find a man, I encourage you to read the Book of Malachi. It talks about tithing. And we are supposed to tithe. I'm not telling you to give me 10% of your income. I didn't say that in any way, shape, or form. I'm just asking you to read that book because it's unbelievable how much money goes to these mega churches. And these are the ones that, preach that other gospel and that other Jesus that we were warned about. So if you're interested in that, go to Grace and Truth Ministries. This is a mirror channel of Grace and Truth Ministries. It's High Desert Grace and Truth here. I'm the one who teaches at this platform. I've had people from all over the world call me a pastor. They're a pastor. I don't ask for a label. I have a pastor and a teacher. It's Brother Jim Brown. And I know that people come back here, and again, I've had that label put on and asked not to be called that. But some people say, I come back to hear this word from you. So I want to keep coming back and hearing the word that's coming out of your mouth, because you're speaking things that I haven't heard. And it resonates with me. So if any of this resonates with you, come back. It's not required that you tithe anything. Okay. But information is in the description if you have the ability to do so. I love you guys, and I'll see you on the next live stream. 7 hours and 17 minutes is almost a full day work for some, So much love, and I'll see you guys again. I appreciate the excellent comments from everybody who came in here this evening and shared with the chat, because that's what it was at. The other day, again, I came in here and I left for just a couple minutes, and I came back in, and just a couple minutes, whatever, I was talking, and I started talking and talking and talking, and it's like nobody was listening to me. Everybody was talking to themselves, and I was like, this is awesome. This is an amazing. So you get a job, Electro. Can you offer, 40 people to come to your property right now and feed them all? Pound sand. Get out of here. So I work hard every day for what I have, and I've tried to give my life to other people. Just because somebody take it's not my fault. I've offered this property for 10 years for people to come live this dream that I've been living. So you chill with your stupidity. Don't tell me to get a job. I work harder than you probably have ever worked in your entire life. I don't care what you're joking. Don't tell a man to get a job who works hard. I just spent 7 hours and 18 minutes in here doing the Lord's work. Get out of here. I don't want to ever see you here again. I don't like your ignorance. I'm not the guy to be messing with, okay? This ain't some easy peasy other cotton candy Christmas Jeezy in here. We're not joking around. I'll joke around, but there's a time and a place for everything, okay? So go to your retirement home and shut up, okay? Yeah, go to my retirement home, and I'm going to work you couldn't make it one day on this farm out here. Not one day could you make it. Not one single day would you make it out here. I don't think you can work side by side with me. Not one full day. You'd be asking to go home. So don't even go there. I work for what I have out here so that I can give to others. That's all I've ever tried to do. So you don't know me? Stalk my channel. Ask the people who are on this channel, and they'll see. So don't start telling me to get a job. Okay? Anyways, I'll be back, guys. There's all the information about who I am and on my channel. There's multiple channels. I have 10 channels on the internet. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I got to shut up because Fault said to shut up. Pound sand, Fault. You're just a troll. You're just looking for your recognition, and you got it. So you like getting fed, troll? Here you go. Here's some more feed for you. Go ahead and troll me some more. Oh, look, he's pissed off. I got him all worked up. He's angry. You see how they work, guys? Nobody's angry, Tyler. You would know passion from anger there, Tyler. Stop telling me that I'm angry. You're wrong. So there's a problem with people, guys, in this day and age, man. Just so quick to assume the most silliest things, and don't have any idea. Both of them, mama, are an apostasy. I rebuke Israel and I rebuke Palestine. Yeah, little man, why don't you come stand next to me? Little man, I'm 6 foot tall. Okay, I got a six-pack at 50 years old, and I could dig more holes than you could ever dig in an 8-hour day. So come on out here and dig some holes with me and put your money where your mouth is and see if this old man can work your little old young fingers to the bone. That's right. I challenge you. Put your money where your mouth is, trolls. I'm not hard to find. Just call the police. So only even angels know that. Okay, well, guess what? He says, no, I'm not bitter. You're wrong, Trixie. You guys love it. You guys are trying to, I'm just responding to you guys trolls. I love it. So, hey, Bennett, why don't you look at my videos and see what I do here? See what I do out here. It's all on this channel. Why don't you stock this channel? No, I need some more holes in here, Pearson. I need more fencing to just fence some more property. There's 40 acres out here, you know, probably 600, 800, 1,000 bull. I don't know how many bulls I got dug out here all by hand. All of them are 3 feet deep in the ground, all dug by hand. I don't have a post hole digger. So you're looking at it. So that's why I just challenge. I've done it before. I've had people talk smack and I said, well, come out. Let's see if we can friendly and just dig holes with me. Let's see if you can work as hard and let's, you know, I'm a farmer. I work for what I have. I have taken care of 40 acres by myself. And I love your not bitter, more like disgusted of the world, but a bit of pride. No, I don't have pride. Pride is a sin. You're wrong, Stitches. I hate pride, and pride, the farthest thing. I'm not prideful. And Harris, okay, see, more, you don't have any, you didn't even stock my channel. You didn't see, you made an assumption, but that's not who I really am. So, but thank you. You know, I appreciate, no, pride is a sin, Taylor. There's no, pride is a sin. So we're not supposed to have pride. No pride. Pride is a sin. We're not supposed to take pride in our work. Nope. You can have a sense of accomplishment, but pride is to shine above others. So, but that's what I'm saying. I don't want violence. I just, when somebody challenges me, I'm like, well, come out and work. Put your money where your mouth is. You know, that's not arrogance. That's not being prideful. That's, hey, let's come work with me. Hey, if you have an issue with me, come work with me. That's how stupid and foolish these people are to make these assumptions about me. You know what I'm saying? So to say things, you know, they don't understand. They don't have any idea what it is that I'm doing out here. And I don't ever try to fight with anybody. Remember, you know, how many people want to come out and kick my butt and say all these things? They just, and what I've always done, come on out here, challenge this, holes. We'll drop a contract. No, you know, if you want to put on the gloves and beat me up, I said, let me beat me up. You know what I'm saying? I don't want violence. That's what I'm saying. Let's dig some holes. And I'll probably make you lunch or something, you know, or you can make me lunch or something. It was always friendly. I never condoned violence. So, but I like to call out ignorance and stupidity when I see it. So, and there's a lot of it because nobody will do anything to stalk anybody's channel to find out what they're doing or, you know, so get a job. Okay. Get a real job and stop paying taxes and killing people with your money. Good for you. Good for you. You got a big old W-2 job and you paid a lot of money, so you paid to kill a lot of people in Ukraine. Yay! Let's hear it for all the people who filled out a W-2 in America. Yay! Good for you. Your money got sent to Ukraine. You just unalived a whole generation. Good job. Good job. W-2. Get a job. Get a real job. Get off this system. Stop paying taxes that are funding wars in other countries. Good job. So come out here to the farm and stop paying taxes. Get your time back. What's more valuable? Your time or your money? Get your time back. Follow this channel. I'll teach you how. Okay? This is how you get your time back. Become your own power company. Jail for tax evasion. I know you're a bootlicker unknown. Good job, bootlicker unknown. You're so infamous you won't even show your face, right? Your face. Show your face. Show your face. I love these people. Show your face. So, anyways, all right, guys. Much love. Much love. I do appreciate everybody coming in, and I hope that you don't. You guys are trolls. You guys are absolute trolls. What the hell would you ask for a microwave for? You're trolling. You're trolling. I know you're a troll. You guys, you've had like 3 of you already come in asking the same stupid question. Throw your microwave away. Throw your microwave away. My microwave was thrown away in 1989. 1989. So, all right, you guys have a good evening. Yeah, Trow, they don't add any value to society, but they add value to the chat. Honestly, though, Big Carpenter, because sometimes I bounce off of their whatever they're saying, and we can learn a lesson from people like trolls, because they'll be the people who don't have anything. You know, as society continues to deteriorate, all they'll have is their fingers. You know what I'm saying? They'll just have their fingers. So they'll get their day in the, here to get their troll, but then when things break down, they'll just be low-hanging fruit, and they'll be the first ones to be picked off. Obviously, they won't have anything. I don't see anybody comes in and just tries to cause strife or trolling on a channel as having having a life straw. You think people who troll this channel and come in and tries to cause strife own a life straw? Do you think they make their own power? You think anybody who trolls, oh, hey, I'm going to make my own power. I'm going to become my own power company. I'm going to become self-sufficient. Right? I'm going to become self-sufficient. I'm going to do this all on my own. And then I'm going to get on the internet and troll people and kind of cause a bunch of crap. I do not think that one person that produces their own power, I really don't think that anybody that produces their own power comes on the internet and trolls people. You know what I mean? I don't think that any one of them make their own power. So they'll just be low-hanging fruit. And I can almost guarantee that every one of these trolls have never gone one full day missing a meal. You know what I'm saying? One full day. They've never got a whole day without having a meal. So they are going to be very, 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 very hard to deal with when their blood sugar is through the roof. They're hopped up right now on Red Bulls and Fritos and Gatorade and Cheetos, and you know what I'm saying? They're not going to have these things, guys, and they are going to be hard to deal with. So that's why I constantly deal with the trolls, to show you that these are the people that are going to be your biggest threat. It won't be the government. It won't be the government. You know what I'm saying? It won't be your police officers. It won't be the state. It will be your neighbor that doesn't have anything. You know what I'm saying? Probably on some kind of, taking some kind of psychotropic, all spun out, playing video games all day or something like that. comes in here, tries to cause, imagine what they're going to be like that day. I don't know if you've ever dealt with somebody in about 5 or 6 hours. If you've never had a meal, you go from hungry to angry. And within those 6 to 8 hours, that person goes and stops thinking with their head, and they go to what is called hangry. And they don't think with their head anymore. They don't think with their head anymore. You understand? That's this guy right here that says, shut up, boy. That's that person. And they're probably young, and that's fine too. But they're not thinking with their head anymore, guys. You ever dealt with somebody who's just thinking with their stomach? Have you ever dealt with somebody who is only thinking with their stomach? Their head has disattached themselves. They're not using their head anymore, and they're motivated by their gut. Empty mouths, growling, waiting at home. That is these trolls. That is these trolls. You guys understand? They'll be hangry. Their heads will be disattached from their body. They'll still be on there, but they'll be acting in their gut. They'll be thinking with their gut. Does that make sense? So that's what all these trolls are, and that's why I spend so much time with them and interact with them from time to time, so we can identify how easy it is to see that these are the people that, as society continues to, we see things get way more expensive. Society is breaking down. There you go. The gut has the highest level of communication with the brain. There we go. They'll be thinking with their gut. Thinking with their gut. You know what I'm saying? So please, just be aware that all these trolls, they're nothing. They're just paper cutouts. Paper cutouts. You know what I'm saying? During a football game, during the COVID. You know what I'm saying? During the COVID, right? They're a paper cutout. You imagine how lame that was, guys. During the COVID, they put paper cutouts in the stands. Imagine that's all those trolls really amount to. They're very one-sided. You know what I'm saying? But they're going to be hard to deal with. So that's why we deal with them now. Okay? And I want you to point them out. It's really easy to see how distracted they are. They're all programmed to say about the same 5 or 6 things. They have very little variance in any one of them. They all kind of say the same thing. You know what I'm saying? So, anyways, we're going to deal with the trolls. They'll be there up until the end, guys, because these are the ones that are going to be banging down your door trying to kill you and take everything that you worked so hard for so you could provide for you and your family. They're not going to care even if they were your best friend and you went fishing with them every Friday. You understand what I'm saying? So please be aware. The more trolls you see, obviously, the more breakdown of societal that we see. The more this channel grows, obviously, you know what I'm saying? You're going to see more and more as the channel grows. But it's obvious you can see what fruit that they are bearing. They are not bearing any fruit. They're actually trying to cause division and strife. So if they can go do something so hey, Tommy Pound Sand, I don't care about Department of Homeland Security. You suck balls, okay? You lick them too. You know that? Chopper, copper, whatever you are. Spinning balls of planetary, alignments and all your nonsense that you support all this space agency and all your spinning ball. Yeah. I don't care about some stupid Department of Homeland Security. You're a troll and you're a fake and you're not even real. So, and even if Department of Homeland Security was in here, I don't care. Mulan Labe, come and take it. Come and get me. Come on. Come on. I wear the armor of God. Ephesians 6:11. I don't wrestle flesh and blood. I wrestle against Department of Homeland Security, the National Security Agency, the Federal Bureau of Idiots. Yeah. The Department of Dips, you know what? Yeah, all the highest one in the land. I don't care about none of these other ones. They don't have any authority. This one at the top is the only one. And this sheriff out here can send every one of these and you, Homeland Security, out of here. Yeah, out of here. The sheriff has more authority than any one of you alphabet soup agencies. The elected sheriff in this town has more authority. Don't you remember the Bundy standoff when you, government, got to your set packing by the elected sheriff? And the elected sheriff is afraid of me in this town. He won't even come to my house. I've been trying to get him to come to this house for 6 months, a year or better. And he won't even come here. He won't even show his face. You don't believe so? Go to my TikTok channel. Watch 2 deputies come to my house when I told them, send the elected sheriff out here. The one that can run your silly little Homeland Security Act right out of here. You ain't nothing to me, Alphabet Soup Agency. You ain't nothing but a corporation. I ain't afraid of no corporation. I'm a man of the land and soil. I only fear God. He said, fear no man that can take your flesh. Only fear a man that can take your soul. Only fear one that can take your soul. I am not afraid of you. Mulan Lave, come and take it. You won't, because you're afraid of me. Just like the local sheriff is afraid of me, and he won't do anything about what I'm pointing out in this town. Just like what I pointed out during the COVID. So yeah, bring it. Mulan Lave, come and take this flesh. Come and take it from me. You ain't nothing, just so you know. And they're in here too, brothers and sisters. Do not think. Why did I want him to come to my house? Because I was trying to expose the debauchery that he's got going on with his police department, and that I have tons of information about this town and this county of other people that have been screwed over by this county in multiple ways or shape or form, because this is a Billy Bob type of law enforcement town where most people fear the law out here because they let them run roughshod on them. I don't. I stand up for their rights. I don't care how Billy Bob town this is. I don't care what the hell they do. I own property in this town, and you're not going to shit in my backyard. I don't care if you wear a clown suit and a badge. Do you understand? You're not going to do your business. I apologize again, my French. I need to end the stream. Anymore. I will never allow it. Not under my watch. Not as I live in this town. Absolutely not. I have not ever stood for it since the minute I showed up in this town. And that is what I've been known for 10 years ago when I showed up in this town. And I sat on the Chamber of Commerce. I gave these millionaire farmers hell when I got here. So I've been fighting the farmers. I've been fighting with the idiots within this community that are a bunch of bootlickers that try to assist these cops out here. I've stood up for the businesses, and I fought with the sheriff, and I fought with the governor, and I fought with the district attorney. And one of these elected deputies or deputies know who hell I am. I don't play around. I want people to have rights in this town that I live in. If you don't have them in America, you could come here and have them. Come here and have them, because I make sure that I stand up for this community. Not only did I stand up before 10 years ago when I got out here and stood up to the richest people in this town and told them, you can't have this town to yourself anymore. I've seen what you guys do in running people out of here. I've gone through this records. You're not going to do this in this town anymore. You're not going to do this in this town anymore. I don't know who the hell you think you are, but I got family that's rich. I got family that's in acting. My father was an actor. You watched him on television. You don't even know, but my family has been in this business. You ain't special to me. Your money don't mean nothing to me. You better stop acting like this. There are people who want to come out to this town and live free, and you are the problem in this town. Sitting here thinking you can restrict everybody and come out here and run everybody and chase everybody out of here with a gun. Your guns don't scare me. I'm going to move out here. This is exactly where I'm at. You're going to know where I'm at. You're going to know what I'm doing. And that's why I'm sitting on this Chamber of Commerce right now, to tell you this town is going to grow, and you cannot stop the growth in this town. You will not stop the growth in this town. When I live here, go ahead and try to run me out of here. See how you get with that. I put a marker at the end of my driveway that's got 150 reflectors on it so I can be found day and night. I sit at the icon of this valley. I'm not hard to find, and I will not run from this law, because I am the law in this town. And I will not let these people have their rights, God-given rights, trampled on by these law enforcement officers. So that's why I called the sheriff to this town, to my house, to get him to come out and talk to me like a man and stop being a spineless jellyfish and deal with these issues in this town, or I'm going to deal with them like I have already. And I will continue. Like I said, the last time those cops said, well, we weren't working during the COVID, but yeah, you're condoning this crap. You should be right up these cops' butt. Why did we stand for this? Why did we allow this to happen on our watch? Never let it happen again. That's what I told him. And if it happens again, I'm going to be right up your ass again. You watch it. I'll be right up there at your door, banging on your door. Remember, I held rallies in front of your police department, protesting your police department. Don't think you can trample on the rights of you better get that code ordinance officer out of here. You're going to get him shot. Yeah, he's walking on people's property and you're impeding on their Fourth Amendment. This is a township out here. Yeah, that's how we run the law out here. We got our own law out here, guys. This ain't your, this is that town. Go around and find out. Town. Drive down the wrong driveway in this town and find out. No, this fund is not funded by the military-industrial complex. I rebuke the military-industrial complex. Disgusting, filthy, disgusting war machine. I rebuke you, America. I rebuke you and your 1,003 military bases. You should have been taking care of the people. Instead, we haven't done nothing but give all our money to other countries. Filthy, disgusting country. Look at what they did to these citizens. Push your buggy down this way. Oh, the bug won't get you if you go this way. The bug doesn't get into the brick and mortar store, but shut your small business down. Oh, you can't run. You're not seeing grandma. I don't care. You're not seeing her at her funeral. Shut up. Be quiet. You don't care about old people. Put your face diaper on right now. Go inside. Stand on the X. Fear. Stupid government and all you people who participated in this nonsense and condone this. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of it. This country should have stood up. We are supposed to be the freest country in the world. Freest country in the world. And look at this crap. These other nations they looked after this country. Look how we acted. Look how we acted. Did you do anything with the police department? Did you stand up to your sheriff's office? Did you fight the elected sheriff during the COVID? Did you fight with your mayor? I did, because I care about the country and the people in it. Even though I don't like the country itself, I care enough that I take the time, if I'm here and I live here, to do something about it. Be the change you want to see. Be the change you want to see. Start like, Michael Jackson with the man in the mirror. Hello. So this is the time right now, guys. If there was ever a time to stand up peacefully. You work with the FBI? Oh, you're the lowest man on the totem pole. The Federal Bureau of Idiots, imbeciles. You're with the Federal Bureau of Imbeciles. You're the low man on the totem pole. Shame on your agency that has gone and just shown their face during this administration and the last administration. You're worthless. So they're not fits. I know when there's nobody made any predictions on April 8th. You're an idiot. You're an idiot. Nobody made any predictions on April 8th. There's people in here who are already pointed out people like you. People already pointed out people like you. Nobody made any predictions. Stop doing this. You guys, you see how foolish people are? Nobody made. Actually, we did the complete opposite on this channel. We said it was going to be a nothing burger. And you have people come in and see, this is the world I live, guys, and you got to live in too. That's the person you got to live with. Selective, coming in and just drawing whatever they wanted to, just whatever. So that's another person. Not only a troll, you have to deal with just complete ignorance. People who turn on and hear whatever they want to hear. So there was no predictions on April 8th. It was going to be a nothing burger. They overdid it. Overdid it. Just like all these states of emergency, all these schools shutting down, all these military, all this was unnecessary. I was saying during this is a Y2K. This is feeling like a Y2K. This is overdone. No, there's no predictions. There be no rips. That's not, I'm saying that nothing was going to happen. And nothing did happen. This is the problem, guys. That's still a prediction. See, that's the person you're going to have to deal with on the streets. That's obviously his head is already disattached. He's not thinking with his head. He already, or his ears are turned off, or it just maybe too many boosters, too much Jabadooski or something, bow to the altar of Jabba or something. I don't know what's wrong with these people, guys. I'm not trying to change them. I'm just trying to make you aware of people like this. Because think about if the internet went down for just a minute. The sun hit us. It wasn't some nefarious. The sun hits us. It punches us. And then you got to deal with these people banging at your door. Well, you said that. No, I never said anything of the sort. I said it would be a nothing burger. They were overdoing it. So I don't understand. See, they come in, and that's all I'm saying. Much love for you that are paying attention. This is what I worry about, guys, because this is what we're going to have to do. If the internet went down for a couple weeks, these are going to people that are going to be roaming around, guys. These are the type of people that are going to be roaming around. I heard this on the news. You know what I'm saying? You couldn't be live then. Vino, what are you talking about? You're not making any sense. You're not making any sense there. You couldn't be live then. So anyways, Vino, you spoke blasphemies. You can apologize for speaking your blasphemies in here because nobody made any predictions. Because I said I'm not going to make a prediction. So you're blasphemous. Apologize and stay in here or just leave. You'll be banned if you say anything else stupid, okay? Seriously, you won't. I'm almost done with the stream, but please. But anyways, guys, this is what I want to point this out to you. These are the biggest threat. I would not be worried about the government. They're a bunch of lazy people who do not want to stand up and do anything. See what I'm saying? Look at the answer. If the internet went down, you wouldn't be live, goody goofy. He was implying that you couldn't be live on YouTube if the internet was down. And all I said, okay, so let's say the internet goes down. Well, you couldn't be live if the internet goes down. What in the hell was he talking about? This is the problem, guys. I do think that this is, I hope you see the effects of the jab now. We need to have this conversation. I hope I work on the internet and make my living by buying and selling and trading off the internet. And since the jab, people have lost just the basic wits, the basic conversation, to be able to pick up just basic skill set. You know what I'm saying? Just having the basics to communicate. And I don't know if there's like some kind of, hey, I've been a drug recognition expert. You know, I've been a police officer. I know how drugs affect the body. These people seem like something has been suppressed in their system, something up here, because they don't make any sense. I deal with these people on the internet, and it's like, what are you talking about? This is the complete opposite of what I said, or they're just randomly just, you know, like the person earlier talking about the ice age, the hippie. When I was talking about a water event, she's talking about ice and ice ages, and I'm talking about the water. How could the water come up on the land if it was ice? It's just totally two different things. So these are the things that I want to continue to warn you about. No, it was 100% the vax, and it had nothing to do with COVID. And yeah, that's iPad babies, or obviously, but no, it was 100% the jab. I'm certain of it. I'm certain of how I've seen their actions are not like, I've dealt with this for 20 plus years, and not until the COVID did this start happening. And almost immediately I saw a change, but it's progressively gotten worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. So I think that these people have been affected, and now I see it, and I need to just remind myself when I see one of them that probably more than most of them have been jabbed, and their mentality is just in another. And I can't beat people. I can't get in their head. I know that I think the way that I think, but I'm seeing it in their behavior. You know what I'm saying? And I can see that they don't act the same. They just ask the questions that are. So I'm not saying that there wasn't a lot of factors, okay? And a lot of people were stressed, and like we said, there's a depression went through the roof, you know, domestic violence went through the roof, drug issues went through the roof, suicide went through the roof, you know what I'm saying? So I try to give that to people, guys. I really have. But the ignorance and the sheer stupidity of people with their, you know, and I know there's going to be trolls, but the deception, and these people cannot just put together basic grammar most of the time. Their sentences are all over the place. Again, I've dealt with people who are on drugs. I'm a prior law enforcement officer, prior veteran, prior military police officer. These people act like they're some kind of sedated. Something is suppressed in their system. And we see it in here, obviously. So I hope you understand that when this happens, or continues to happen, it's already happening, but as things continue to deteriorate in our societies, which we see not just happening here in America, we see happening on a, you know, a planetary scale here, if you will, that I'm pretty certain after 20 years of dealing with the internet, I've never heard some of the things in 20 years until this time. So, yeah, what a shame, you know, because it's people like that, you know, come in and, well, you said this and you said that. No, that's not what I said. You cherry picked it, and you heard what you want, and you picked out what you thought you heard and what you thought, and then you drug that into your own world. So I can't make people's world change who they are, guys. I'm not trying to change people, but I want you to be aware, because not only this, cool. That doesn't help. You have to agree with that 20 years of internet, of working on the internet and watching how society deals, that they'll change on a dime. Guys, I never had any issues for 20 years with people. Pretty normal, you know, questions. Really crazy after the COVID too. More than one of the biggest things that's just so disturbing to see in people is everybody thinks that it's Uber Eats, right? That it's DoorDash. If you try to sell anything to anybody on the internet, you know. These days, it seems like they want to get it for half the price. You know what I'm saying? Half the price. And, or, you know, let's say you got it for $1,000. Well, I'll give you $700. Okay, so you give them a good rate. You know what I'm saying? And there's no grammar police in here, so don't worry about it. No spelling police. It's fine. But they want everything delivered. And they want you to come halfway across the state. Halfway across the state. Okay, deliver that to me. I'm over here in Portland. You know, I'm over here on the other side of the desert. You know what I'm saying? And so now they've called me from Portland. You know, they're 8 hours away from me. You know what I'm saying? And they've got me from $1,000 wood splitter, you know, and they got me down to $700 or something like that. We're just tacoing about it. And that's pretty silly. But, you know, they're in Portland and they contact me to try to buy something and they get my price down and, you know, $700. And now they want me to deliver it 8 hours away from, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, no, that's the way my father taught me, Brett. So no problems with, and I don't mind a haggle. I don't mind. I'm a horse trader, so I definitely like when somebody asks for a little better rate. I have no problems with that. But don't get me down, you know, to $700 on $1,000 item and then expect me to deliver it 8 hours away, you know, and that's 8 hours or so away and back, or, you know, 4 hours there and back. That's and no offer for gas, no offer. Hey, will you deliver it over here? I'll pay you for gas. They never offer for gas. They just expect it delivered. So that's just one thing. You know what I'm saying? That's just one thing that I have seen, you know, such a rapid change in is that people just, I don't know what it is about people who expect everything to be door dashed or Uber Eats to their door now. And I never saw that in 20 years. Did I ever ask anybody to have me deliver them something? I thought when you bought something on the internet, you know what I'm saying? You went to where they were at. This isn't, you know, you get everything delivered to you. This isn't Amazon and everything gets delivered to your door. But that's kind of the way society is done. So it's been tough since the jab because I just don't know if it's maybe that couldn't imagine someone having a full heckle and then make it so hard. See, that's what I'm saying. It's like, really? Sometimes it's kind of like, it's like, honestly, guys, the other day I had this guy who came on because I just started getting my internet to come back up, you know, as far as to be able to sell things. He contacts me about the splitter and he says, hey, you know, actually my truck blew up. So he obviously knew his truck blew up before he ever contacted me. But he comes off and says, hey, you know, here's the price or whatever. And I'm over here, you know, but my truck blew up. So since it blew up, you know, I don't have the money. And so if you'll deliver them to me, I'll trade you for some, your item says that you have, you know, I'll trade you for some quail and some quail eggs. This is $1,000 splitter, guys. He went from saying, hey, you know, I'll give you this much to wait a minute, my truck blew up. I don't have the money because my truck blew up, but I'll give you some quail eggs and some feed and maybe some quail. $1,000 worth of quail? I mean, so people just was like, I showed it to my son. I'm like, son, look at this. He said, well, Dad, you know, maybe he thought that he was going to give you the money. But I know it looks okay. I see his truck blew up, so he can't make it. So he's got to but he wants you to deliver it. That was in like Gold Beach, guys. That's 4 or 5 hours away. You know what I'm saying? And then never said, hey, I'll pay for your gas to come over. It was just, I'll give you some quail eggs. So, I think the same time you can just say no to, I don't know, I'm sure the other people would be interested. Okay, so I knew the guy already. And look, be honest with you, man. I don't have a truck, and I need this delivered. Is there any way? That's different. Don't set me up going, can you do the, oh, well, hey, my truck, but, so you got it. You got exactly what I was saying, Wandering. I didn't have to. Yes, I make a good hamburger. So, and I'm going to go make myself a good burrito. So I better get off it. Full 8 hours, guys. Look at that. 8 hours. You guys are the best. So I appreciate it, guys. Actually, I asked the Father to excuse my having such a struggle, during these last couple months, and to excuse me, because I really, you know what I mean? It's been a wild ride. I have no internet, not having to deal with these people. Not only did I excuse them and say, hey, I was, Father, I'm sorry. I really had a hard time, but I thanked him and said, you know what, Father, this has been so nice. You shut my internet down and you didn't let me sell anything for 3 months. I mean, you would not let nothing. I had nothing. And I used to get 20 hits, on every item. If you sold on the internet, Facebook, is this item available? Is it, what? And now I'm like, as soon as this comes back on, I had to deal with this crap. I'm like, thank you so much, Father, for giving me a break from the internet. I needed it. I needed not to have to hear this stuff, guys. It was hard to get through these few months, but with your guys' help, some financial help, and I did a lot on my own here too. I've always got lots of things for sale, and I'm working other routes. And, man, what a break it was not to have that internet on for 3 months, guys, and have to deal with this. I said, you know what, Father, God, I was wrong. For, why is this happening to me, God? I need to sell something. These are land payments. They got to be paid. I'm just a Joe. I mean, come on. I got to do something out here, to getting to just in the last few days. I'm already starting to get some of these silly ads. It's like, oh, thank you, Father, for giving me a break. So maybe that's why I'm so charged up, guys, is because I've really been able to set this internet down for a while. You know what I'm saying? It was nice for the internet for you to not be on about nothing. No, that's not what I'm talking about, Anthony. You're look at Anthony says it was nice for the internet for you to not be on here ranting. Old Anthony, boy, he can't take when anybody's honest. He don't like when a man is just completely honest, huh? Boy, don't be real, whatever you do. So, okay, so thank you guys. I appreciate it. Appreciate your help and this discussion. I might come up before the end of the night. Maybe not. No promises. Okay. This is your classified ads and save yourself a headache. State no deliveries or dollar mile or whatever you require. Interesting. Yeah, I might do that, huh? So cool. All right, guys. Much a lady in red. Thank you for moderating for me in here. Much love. Andrew Burton, thank you so much. What a nice thing to say. Wandering Dingus, thank you for your comments in here too. I appreciate it. Trace from Scratch It. Trace, that's a pretty cool name. Thanks for coming in. Put in Christ. Thank you for coming in here. Appreciate it. I'm trying to wander back through a few of you guys here. Thank you. Now I don't know about that, Brett. I disagree with that, but I don't know about that, Mark. Totally, I don't disagree with you on that, Mark, but we do protect ourselves out here. So we're not a state that you can't open carry, and that's not a state that you can't protect yourself. That I disagree with you. Okay? You can. A lot of people assert their rights here and defend themselves, without any issues. So this is an open carry state. It's not a state where there's a Second Amendment right has been taken away. So you're wrong on that, Mark. There's no, that doesn't happen. What you're talking about. But anyways, and a kid in the crosswalk around. So I was scared and don't think the kid made it. I don't know. It's just, oh, well. Oh, man. My days, that's a hard one. But my days, I don't want to say any kind of legal. I hope you got it taken care of legally. And don't worry about what you can't change. Worry about what you can change. You know what I'm saying? Worry about what you can change. I mean, we all make mistakes. And I used to be a traffic crash reconstruction. Somebody do what you did. Living. And that happens a little more often you would think. So you wouldn't be the first one to ever do that. So you know. And I'm not condoning anything. Obviously, you have some issues with it, and that's good that you don't feel like, you know, that there's some guilt there, and I don't want you to feel guilty, but you're definitely feeling the pain, and I can feel your pain just by what you wrote. So it happens more than you think. Okay, so you wouldn't be the first one to do it. So you know, if you're still in the chat, so hang in there. I hope you have it legally taken care of. It sounds like you kind of left it a little bit. Hopefully you've gotten it taken care of. And just, you know, don't worry. You can't change it. You can't. Just use it as something to bounce off of. Most of the time, what defines us as a person is what we do in hard times. And so you made a poor decision. So what? So what? We all make poor decisions. Now make a better decision next time, right? And bounce from that, because what defines us most of the times in life is what we do in very difficult situations like you were put in. That's not an easy situation to be put in for anybody. So yeah. So anyways, well, I'm not sure if you're still in here, but yeah, sounds like you're facing it head on either way. If you didn't, and I don't mean to say that, but I'm just trying to be real. So again, as a traffic crash reconstructionist, you'd be quite alarmed at this, you know. Okay, well, you'll get through it, my days. And I don't know, whatever it is, God wills all things. And I pray for God's will for you, my days. I pray for his will. I think you're doing the right thing right now, and I appreciate you using this platform. I hope you're genuine and true, and let God carry you through this, okay? Let him carry you through. Don't don't take off from what but you got quite a walk ahead of you, but you can make it through this. There are many people, again, in your situation. Again, I did this for a living, and I'm telling you what, you'd be very surprised at the people that have done the same exact thing that you did, and they've come and pulled through it, and you will make it through this. You will. You're already, it sounds like you're right on the right track. Hey, heads up. Yeah, I don't know for sure, Ghost, again, on the exact date. I'm not picking a date, but Ghost, if you'll go look at Adapt 2030's channel and look at his title video about the tides and the 4 large gas giants, I think you'll have a better understanding of what it is that I'm showing you. And just like I pray for that, whoever that gentleman was, for God's will, I pray for God's will in this event. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, go check out David at Adapt 2030. He's got a great video that talks about the paintings and history, pointing out these 4 large gas giants and how it links to this tidal raising and lowering of our oceans. So I'll see you guys on the next live stream. I love you guys, and yeah, definitely go check it out. Yep, God always gets what he wants. Nature always wins in the end. Father Nature and Father Time. So, okay, much love. I'll see you guys again. Links are, there's a link in the description for the Cash App if you want to support the channel. And the other information, I'll see you guys in the next live stream. Always Agape. I'm having a good night, guys. Thank you so much. I really am. I appreciate you guys are feed the doggos again. They don't need fed twice. They're chunky monkeys over here. Look at this chunky monkey laying here with his dad. Laying with the dad. All right. Much love and always Agape.